was, and it made no sense that he was here to defend John. The man's name was Reginald Templar, and he was a very successful lawyer, highly respected in the area, and he also happened to be one of Emma's absolute closest friends. So Reginald Templar, Emma's close friend, the woman who's been murdered, is here to defend the person who's accused of killing Emma. It just didn't make any sense. But eventually, Reginald gestured for John to come in the room and sit down. And so John just kind of made his way in and he sat down, and Reginald immediately said, "John, I know you did not kill Emma. That's what happened." John was so relieved, and before long, he was pouring out all the information he could about everything he could recall about the night of the fire and the murder. And as he did, Reginald took all these notes and he began creating a framework for John's defense. And so by the time John was back in his jail cell, he couldn't help but feel kind of optimistic that maybe with Reginald's help, he could actually beat this thing and prove he didn't do this. But John's relief would be short-lived. His first court appearance went extremely well. Reginald showed up in a fancy suit, and he was just completely on his game and just ripped the prosecution apart and basically said their entire case was just circumstantial, and he rattled off all these legal precedents, which John didn't really understand, but he looked up and saw the judge definitely knew these precedents and was impressed with what Reginald was doing. And then also Reginald would say that the police did a terrible job investigating. They basically didn't investigate and just jumped to conclusions that it was John. And so as Reginald is basically destroying the prosecution, Reginald looked over at the prosecutor and he could tell the prosecutor looked really nervous. And so John was really starting to feel confident that Reginald was exactly what he needed. But on the day of the second court appearance, Reginald just didn't show up with no explanation. He didn't contact anybody. And so John just sat there waiting to see what was going to happen. The judge delayed for as long as he could. But eventually, when Reginald still didn't show up, the judge looked to John and said, "I'm sorry, but you're going to have to defend yourself." Which, of course, John did not know how to do. I mean, he barely had even gone to school, let alone studied law. And from there, things only got worse for John. Reginald continued to miss court dates with no explanation, and then on other times, he would show up to court, but instead of being this fantastic, very sharp lawyer, he kind of acted like a maniac. He would start all these unnecessary fights with the judge over totally irrelevant matters, like how to pronounce a particular word. And then when he had witnesses on the stand, his line of questioning didn't make any sense. He would ask things like, "Well, what did you have for breakfast today? And what's your favorite color?" And then finally, Reginald just withdrew altogether from the case, leaving John with no lawyer at all, which admittedly might have actually been an improvement for John. After Reginald withdrew, another lawyer found out about it and took pity on John and volunteered to take on the case. But it was on very short notice, and this other lawyer had good intentions, but was not nearly as skilled as Reginald was when he was kind of on his game on that first day. And so really quickly, this lawyer kind of fumbled the case, and then when it went to the jury to decide whether or not John was guilty, it took them less than an hour to come back and say, "Oh yeah, he's guilty, he killed Emma." And so John was sentenced to death by hanging. For the next 3 months, John sat in his jail cell waiting for his execution. As he waited, he continually insisted that he really was innocent and that ultimately God would protect him. Finally, February 23rd, 1885 rolled around. This was the day of John's execution, except something very weird happened on this day. When John was led from the jail to the gallows where he was going to be executed, the hangman could not get the gallows to work. The trap door in the gallows where the condemned stands, where it's supposed to open up and they fall down and the noose breaks their neck, that trap door, it would not function whenever John was standing on it. Now, when John was moved off the trap door, it functioned perfectly fine. It was only when he was on that trap door that it would not work. And so think about this. Pretend you're John. 3 different times, the hangman led him onto that trapdoor, put the noose around his neck, put a bag over his head, asked him for his last words, and they threw that lever, and each time John is expecting to die, and it's not working. Finally, after the third failure, the hangman just called off the execution, and then actually a judge would weigh in and say, you know what, we cannot possibly attempt for a fourth time to execute John. This constitutes cruel and unusual punishment, and so they swapped his sentence from a death sentence to 22 years in prison. And none of this would make any sense until one day, 6 years after Emma's murder, when John, by this point, was just sitting in a jail cell and everybody had forgotten about him. On that day, in 1890, a group of very high society type people, politicians and lawyers and rich people, they all gathered in this misty cemetery not far from the Glen. The group was in the cemetery for the burial of a very important and well-respected man who had died after slowly going insane. And as the priest finished his final blessing, the mourners began chucking handfuls of dirt into the grave, and as they did, one of them said quietly but out loud, "Today we have buried a murderer." Here's what many people believe really happened on the night of November 15th, 1884, when Emma was killed. At the time of Emma's murder, Elizabeth's pregnancy was very scandalous, but not just for Elizabeth. It was also scandalous for the father of the baby, the father who nobody knew except for Elizabeth. And it was scandalous for this father because, like Elizabeth, he was worried what society would think if they found out he was having a baby out of wedlock, especially with Elizabeth, who basically from a societal standpoint was kind of below his station. But despite all that, the father of the baby did not attempt to distance himself from Elizabeth. Instead, on the night of the murder, the father of the baby actually decided to sneak into the Glen to see Elizabeth. But Emma was still awake. She was up late, drinking her hot cocoa, writing and reading, and she heard the sound of the father coming into her home. And so she got up to go investigate, and she would eventually find the father up in the hallway right outside of Elizabeth's bedroom. And remember, Emma is very traditional, she's very conservative and religious, and she's seeing this strange man in her house clearly going into or coming out of Elizabeth's room, and she was so offended and angry, and so Emma just began screaming at this guy to get out of her house, and if he didn't, she was going to tell the whole world about this illicit relationship. And then Emma walked up and hit this guy right in the face. And at this point, the father just snapped. And he flew into this rage and he began screaming back at Emma. And then he grabbed a hatchet that was on the wall right near the pantry. He pulled it off and he brought it down right on top of Emma's head. And Emma crumpled to the ground. And the man, he's looking down at Emma and he's realizing he's inflicted this horrific injury on Emma. And if she doesn't die, she's gonna tell someone. And then this father is gonna go to jail, if not worse. So in a moment of panic, this father runs into the kitchen, gets a kitchen knife, comes back, and he finished Emma off. Once she was deceased, he dragged her back to the dining room where she normally did her reading and writing, and then he doused her and the whole house in that weird oil that he found in the pantry where John was sleeping, and after getting the whole house covered in it, he ignited it, and then he ran out of the house. But over the next 6 years, Emma's killer felt so bad about what he had done, both to Emma and then nearly killing Elizabeth and his unborn child, that he went completely insane, and this caused his physical health to totally fail, and he died. But right before he died, as he's laying in his deathbed, he began ranting and raving about all the things he regretted in his life, including murdering a woman at a big, beautiful seaside estate. Basically, he was admitting to killing Emma, and he did it in the company of all the people who would then be at his burial. And so that's why, as they're throwing the dirt onto his casket, they're saying, "Today we buried a murderer." The killer's identity was none other than Reginald Templar, John's lawyer. Now, nobody knows if Reginald took John's case because he felt guilty and wanted to prevent an innocent man from going to jail, or if he just wanted to sabotage John's case to ensure he did go to jail to protect himself. We don't know. Either way, though, it was during the course of this trial that Reginald began his descent into madness, which would ultimately lead to his death. Some people believe the reason the gallows malfunctioned every time John stood on that trap door and it wouldn't open was because of divine intervention. That God or a god or some deity came to earth and literally interfered with the execution to spare John's life. And the reason people think that is because, John really was an innocent man and he did not deserve to die. John would serve all 22 years of his sentence, and then when he got out, he became famous for being the man who could not be hanged. John would eventually get married and he would move to America, where he would live a very happy and quiet life until he died at the age of 81. Hey everybody, as mentioned earlier, right now you can listen to over 100 new stories. Today's story is a good old-fashioned spooky story. It's about a missing person in Taiwan, and it takes a totally bizarre turn, and I will say, probably most of you will get the biggest thrill out of the apartment scene. You'll know that scene when you get to it, and that's towards the end of the video. So make sure you stick around if you enjoy being spooked. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, the next time the like button is at work, sneak into their house and crawl into their bed, and then open up a Nature Valley crunchy granola bar and very sloppily eat it so crumbs go everywhere, and then without cleaning up, just pull the covers up and cover up your mess and leave. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. On the morning of February 4th, 1991, a taxicab driver named Wang was chatting with the taxi dispatcher at headquarters when suddenly, for no clear reason, the dispatcher stopped talking to Wang and just began staring intently at something behind Wang. And so Wang noticed this, and right away he turned around to see what it was he was looking at. But all Wang could see was just a window that looked out to this huge fenced-in parking lot that was full of taxi cabs and their drivers. This is where they would go to wait for fares. And where the taxi headquarters were located was right near the airport in a very busy city called Kaohsiung City in Taiwan. And so taxi cabs in this area were really in high demand. And so as Wang looked out at the very busy parking lot full of drivers talking to potential customers, to Wang, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. It was just a typical busy day. But when Wang kind of looked at the dispatcher like, I don't really see what you see, the dispatcher just raised his finger and kind of pointed in the direction that he was staring. And so Wang turned around again, and this time when he looked in the direction the dispatcher was pointing, he could see immediately why the dispatcher was reacting the way he was. Because the dispatcher was pointing at one of their colleagues, so another taxi driver, whose name was Leo Shui-chung, and as Wang looked out at him, he saw Leo was sprinting across this very busy parking lot full of all these cabs and drivers and customers, and Leo was clutching this big golden statue of Buddha in his arms as he ran. And so Wang and the dispatcher watched Leo, and what he did is he kept running all the way across the lot until he got to his taxi cab, at which point he practically dove inside of it. He slammed the door, locked every door, and then began looking around frantically like he was expecting someone to show up who had been like chasing him or something. But there was nobody around his car, and Wang and the dispatcher kind of scanned the parking lot, and they didn't see anybody who seemed remotely interested in Leo. And so Wang and the dispatcher continued to watch Leo from the window, and they saw eventually Leo stopped kind of scanning around for other people, and at that point he took that golden statue of Buddha and he placed it up on the dash of his cab. And this was not the first Buddha statue that he had put up there. From Wang and the dispatcher's perspective, it looked like he had at least 2 or 3 that were right up there alongside this new one. And then after Leo placed this new golden statue, he sort of sat back in his chair, and from Wang and the dispatcher's perspective, it sort of looked like he had closed his eyes and was praying or mumbling something, but whatever he was doing, it just seemed kind of odd. And so eventually, Wang and the dispatcher stopped watching Leo, who still just continued to sit back in his chair and, mumble or pray or something. And then Wang and the dispatcher looked at each other and they exchanged very concerned looks. Because they both knew, Leo was kind of a weird guy, but from his behavior today, it just seemed like, something must be wrong with Leo. There has to be some issue. So for context, Leo was this 35-year-old guy who lived alone, and he had this reputation of being very antisocial and kind of just rude. Like, he had terrible manners. But recently, Wang and the dispatcher and other taxi drivers who worked at this company had noticed that Leo's behavior had gone from being kind of awkward and antisocial to being kind of menacing, like not even including the weird behavior he was exhibiting now, just like in his day-to-day interactions with people, he was just really aggressive. Like, he always would tell his colleagues at the taxi company how much he hated stray cats and dogs. And, a lot of people found these stray cats and dogs in their neighborhood in the city to be a bit of a nuisance. They'd rummage through trash and make noise or whatever, but nobody really paid them much attention. They were just stray animals trying to survive. Like, it wasn't a big deal. But for Leo, he obsessed over hating the stray cats and dogs and how much he wanted them to get out of his neighborhood. And somewhat recently, he had come to work and told his colleagues that he had gone out and gotten a crossbow, and at night he had begun shooting at the stray cats and dogs, which totally horrified his colleagues. And now Leo had this weird thing going on with his Buddha statues that he was putting inside of his cab. And also, in addition to those statues, he had begun putting on the windows inside of his cab these things called fulus, which are these little strips of yellow parchment paper that basically ward off evil spirits. And so Leo had basically transformed the interior of his cab into this sort of weird shrine or temple. And in fact, Leo had put up so many of these fulus on the inside of the windows, and again, all those statues that sat on the dash, that when he drove, he could barely see because his view was totally obstructed. But despite everybody at the company seeing this totally weird behavior playing out with Leo, nobody went up to him and said, "Hey, what are you doing with these statues and pieces of paper? What's going on here?" Because nobody wanted to interact with him. He seemed like kind of a menace, and so people just kind of let him do his thing. But now, as Wang and the dispatcher are watching Leo run across the lot and act totally psychotic, they looked at each other and they were like, maybe we should do something. And so Wang volunteered to call the police, and as Wang turned to go walk out and make the call, he saw Leo peeling out of the parking lot, nearly smashing into cars and people, just driving like a total maniac. And so Leo really felt like, okay, yeah, this really is the time to step in. Someone's gonna get hurt here. The following day, Wang would contact his friend in the police department, and he would explain what was going on with Leo. And to Wang's surprise, his friend told him that actually the police were well aware of Leo. And that was because not all that long ago, Leo was actually a suspect in a murder case. So about 10 months earlier, in April of 1990, a 23-year-old woman from Japan named Mariko Iguchi had visited Taiwan on vacation, and during this vacation, she had gone missing. Now, at the time, the Taiwanese economy really relied heavily on Japanese tourism, and so Taiwan really aggressively marketed to Japan to, come visit, come on vacation here. And so it was pretty common for Japanese college students to visit Taiwan on vacation to celebrate things like a graduation or a birthday party. And so that's what Mariko was doing. She was here celebrating, and she was traveling alone. Also, one sort of quirky thing about Taiwanese culture at the time was it was pretty common for taxi cab drivers to open up their own personal homes to their fares, basically saying, hey, don't stay at a hotel, I'll give you a ride wherever you're gonna go, but then at night, you can stay at my house with my family. And so it was just kind of a thing in Taiwan that people visited and stayed at the homes of their taxi cab drivers. So when Mariko came to Taiwan on this vacation, this is what she did. She stayed in the home of the taxi cab driver, and it was during this period of time that she went missing. And so naturally, when the investigation began into her disappearance, the first place police went were the taxi cab drivers. And so first, the police focused on a driver in the capital of Taiwan who said he had given Mariko a few rides, he had brought her sightseeing, and then he had let her stay in his home. But he said, after that, she left and he didn't see her again. He had no idea what happened to her. And the police would actually discover that after Mariko left that particular driver's house, she would send a postcard to her family that was dated after she had left. And so basically this ruled out the first driver as a suspect. And so for a little while, this case went cold because the police couldn't find any other taxi cab drivers that had given Mariko a ride. But then, a few months later, the police offered a reward for information about what happened to Mariko, and it was then that police got a tip that Mariko had been seen speaking to Leo at the train station before she disappeared. But when police spoke to Leo, he immediately said, yes, I did give Mariko a ride, but that was it. She didn't stay at my house. It was just this one ride from the train station into town, and after she got out, I have no idea what happened to her. And so police would ask Leo dozens more questions and they would try to get more information from him, but he just didn't have any. And then at the same time, there was this flood of all these new tips that began coming into the police station about this case. But it would turn out a lot of these leads, like all of them, were just terrible tips. People were calling in totally random stuff just because now there was this monetary reward for information, and it was kind of incentivizing people to just call in anything, and it was actually making the investigation much harder because now the police had all these bad tips, and so they really weren't getting anywhere. But despite the slow progress the police were making in this case had really been elevated and become like a huge international news story, and lots of people all over the world were following it. And during this time, when all these people are tuned in to this case, really weird things began happening surrounding this case. People in the city began receiving all these strange phone calls from this kind of frantic woman speaking Japanese. And in Taiwan, people predominantly speak Taiwanese and Mandarin, not Japanese. So this is a weird phone call to be getting in Taiwan. And also at this time, you need to remember that Mariko's disappearance was kind of all over the news. And so to get these weird calls from a woman speaking Japanese who sounds totally frantic, it made people in the city believe that it was Mariko placing these strange phone calls. But these calls, they didn't make any sense. It was just a woman kind of yelling in Japanese, and then she would just abruptly hang up. And also there were all these reports of people claiming to have seen Mariko or heard Mariko just in the city walking around. None of it was substantiated, but there was just kind of this eerie quality to the case. And so when Wang called his friend at the police department to report Leo for his totally weird behavior, this was at a time when the Mariko missing person case was still totally front of mind in Taiwan and around the world, and also the police were still actively investigating this case, and frankly, Leo had not been ruled out as a suspect in this case. He was not considered a primary suspect by any means, but he wasn't ruled out yet, and so the police are hearing that Leo's acting really funny, and it made them think, hey, maybe we should reinvestigate this guy and see if he really is connected to the Mariko missing person case. And so ultimately, after Wang hung up, his friend in the police department got in touch with the lead detective on the Mariko case and told him about what was going on with Leo. And this lead detective, whose name was Lin Xiaoji, decided he would just put Leo under surveillance to see what he was doing. Last year, my wife and I decided to do some home renovations. However, we didn't really have the cash to pay for it, so we knew we would need a loan. But when I began looking into getting a loan, it was obvious there were lots of opportunities to be taken advantage of by predatory traditional lenders. So I decided I would seek out the funds in another way. And that was to leap into the ocean and see if any of the various sea creatures out there would be willing to give me the money. And luckily, after being in the ocean only for a couple of minutes, I spotted a very suave-looking 13-foot-long mako shark in a leather jacket smoking a cigarette who quickly flagged me down and said, yeah, I'll happily lend you the money, no problem. I was thrilled. That is, until I got home and checked my bank account, and I could see very clearly that that very cool shark was no good Samaritan. He was a predatory loan shark, and he was already drastically hiking my rates. And so I knew I would have to consolidate my debt ASAP if I ever wanted to extract myself from this evil shark's grasp. And that's when I found PDS Debt. PDS Debt provides options that consolidate your debts into one low monthly payment. They're also a top-rated company on Google, and they have an A+ rating on the Better Business Bureau. PDS Debt has customized options for anyone struggling with credit cards, personal. And, the police never got out to talk to any of the fares, to get insights into whatever Leo might have been saying inside the cab. They just kind of watched from a distance and just wanted to see if there was any obvious red flags. Detective Lynn figured, if Leo was somehow involved in whatever happened to Mariko, let's say she was killed, and let's say Leo was responsible for killing her. Maybe if they followed Leo long enough, he might drive to an area that was kind of connected to her murder. Maybe her gravesite or the place where he killed her or something. Going to kind of strange random locations without a fare would likely be an indication to police that that was a place of interest. But as the police tailed Leo, that's not what he did. Leo basically never ever left his cab. Leo basically just picked up a passenger, drove them where they needed to go, and then repeated over and over and over again all day long. And then at the end of the night, instead of going home to his apartment that police knew he had, he would just sleep inside of his cab, just like in parking lots and stuff. And the only times he would go into his apartment appeared to be just so he could go to the bathroom or maybe shower or something, because they would see him through the window. But whenever Leo went into his apartment, he went through the same totally weird ritual every time. He would be in his cab, parked out front of his apartment, and the police are, parked far enough away that they can watch this. And Leo, at some point, would begin kind of frantically looking all around him, as if he was looking for somebody who was trying to hurt him or who was spying on him or something. And then after kind of making sure the coast was clear, Leo would open up his door and sprint, like absolutely as fast as he could, into his apartment building, and he'd only be in there for like a couple of minutes before he'd come bombing back out and practically dive into his cab, and he would shut all the doors, lock all the doors, and then, he'd clutch his golden statues, and he'd rub his fulus that were taped all over the inside of his cab, and he'd continue frantically looking around, to make sure nobody was there to hurt him or something. And then after a little while, he'd kind of calm down, he'd put his statue back on the dash, he'd kind of make sure his fulus were all in place, and then he would drive away. So of course, Leo's behavior, from the police's perspective, was totally bizarre, but in Detective Lynn's mind, it didn't really seem like the behavior of a murderer. It seemed more like the behavior of someone who had lost their mind. Finally, on March 4th, 1991, Detective Lynn decided that he just needed to speak to Leo, which required, basically ambushing Leo. So Detective Lynn coordinated with his officers who were out surveilling Leo, and he had them tell him when Leo was at his apartment, going in to use the bathroom. And when they called in to Detective Lynn that, hey, he just got to his apartment, he's about to run inside, Detective Lynn and some other officers raced to the apartment, and they were all ready outside for whenever Leo came running back out to dive back into his cab. They were going to intercept him. And now Detective Lynn and his colleagues didn't really know how Leo was going to react to having all these police standing there ready to grab him. I mean, was this guy going to be hostile? Was he going to be aggressive? Was he going to be scared, sad? They had no idea. It just seemed like Leo was totally unstable, so they all kind of had to be ready for whatever reaction he was going to have. However, the way Leo ultimately reacted to this was not the way any of the officers suspected. When Leo came bombing out of his apartment after a very short bathroom break, he began charging down the stairs towards his cab, and then seemed to kind of realize there were all these detectives and police officers all standing in front of him, literally getting ready to grab him, and Leo just collapsed to his knees and began sobbing and thanking them over and over and over again. Now, Detective Lin had no idea what this was. He didn't really understand what Liao was thanking them for, but he didn't waste any time trying to figure out what was going on. Instead, Detective Lin just went up to Liao and said, "Hey, we need to speak to you at the station. Will you come with us?" And Liao was like, "Of course I will, of course I will." And so Detective Lin drove Liao to the police station, and when they got there, Liao was saying things like, "Oh, I wish I could just stay at the police station with you all. Like, this is where I'm safe. I want to stay here." Now, Lin didn't really respond to this. He just kind of said, "Okay, yeah." And then they went inside together to head towards the interview room, and as they're walking there, Liao is saying over and over again to Detective Lin and any of the officers he passes by, "Thank you so much, you're my savior, thank you." Now, the police had no idea why Liao was treating them like his saviors, because to them, they're like, "Dude, we just ambushed you and brought you to the police station to question you about potentially being involved in a murder, so I don't know how we saved you." But it would turn out Liao had a really compelling reason to believe they really had just saved him. Because it would turn out Liao had this absolutely terrifying thing happening inside of his apartment. Just several minutes earlier, when Liao had run into his apartment, so right before he charged back outside and police grabbed him and took him to the station, when he was still inside of his apartment, he stepped inside and the apartment was totally dark. All the lights are off, all the shades are drawn, and immediately Liao felt his heart starting to race. And he looked around his apartment and it was totally silent, but then he heard it. He could hear on the far side of his apartment, in a room that he couldn't quite see into, the sound of breathing. But Liao lives alone. There shouldn't be anybody here. He has no pets, there's nobody here, but he hears breathing in another room. But Liao knew there was nothing he could do. The only thing he could do was just try to get in there, go to the bathroom, and get out as quickly as possible. And so very slowly, Liao began kind of tiptoeing across the living room floor, kind of making sure to stay out of eyesight of the doorway that led into the room where the breathing was coming from. And as soon as he kind of got past an area where he could be seen from the doorway, he ran the rest of the way down the hallway. He cut into the bathroom and shut the door and locked it. And then as quickly as he could, he did his business. He used a washcloth to clean himself because he didn't have time to take a shower because of what was going on inside of his apartment. And then once he was all done, he took a deep breath and then he opened up the door. And this time, the apartment was absolutely silent. There was no more breathing. And so Liao, thinking he had this opportunity to get out of here without being caught by this thing inside of his apartment, he turned and just started running towards the door. And as soon as he did, he began to hear a voice, a hoarse female voice, screaming at him from the other side of his apartment, screeching, "Why? Why? Why?" And as Liao is just about to get to the door, he turns and he sees Mariko, the missing woman, running with her hair all knotted and matted, hanging over her face, sprinting towards him from that back room. And Liao, he only managed to barely get out of his apartment and shut it and lock it before she ran into the door. And then it went silent again. This is why Liao was acting totally crazy, because he was terrified of what he believed was like this demonic entity inside of his apartment. He didn't think that was a real person. He thought it was like the spirit of Mariko or something, and she was haunting him. And so he had no idea what to do. He didn't know who to tell, and he just began living out of his cab instead of dealing with whatever was going on in his apartment. And so when Liao charged outside after this latest encounter with Mariko, he sees the police, and Liao is just overwhelmed with relief. Hopefully, he's thinking, they can get rid of her and his life can go back to normal. But as overjoyed as Liao appeared to be, and now having the police on his side, finally being able to deal with whatever was going on, when push came to shove, Liao actually did not feel comfortable immediately giving up details of whatever was going on with Mariko inside of his apartment. But as Liao was brought by Detective Lin to the police station to tell them what was going on with how Mariko was in his apartment and she was haunting him, it seemed like it was the ghost of her or something. As Liao was having that conversation, other police officers were sent to Liao's apartment to go see if maybe Mariko really was in his apartment. Maybe that's where she had been this whole time. Maybe she broke into this guy's apartment and was just squatting there and harassing him, and that was the mystery. That's where she's been. But when police went into Leiao's apartment, there was no sign whatsoever that anybody else besides Leia was living in that apartment. There was no sign of a break-in. I mean, there was nothing. It was just Leiao's apartment. And so this made police really suspicious of Leia because his story was so outrageous, and also he's talking about a person who's actively missing, Mariko. And so the police really pressured Leia to, come forward, give us more information. Why did you say this is Mariko in your apartment? Because there's nobody in your apartment, tell us what's going on here. And so finally, after 4 days of intense questioning of Leia did finally admit to police that there was more to this story. It would turn out Leia really did pick Mariko up at the train station when she arrived in Taiwan for her vacation. So he did give her a ride, just like he said he had. But Leia had lied about what happened after that. It would turn out, after giving her this ride, Leia stayed with Mariko and they went sightseeing together, and then Leia invited Mariko to stay with him at his apartment, which again was customary in Taiwan. And so Mariko said yes, and she went to his apartment in the evening, and while they were there, Leia did proposition Mariko, and she rejected him. And at first, Leia just let it go, but then after Mariko fell asleep that night, he got his crossbow that he used to shoot dogs and cats, and he went into her room and he shot her 4 times with the crossbow and then cut her head off. Leia would bury her body the following night. But that same night was the first time Leia began hearing the breathing in his apartment. He couldn't quite place it. And then, not long after that, the head of Mariko, the severed head, would chase him all around his apartment, screaming, why at him. And so basically, Mariko's severed head began haunting Leia incessantly to the point where he moved into his taxi cab and put up all those fulu papers to protect him from evil spirits, and also put up all those statues of Buddha for the same reason. I mean, he was living in his cab to protect himself from what he believed was this evil spirit. And so when people saw Leia in his cab kind of sitting back and muttering to himself, that was him praying that he would live through whatever was going on with this head. Leia would tell police where he buried Mariko's body, and he would tell police he buried her entire body in one location, including her head. But when police dug her up, it was only her lower half. Her head was missing. Leia was convicted of murder, and to this day, he is still in prison. Many people in Taiwan believe that, this case was ultimately solved because of Mariko's spirit, that she played a big role. Her head haunting Leia is what drove him crazy to the point where he admitted to police what he did. And then also, people in Taiwan think all those strange phone calls they were getting from that woman who was speaking Japanese and acting frantic and then hanging up, they say that was Mariko's spirit too, that was maybe one of her attempts just to keep people engaged with the story so that it wouldn't fade and become a cold case. And in fact, even some of the police, including Detective Lin, say they do believe Mariko's spirit played a role. And in fact, Detective Lin said at one point when he was inside of Leiao's apartment, he was by himself and he felt someone push him on the back. And when he turned around, there was nobody there. And so he was convinced that Mariko's spirit was inhabiting that apartment. Our newest podcast out of Ballin Studios is already a major hit. It's called Run Fool, and it's hosted by horror icon and master storyteller Rodney Barnes. And in every episode, Rodney weaves together these totally unsettling and terrifying stories about witches and demons and monsters and ghosts. And so far, the feedback we're getting on the show is that Rodney is so good at slowly ratcheting up the fear in the episode. And so when you get to the end of the show, you're like genuinely terrified. And if that wasn't enough to at least pique your interest in the show, well then you should tune into it just to hear the sound design. Rodney and his team, they built these super creepy soundscapes, and it's just unlike any other show I've listened to. So please go follow and start listening to Run Fool on any podcast platform. So that's going to do it. If you enjoyed today's story and you're looking for more strange, dark, and mysterious content, be sure to check out all of the Ballin Studios podcasts. We have the Mr. Ballin podcast, Mr. Ballin's Medical Mysteries, Run Fool, and Bedtime Stories. You can find all those shows simply by looking for Ballin Studios on whichever podcast platform you prefer. Okay, that's going to do it. Until next time, see ya. Wait, don't go anywhere. If you're looking for more strange, dark, and mysterious videos, click here. Today's story comes out of China, and it is a brutal story. There's just no way to tell it without being sort of graphic. So with that in mind, this is definitely a mature audiences only type of story. That said, it is a fascinating story, and the ending is something that very few of you are going to see coming. It's going to feel kind of predictable throughout most of the story, and then it's like the end completely changes your impression of the story. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please offer to power wash the Like Button's house, but be sure you set the machine all the way up so you blow off their shingles and blast all their paint off, and then you just leave. Just leave it as is. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. One Saturday afternoon in November of 1990, a 26-year-old kindergarten teacher named Su Lixia sat crying on a bench at a train station in the city of Naha, which is located in northeastern China. Su had just left her husband for good. They'd had a bad marriage for a long time. It was very contentious. They fought all the time. And that morning, they had gotten into this major fight. And for Su, it was kind of like the final straw. And so she just stormed into the bedroom, grabbed some things, threw it in a bag, and just stormed out. She was done. But Su really didn't have a plan for what she was going to do once she left the house. And so she found herself just sitting at this train station doing nothing, just staring at the trains rolling in and out over and over again. And as she sat there, again, not knowing what she's going to do, she suddenly took stock of the fact that very few people were getting on and off of these trains. And in fact, the train station itself was weirdly vacant. So the city of Naha, where Su was actually fairly small by China's standards, even though there was 70,000 people that lived there. The city sat at the base of this towering mountain, and then all around the city in the outskirts was basically just farmland with lots of soy and corn crops. And then as you move closer to the city center, there were lots of things you would expect to see in a city, like tall buildings and, residential and commercial areas. But overall, Naha was just kind of boring. It's like the city was a city, even if it was small, but there was just not much going on. And in fact, if you lived in China, but not in Naha, there was a very good chance you didn't know Naha even existed, like it was kind of irrelevant. However, in the last few months leading up to this moment that Su is sitting at this train station, the city of Naha had suddenly been put on the map, and everybody knew about this city, because women from Naha were going missing in droves. In fact, Su herself knew of at least a dozen women who had gone missing over the past few months from Naha. And as these women started going missing, it was making the news all over the country, and women who lived in Naha were acutely aware of the risks of being out alone, in fear that somebody was going to come snatch them up and take them away. In fact, every time Su would go to work, she would make sure she would walk with other women, like in pairs, to ensure safety. I mean, this was a really scary time if you were a woman living in Naha. However, the caveat to the missing women was all of them to this point, when Su is sitting at the train station, had been sex workers. And Su, she thought, in virtue of not being a sex worker and instead being a kindergarten teacher, that somehow she was not actually that vulnerable to being snatched up or, whatever was happening to these women. She just felt like it wouldn't happen to her. But now, as Su sat at this train station, which again was eerily quiet and vacant, she couldn't help but feel like she had made a bad decision being here. She felt like she could easily become the next woman who went missing from Naha. And so Sue began to think, maybe I should just go back home and try to patch things up with my husband, mostly for her safety, just to go back inside her home and be safe again. But before she could stand up to do that, she noticed on the other end of the platform this man who was exceptionally well dressed with his beautiful brown wool coat and fancy pants. He looked like he stepped straight out of a fashion magazine. He came up onto the train platform, and without saying a word, he walked slowly down the platform all the way to where Sue was, and he reached into his pocket and he held out a tissue to her because he saw she was crying. And Sue, she's looking up at the sky, and again, there's nobody else here, and she's very much on edge, and she doesn't know what to do. I mean, it was already creepy that this place was vacant, but it's even stranger to have a random man come up to her and try to initiate some sort of interaction with her. It just felt wrong and weird and very suspicious. But as Sue stared at the sky, trying to figure out what his angle was, she could see that he had kind of kept himself standing back from her, kind of a respectful distance, not trying to crowd her out. And he was looking at her with a very sympathetic look on his face, and he's holding this tissue out, and he said to her, "Are you okay?" And he hands the tissue again, like, "Please take it." And there was just something about this guy that felt very sincere, and Sue kind of let her guard down, and she accepted the tissue and wiped the tears from her eyes. She didn't say anything, and then this guy, he said, "Hey, do you mind if I sit with you?" And at this point, Sue said, "Yeah, okay, you can sit down." And so this very handsome, well-dressed man took a seat next to Sue, not right next to her, again, respectful distance from her. And again, he asked her, "Hey, are you doing okay?" And for Sue, whose life had been basically miserable the last few months or even years with this terrible marriage she was in, she wasn't used to being asked if she was okay. And this man, who she didn't know, had caught her at this very vulnerable moment in her life. And it was like all her emotions just came pouring out, and she began sobbing hysterically, telling this guy that no, she was not okay. Her life was in ruins. She had just abandoned her family, and she had no idea what she was going to do. And finally, when Sue stopped telling this guy all about her problems, she felt very embarrassed and kind of looked up at him like she was sorry for even saying as much. But the man, who was very intently listening, was just nodding along, very sympathetic, and he told Sue that his name was Gia Wang, and that he was a director at a factory not far from here, and if she was open to it, he'd be happy to think about hiring her at the factory, give her a new start potentially, because it seemed like that's what she really needed. And then he asked her if she wanted to come back to his house to discuss this job opportunity further. Now with this, even though Sue had really appreciated everything this guy had done to this point, the second he asked her to come back to his house, she's like, red flags are going up. She knew there's something off here. Clearly this guy does have an angle. It's not to benefit me. And so she looked at him with an absolutely suspicious look, like, no way am I going to your house. I don't know you. Like, I appreciate the tissue and you letting me cry, but there's no way. But again, as she's staring at him with a suspicious look, the look on Gia's face remained very sympathetic and very gentle, and it almost seemed like he was just going to get up and go, like, "Hey, I'm sorry for offending you." But before he did get up to leave, Sue said, "Hold on. Actually, yes, I'll come with you." She didn't know why she agreed to go with him. Maybe it was because her life was so messed up at this point that she was just kind of ready to take chances and be sort of reckless, and this was definitely that. Big chance, very reckless. But again, she just felt like, there's something sincere about this guy, and she felt like she could trust him. And so Sue and Gia stood up, and together they walked down the train platform, not saying much. They went downstairs, they went out to the street, and they walked a couple of blocks to where Gia's street was. And as soon as they turned the corner and he showed Sue which house was his, Sue looked up, and whatever hesitations she had had still to that point about following the stranger to his house were gone. Because she saw his house was beautiful. It wasn't that it was so grand or anything, it totally fit with the neighborhood, but it was very well maintained and totally felt on brand for a guy who was so well dressed and so well manicured and frankly so handsome. So Gia led the way to the front door of his house. He unlocked the door, he opened it up, and then he gently gestured for Sue to come on inside. And so she did, she walked past him, Gia followed her in, and the two of them took off their shoes and made their way into the kitchen, where Gia brewed some tea for them, and then they both sat down and began to sip their tea and talk about this job opportunity. And so for a few minutes, Gia is telling Sue all about the role and what she might be doing. And Sue is kind of asking general questions about it. But, for the most part, she just kind of enjoyed being in the presence of somebody who seemed to care about her. But after she finished her entire glass of tea, suddenly Gia, who had been talking this whole time about the factory, just stopped. It was like he was waiting for her to drink that entire drink. And as soon as she was done with her cup, Gia, again, he went quiet and just stared at Sue with this kind of sinister look on his face, like he was very pleased with what was going on. And at that point, Sue looked down at her teacup and then back at Gia, and suddenly she began to feel very drowsy. It was like her vision was beginning to go, and she realized Gia clearly had poisoned her. There was something inside of her tea. And so before she could do anything, everything went black. A couple of weeks later, just a few blocks away from where Sue met Gia at the train station, a police officer named Zhang was standing behind his desk at the police station when a very concerned-looking elderly couple came inside. Now, this couple was here to speak with Zhang about a missing person, but the missing person was not Sue. She had been missing for 2 weeks now. Nobody had seen her, but no one had reported her missing. Her husband had just assumed that Sue had left him, and that's why he hadn't seen her, and so he had naturally not reported that. And again, nobody else knew she was missing, so keep that in mind. Officer Zhang has no idea about Sue and Gia, none of it. But when this elderly couple came in to make a missing person report, Officer Zhang was not the least bit surprised. It was now December of 1990, and over the past 6 months, 20 women out of Naha had suddenly gone missing. Remember, Sue is not one of those 20. The 20 are mostly sex workers who went missing at that same train station where Sue met Gia. And so Officer Zhang was used to making all these missing person reports. But candidly, the police actually felt like, because these were sex workers that were going missing, they weren't sure if they were actually being abducted or if they were simply getting on a train and kind of leaving town to go work somewhere else. And so really there wasn't a whole lot of investigation happening to figure out why so many of these women were missing. But again, Officer Zhang, he's not surprised that they're telling him they want to file a missing person report. But when Zhang took this elderly couple to an interview room to talk to them about whoever was missing in their lives, when this couple spoke, Officer Zhang knew this was different, because the couple was not reporting another missing woman from Naha who also happened to be a sex worker. Instead, they were reporting that a man was missing, a businessman. However, the details of his disappearance sounded eerily similar to all these sex working women who had also gone missing. This guy was last seen at that same train station where Sue had met Gia, and then nobody had seen him, and so that's why they were here. And so Officer Zhang, he wrote up their report, and then he told the couple that, very likely this man is okay and he'll show up at some point under his own steam, but he told them the police would look into it and they'd be in touch. However, as this couple got up and turned around and left, Officer Zhang couldn't help but feel like this missing man and all these missing women went missing from the same place. And it's the same city and it's the same pattern over and over again, but now we have a man. And even though Zhang wanted to write it off as an anomaly, he started to wonder if this missing man was connected to all these missing women. Because by January of 1991, so 2 months after Sue had gone missing without a trace and still had not been reported by anybody, and 6 weeks after that elderly couple reported that man missing, another 5 people from Naha had gone missing, 2 more women and 3 more men. And so now the police in Naha were looking at 26 people, men and women, that had all gone missing very recently out of Naha, and nobody had a clue what happened to them. And importantly, because now there were men who were not sex workers who were going missing, the police couldn't just write this whole thing off as, oh, these sex working women are just going to another city to go do their work there. Like that was not a possibility anymore. Clearly something bad was happening, and the police knew they really needed to do a real investigation here. So finally, in early spring of that year, the police in Naha formed a task unit and legitimately began investigating all these disappearances. But amazingly, there was no information. There was nothing. These people went missing and Nobody heard from them. There was no evidence of where they went. There was not even any sign that anything bad happened to them because no bodies had been found. There was no evidence of really anything happening. All the police knew is these 26 people, not including Sue, so she would be the 27th person, had been at this train station and then vanished. And that's all they knew. And it got to the point where this story really began to spread around China, and it became like this running joke that if you don't want to live, go to Naha, because everybody assumed there had to be some sort of serial killer or something happening there who was just roaming the streets, picking people off. Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring today's video. I have a highly addictive personality, and in my life, it's been both a blessing and definitely a curse. When I'm focused on a goal, I become totally addicted to it, and as a result of that, I usually accomplish the goal. But when I don't have a goal to pursue, I often turn to alcohol kind of out of boredom, and then that becomes a very unhealthy addiction. It usually starts with a drink or two with my wife over dinner, totally harmless, but very quickly I spiral and begin hiding alcohol around the house and drinking by myself in the garage secretly at like midnight after my family's asleep. And invariably, my wife always finds out eventually, and we have the same talk every single time where I promise her I'm never gonna do it again, but the cycle always continues. However, this month, with the help of my advice well, the whole situation got a whole lot worse, because now, in addition to people suddenly vanishing at the train station in Naha, more people were also going missing in other cities nearby Naha, but all along the same train line that left out of Naha. So more train stations, more disappearances, all around the area, not just the city of Naha, but all around. And by the fall of that year, when over 30 people had gone missing all the same way from these train stations all around Naha, the police still had absolutely nothing to go on. All they had is, here are these people, here's where they were, they vanished, we got nothing else. No bodies, no evidence, nothing. But all that would change on October 22nd, 1991, roughly a year after Sue met Gia at the train station in Naha and then drank that drugged tea. On that October day in 1991, so again, a year after the disappearance of Sue, police at this train station, 1,700 miles away from the city of Naha, were doing random stops of commuters on the train platform. This had nothing to do with the ongoing investigation into all these missing people. This was just like public safety stuff, where the police were kind of just walking around, looking for people who looked suspicious, and then checking in on them to make sure they weren't doing anything illegal. And on this particular day, at this train station far away from Naha, one of these officers spotted this very handsome guy in a beautiful brown wool coat and very fancy pants and shoes, and he stood out a lot because of, frankly, how beautiful he was. And so the police officer saw him, and this very handsome guy looked up, and he saw the police officer, and it was like immediately he did something very suspicious. He reached down, grabbed a bag, and quickly turned around and began walking away. And at the same time, two other people who were right near this very handsome guy did the same thing. They grabbed bags off the ground, quickly turned around, fell in line with this handsome guy, and began quickly walking away from the police. And so the police obviously are totally suspicious. They run across the platform, and they manage to stop all three of them, and they turn them around, and they say, "Show me your bags, open them up." And the police, they would open up these bags, and they contain drugs. And so right away, these three know they are caught, but they don't say anything. They just stand there, and they're totally silent as the police are asking them, "What are these drugs? Where are you going with these? What's going on here?" They're not talking. And so finally, the police go, "Give me your IDs right now." And so all three of them cough up their IDs, and the very handsome guy with a beautiful brown wool coat and fancy clothes, well, that was Gia Wang. The same Gia Wang who had gone with Sue into his house and given her the drugged tea. But again, these police officers are only concerned about the drugs. They don't know anything about these guys. They don't know that Gia met Sue and did this thing at his house with the tea. That wasn't even reported to police. Nobody knew about it. But these police knew they had caught these three people with these bags of illegal drugs, so they brought them back to the station and began to question each of them. And when they spoke to Gia said nothing. However, when they spoke to the two other people that were with Gia, one of them began to crack. It was obvious they had more to tell about these drugs, and they were kind of holding back tears, like they were very upset. And one of the interrogators, sensing one of these people was prepared to confess to something, instead of really drilling down on them, he was very comforting. And he offered them a blanket and said, here, take this blanket, relax, it's okay. You can tell me what's on your mind, it's okay. And that just totally broke this person. And they said, these drugs are nothing. You need to see what's in Gia's house. That will put these drugs to the side. They won't matter. What's in his house is horrible. The next day, a phone rang in the police station in Naha, and Officer Zhang picked it up, and it was one of the officers who interviewed these three people as drugs and got this whole horrible confession about what was inside of this guy Gia's house, and he told Zhang all about it. And as Zhang is listening to this, his eyes went wide, because he knew this had to be connected to all these people going missing. Like, this has to be it. And so as soon as he hung up the phone, Officer Zhang rounded up 20 other police officers and 10 forensic doctors to go search Gia's house. And when they got there, the house from the outside looked just as beautiful as when Sue had seen it for the first time, and felt like her reservations about Gia had gone down because of how wonderful his house looked. But as soon as all those police officers and the forensic doctors stepped inside of Gia's house, he wasn't home, there was nobody there. When they went inside, they were instantly hit with this horrible, horrible smell inside the house. Even though things are neat and beautiful inside too, there was something bad inside this house. And the smell seemed to be coming from the basement. And so at some point, Officer Zhang and the other officers, they got to the door, they opened it up, and they looked down, and all they could see was just this dark room down there, and the smell was so strong. But they pulled their shirts up over their faces, and they went down the stairs, and when they got down there, they couldn't see anything. It was totally dark. But the smell at this point was so overpowering that a couple of the officers almost fainted. And so literally they had to leave the house fearing they were breathing in toxic chemicals or something, and they had to wear gas masks just to go back into the house and back down into the basement. And when they got back down there, now wearing their masks, it didn't seem like there was anything down there that could produce such an awful smell. There was just nothing down there. But eventually, one of the officers moved to the middle of the basement, right in the middle, and they realized there was an opening, and they looked down into it, and they couldn't believe what they saw. And at the same time, somebody upstairs made an equally horrifying discovery, because they discovered a videotape, a VHS cassette, that contained this horrible footage that effectively explained what was going on inside of that pit in the basement. But to understand that, we need to go back a year to when Sue met Gia at the train station. She went back to his house and drank the drug tea and blacked out. After Sue drank that tea, she didn't die. Gia did not kill her. Instead, she woke up a few hours later being totally confused, and she was immediately hit by this horrible smell, but it was totally pitch black. She can't see anything. And she began feeling her hands around her, and she felt stone everywhere she touched. And eventually she realized she was in what felt like the bottom of a well. But it wasn't water she was standing in. She was standing in something that almost felt like jelly. She began kind of touching it to figure out what it was. She could not tell, but she couldn't help but feel like the things around her were kind of moving, like they were alive. And then suddenly a lid that clearly sat atop of this pit began to slide over above her. And so suddenly light was coming down into this pit. And at first, Sue looked up and she didn't see anything, but then she looked down and realized what was all around her. It was people, dead people, and potentially even half alive people that were just stuffed into this big pit that were all kind of decaying or, slowly dying or whatever it was. And she's just standing amongst it all. And then she looks up and she sees it's Gia, the beautiful man who had brought her here. He's standing up there looking down at her with a smile on his face. And Sue immediately pleads with him to please spare me, don't kill me. And Gia, he looks down at her kind of inquisitively, and he says, if I lift you out of there, will you do anything I tell you to do? And Sue said, yes, I'll do anything. Just get me out of here, please. And so Gia, he reached down, he grabbed Sue, and he pulled her up and out of this pit inside of his basement. A few days later, Sue was back at the train station where she had met Gia for the first time, but this time she was alone, and she walked up onto that train platform with no intention of riding a train. Instead, as soon as she got up there, she began looking around, and then she spotted a businessman who was sitting on a bench. And she walked over to him, and she sat down next to him, and we don't know exactly what she said, but we think what she said was something maybe sexually suggestive or, something along those lines, and she's holding his shoulders and touching his hand. She doesn't know this man, and this man is very caught off guard by this, but he's kind of going along with it. And before long, she takes this businessman's hand, they stand up, and they walk out of the train station down to the street, and they make their way a couple blocks over to Gia's house. And when they get there, Sue leads him to the front door, she opens it up, she brings the man inside, the door shuts, they take their shoes off, and Sue leads this man into the kitchen where Gia is waiting with a wire between each hand. And as soon as this businessman walked into the kitchen, Gia pounced on him, wrapped the wire around his neck, and held it until the man passed out. And then he released the wire. And then Gia and Sue took this man, they lifted him up, and they carried him down into the basement and laid him out on the floor. So he's not in the pit, he's just out in the middle of the basement floor. Then Gia stepped away, picked up a video camera, turned it on, and began to film. He was filming the man on the ground and also Sue. And Sue, she knew what to do. She was going to do anything she was told to do. So she climbed on top of this still very much alive businessman who's just been knocked unconscious, and she straddles him so she's looking down at his head. Then she picks up a knife and she holds it in front of her, and then she looks up at Gia, who at this point has zoomed the camera in. She can hear the sound, the mechanics inside of the camera as it's zooming in on what she's about to do. And then she raises the knife over her head and drives it into this man's chest. The video that Gia shot of Sue murdering this man was the video police found on the first floor of the house shortly after police had found this horrible pit in Gia's basement. It would turn out that Gia Wang was absolutely the serial killer who was responsible for all these people going missing from the train stations. He would abduct them just like he did Sue, and he would bring them to his house, and then he would do horrible, horrible things to them, and eventually he would chuck their bodies into this pit. And so when he abducted Sue, he actually thought that when he drugged her, that he had killed her, and he had chucked her into the pit, believing she was dead. But when Sue had woken up inside of that pit, when he opened it up and looked down and there she was, fully alive, he had an idea. Well, why don't I turn Sue into a murderer like me? She can help me. And so that was the condition for her being pulled out of this pit, that she would assist him in murdering people, and she agreed to do it. And so the reason the profile of victims changed from sex working women to random men is because those are the people that Sue went after. She began targeting men. And so when that elderly couple came in and reported to Officer Zhang that a man was missing, that was Sue's first victim, the man who had been seen on video being stabbed in the chest by Sue. Now, nobody to this day understands why Sue actually went along with this. Like, she was pulled up out of the pit, but then when she was told to go to the train station and find your first victim, it's unclear why she didn't just go to the police and say, hey, there's a serial killer, Gia, here's his house, here's where he is, go get him. For some reason, she just did what he said. And in fact, Sue was not the only person who was brought into this murdering scheme. He managed to convince 3 other people, including his ex-wife, to also commit murders for him. And all 3 of those people also had ample opportunity to flee and tell police, but they didn't. All of these people just did what Gia wanted without asking any questions. It was like he had absolute control over these people. That is, until that day in October of 1991, when those police officers doing a public safety check spotted Gia along with 2 accomplices fleeing with drugs. They stopped them and they got them back to the station, and one of his accomplices finally broke and told the truth. And the person who told the truth, the accomplice who broke, was Sue. She was there with him at the train station. Nobody knew she was missing. And she was the one who, when offered a blanket and was told, tell us the truth, she came clean. Ultimately, it was this police officer's kindness that broke her. In Gia's basement, inside of that horrible pit, right in the middle of it, were 42 bodies, 24 women and 18 men. In the end, Gia and all 4 of his forced accomplices, including Sue, were sentenced to death, and they were executed on January 24th, 1992. Today, the city of Naha is still just as infamous as it was in the 90s when these murders took place. And in fact, the nickname for Naha is now just Bandit City to reflect what happened there. I want to create a mildly effective...
Sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction, and today's story is definitely a great example of that. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please call the like button to tell them you want to congratulate the newest winner of the Best Button Award. But then before they say anything, just ask them if they have the phone number for the subscribe button. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. On the night of January 3rd, 2008, a 21-year-old man named Part Engel had just poured himself a beer and sat down on the couch next to his girlfriend to watch some TV when he heard a knock at the front door of his apartment in Pottstown, Pennsylvania. It was late, around 8 p.m., and Part was not expecting any company, and so before he got up, he looked over at his girlfriend to be like, "Are you expecting anybody?" She looked at him and kind of shrugged. And so Part just put his beer down and stood up and walked over to the front door to see who was there. And when Part opened up the front door, he was very surprised to see his mother standing there carrying a small duffel bag. So Part's mother lived in Middletown Township, which was located about an hour and a half away from Part's apartment. And while it was not unusual for Part's mom to stay over at Part's apartment, what was unusual is her just showing up unannounced. She never did that. And on top of that, as Part is looking at his mom, he could see clearly she had been crying because her eyeliner was smudged and her face was all puffy. And so Part knew clearly, there must be a problem here. But when he asked his mother, like, "What's going on, Mom?" she wouldn't tell him. She would just say, "I have to stay with you for the night." And then before he or Part's girlfriend could do or say anything, his mom just walked inside, walked down the hallway, went into the guest bedroom, and then shut and locked the door. And so Part and his girlfriend were left looking at each other like, what's going on here? 3 hours later, at 11 p.m., Part was in bed next to his sleeping girlfriend, just staring up at the ceiling, unable to sleep. Part was so anxious about whatever was going on with his mom, because where he was staying, his bedroom, was right next door to the guest bedroom where his mom was staying, and so he already knows there's clearly some issue here with his mom, but all night he's been listening to her next door, just pacing and crying in this guest bedroom, and he has no idea what's going on. But deep down, Part knew that whatever was going on, it very likely had to do with his father, whose name was Arun Kumar. Part's parents had a complicated relationship. They had immigrated from India decades earlier and had settled in Pennsylvania, where they had 2 kids, Part and Part's sister. Part's father, Arun Kumar, worked as an engineer at Boeing, and Part's mother owned the 7-Eleven franchise. And basically, since arriving in America, the 2 of them had really come with nothing and had worked their way up to now to where they had a very comfortable life, kind of like the American dream, the house, the white picket fence, the kids, the whole thing. And so Part had always believed that, his parents, as a result of getting through so much hardship together, that they must truly love each other now. I mean, to have gone through all that together, that would certainly make 2 people very close. And for the most part, that actually seemed to have been the case, that his parents just got along great and were a great couple. That is until a couple of years earlier. Arun Kumar had started an affair, and Part's mother had caught him. Now, Arun Kumar said that, this affair meant nothing, and he would stop right now, and Part's mother had forgiven him, in order to keep the family together. But despite Part's mom forgiving Arun Kumar, deep down, she just knew she could never actually trust him again. And so she actually wound up enlisting Part's help to basically watch Arun Kumar's behavior. She had Part set up the software that basically spied on Arun Kumar's computer. Through this software, Part's mom could basically watch Arun Kumar's email traffic and all of his internet activity. Now, Part had not felt good about setting up the spy software on his dad's computer. It just felt totally wrong to be getting in between his parents like this. But he just felt like this was the only way Part's mom was ever going to be able to actually move on. And so Part sort of felt like this was his responsibility. This is the way that the family was going to stay together. His mom really just needed that extra layer of transparency on her husband, otherwise the family was going to fall apart. But now, as Part lay in his bed, unable to sleep, listening to his mom pace back and forth in the room next door, he began to think to himself, maybe my mom found something using the software on my dad's computer. Maybe Arun Kumar had started another affair, and that was why his mom was now so upset. But just then, Part heard a new noise coming out of his mother's room. At first, it kind of sounded like low murmuring, like his mom was saying something to herself, but then he realized his mom was having a real conversation with somebody on the phone. And since Part couldn't sleep, and he was pretty intrigued about what the heck was going on with his mom to begin with, he decided to basically spy on his mom. So he very quietly got out of his bed, and he walked around to the wall that lined up against his mother's room, and he put his ear to the wall, and he began to listen. And what he heard was far worse than anything he could have imagined. What he heard his mom saying to whoever she was talking on the phone was that she had discovered that Arun Kumar had taken out $3.6 million in life insurance policies on Part, on his sister, and on his mother. And now Part's mom was saying to whoever she was talking to on the phone that she wasn't even worried about divorce at this point. She was worried about the physical safety of her and her kids. She was worried that her husband was going to kill her and her kids to get this payout. And so not long after saying this, Part's mom hung up the phone and went back to pacing and crying in the room. And Part, meanwhile, has just heard this horrifying news, and he had no idea what to make of it. I mean, he knew his dad was not a good husband. But the idea that his dad would want to hurt his wife or him or his sister just seemed totally impossible. But then, as Part's standing there just kind of processing what he's heard, he began to think back to these recent behavioral changes he noticed in his father that at the time he had kind of chalked up to, maybe my dad's stressed or something. But now, given the context of what his mom was talking about, Part began to wonder if these behavioral changes were a sign of something being terribly wrong with his father. The first change that Part had noticed happened a few weeks earlier. Now, Part's dad was normally a very mild-mannered and calm guy, but a few weeks earlier, he had gotten into this vicious dispute with their next-door neighbor over the property line that ran between their two properties. It was like he was picking a fight with the neighbor or something. And then, a few days after that, one of the bathroom sinks in their house had stopped working, and so Arun Kumar got out his tools and went to go break apart the sink and put it back together again, and because he was an engineer, this was something he did. This was typical behavior. But after breaking apart the sink, basically ripping it all apart and having all the parts on the ground, Part's dad didn't put it back together. He just left all the tools and all the parts just scattered across the bathroom floor. And considering that Arun Kumar was typically incredibly meticulous and organized, and he's this brilliant engineer, to Part, seeing his dad leave this sloppy mess and this unfinished sink, it felt totally off. And so standing there in his bedroom, totally horrified about everything he's heard, and, now kind of second-guessing everything he knew about his dad, who suddenly seemed like this combative, kind of disorganized guy, Part suddenly felt like, I have to learn more here. I have to figure out if my dad really is a threat. So Part quietly left his bedroom and made his way to the kitchen where his laptop was, and he loaded up that software that spied on his dad's computer. And as he began logging into this program, Part was thinking, maybe I'm going to find something that will show that my mom is clearly just overreacting and misinterpreting what she's seeing, that, my dad is not, out to kill us for some insurance payout. But after loading up this program and kind of scanning through some recent activity, Part realized that actually the situation with his dad was way worse than his mom had made out on that call he overheard. He not only found all these multi-million-dollar insurance policies taken out on him, his sister, and his mom, but also he discovered this stash of fraudulent-looking paperwork. There were all these passport photos of his father, but then connected to these photos was a passport application that was using somebody else's name, as if his father was trying to forge paperwork to create a phony passport for himself. And so at this point, Part felt like his mother was certainly not overreacting here, that in fact it really did seem like his father was, preparing to kill his family and collect millions of dollars in insurance money, and then using this, fake passport he was making, he'd be able to flee the country. For the next several days, Part's mom stayed at Part's apartment, but she barely ever left the guest bedroom. And then when she would leave the bedroom, Part would go up to her and try to ask her, hey, what's going on, without giving away how much he knew already. But Part's mom was like, nope, I don't want to talk about it, and she would just go right back in the room, shut and lock the door. And so finally, after several days of this, Part just went to his mom's bedroom door. He knocked on the door until she answered, and then before she could kind of shoo him away, he said, Mom, stop. I know what's going on. I read the emails, and we have to figure out what we're going to do because our lives literally depend on it. I agree with you. It looks like Dad is going to kill us and then flee the country. And so Part and his mom would talk through all the details of what was found on his computer, and ultimately they would decide that Part would be the one to go to police and tell them what was going on with Arun Kumar. And so the next day, Part went to the police station, with a stack of evidence that he believed would implicate his father. And, Part was so nervous about this, he was shaking. But when he talked to an actual police officer, they looked over his evidence and they heard the whole story. They told him, look, we really can't do anything about this. They told Part that, it's not illegal to take out life insurance policies on your family. And then also the police officer pointed out that in addition to Arun Kumar taking out those policies on his kids and his wife, he had also taken out a policy on himself and made his wife and his kids the beneficiaries of that policy. And so the police officer said, look, this does not look like a murder plot to me. It just looks like your dad is doing something fairly responsible. And then as for the passport application paperwork where his dad had used a phony name, the police officer said, look, he has not filed this paperwork, and so it's not illegal what he's doing. Anybody can get some paperwork out and fill it in with whatever they want. It becomes illegal if they attempt to actually pass it off and submit the paperwork, and as far as we know, he hasn't done that. So that's weird, but it's not illegal. And so Part had to leave the police station, and he went back to the apartment, and he told his mom what happened, and ultimately they decided that all they could do now was just wait and continue to watch that software that monitored Arun Kumar's computer and just hope Arun Kumar would do something that was incriminating that they could then bring to the police and say, see, he's trying to kill us and collect a payout and flee the country.
Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring today's video.
Back in 2017, I had just gotten out of the military after is so cathartic and give you unbiased back home again, and she would tell him that basically she was going to stay at Part's place indefinitely, and Arun Kumar did not seem upset or annoyed by this at all. If anything, it just seemed like he was really distracted and wasn't actually listening to Part's mom as she was speaking. And while this did seem kind of suspicious to Part and his mom, that basically Arun Kumar didn't care that his wife wasn't coming home anytime soon, it still wasn't incriminating. And so, Part and his mom decided to just continue looking deeper and deeper into Arun Kumar's computer to see if there was anything that could begin to explain what was really going on here. And sure enough, Part dug deeper and deeper into Arun Kumar's computer, and he did discover something. Part began finding all these emails with people back in India that kind of vaguely indicated that Arun Kumar was involved in a very sketchy deal, like a business deal. Now, again, the emails were incredibly vague, but what was clear in these back and forths in these emails was that it seemed like Arun Kumar had gotten wrapped up with some really shady people, and they were having these really nasty exchanges in these emails about this, deal that Arun Kumar seemed to be involved in. And so Part began to wonder if maybe he and his mom had this all backwards, that he, his mom, and his sister were not the ones actually in danger here, that in fact, it was Arun Kumar who was in danger. Maybe because this deal, went south, and these people that he was doing this deal with, maybe they were mad at him. And so perhaps all these life insurance policies and this new fake identity were some sort of move by Arun Kumar to kind of flee the danger he was in. And so obviously, if this was true, this was still a horrible situation for their whole family, but it was markedly better than what Parth and his mom had been operating on before, which was, that Arun Kumar was going to kill his whole family. And so pretty quickly, as a result of kind of thinking about this in a new way, Parth's mother started feeling a lot better about the whole situation and actually left Parth's apartment and went back to the house to go live with Arun Kumar. And Parth himself began to think that, maybe this is not as big of a deal as we thought it was. I'm sure my dad will figure out whatever he needs to figure out here to get out of whatever mess he's in. And over the coming days, Parth checked in with his mom every single day because now she's living with Arun Kumar, and she said everything was fine. And Parth, he continued to check his dad's computer activity, and nothing else really popped up. It was still just the same stuff they had originally found. And so it just kind of seemed like, maybe this really is not as big of a deal as we thought it was. But on the morning of January 20th, 2008, so about 2.5 weeks after Parth's mom showed up at his apartment, everything changed. On that morning, Parth logged into his computer to check on his dad's computer using that software, because he was still checking it every single day. And the first thing he saw was his dad had sent this email to this woman who Parth didn't know, and this woman was certainly not his mother. And in this email, his dad told this person that he had a big contract coming up, and he was going to make a ton of money from it. And then also at the end of this email, he told this woman that he loved her. And so right away, Parth's thinking, okay, my dad is obviously having another affair because this is not my mom, and he's saying he loves her. And also, what's my dad talking about with this big contract coming up? Is he talking about the insurance policies? Does he expect those to pay out soon, indicating that I, my sister, or my mom might be dead? And then also, the other thing that Parth noticed that morning as he's checking through his dad's computer activity is he found another message his dad had sent out recently where he communicated to somebody that his father had died. So Parth's grandfather had died. And also in this message, Arun Kumar is telling this person that he's going to go to his dad's funeral alone, that his wife and 2 kids were not invited to this funeral. And so Parth's reading this, and he's totally devastated by the fact that his grandfather's dead, and the fact that, he's not being invited to the funeral. But again, he's thinking, oh my gosh, is that because my dad thinks I'm not going to be alive? Is this all connected, between the big contract and the fact that we're not going to be at the funeral? Is this my dad thinking he's going to enact this murder plot soon? Parth didn't know, but he felt like he and his mom and his sister were running out of time, and he needed to act right now. And so Parth got off his computer, he called his mom, and they made a plan. That evening, at around 9:15 p.m., Parth got in his car and began driving towards his parents' house to go confront his dad. This was the plan he and his mom had come up with. Basically, his mom would stay at Parth's apartment, and Parth would go and tell his dad, we know about what you're doing, and you gotta stop. And even though Parth was totally jacked up on adrenaline as he drove towards the house, he felt like he really had the upper hand going into whatever this confrontation was going to be. Because, number one, Parth was showing up totally unannounced at night to his dad's place. I mean, his dad's going to be caught off guard when he sees him. And also, Parth knew he was much physically bigger than his father. Parth was over 6 feet tall and over 200 pounds, and so he had the physical angle as well. And so Parth really felt confident driving towards the house that he was going to come out the victor in whatever ensued. At around 10:45 p.m., Parth finally arrived in front of his parents' house. He parked the car, he got out, he walked up the front steps, and he knocked on the front door. And a couple of seconds later, Arun Kumar came to the door, he opened it up, and he's totally confused to see his son standing there. And then before Arun Kumar could do anything, Parth, in his deepest and most authoritative voice, looked at his dad and said, "We need to talk." And then he intentionally bumped into his dad with his shoulder as he walked into the house. And so his dad is standing at the front door, not really sure what's going on. And Parth, after taking a few steps in, he abruptly turns around, and so now he's looking back at his dad, and he takes a step forward and gets right in his dad's face and says, I know know what you're up to, I know what you've done, and you have a simple choice to make. You can either stop what you're doing and become the family man you're supposed to be, faithful to mom, or I'm gonna go to the police and tell them what you're up to, and you're gonna go to jail. Either way, whatever you're doing stops right now. And for a moment, Part and Arun Kumar are basically staring at each other in silence, and then Arun Kumar, before Part could stop him, basically ran past Part, passed him down the hallway, and he ran into the master bedroom, disappearing from Part's view. And so Part's turned around, and he wasn't expecting this, and suddenly all that confidence he had going into this confrontation was gone. Because he's thinking, oh my goodness, my dad, maybe he's got a weapon in there. I need to get in there and stop him. And so Part, he turns and runs down the hallway, he darts into the bedroom, having no idea what he's gonna see inside, but what he sees does catch him off guard. Arun Kumar is just sitting on the bed, doing nothing. He's just staring what looks like at the wall, and Part just stops in the doorway, looks at his dad, and then realizes his dad's not just absently staring at the wall, he's staring into the open bathroom. And in the open bathroom, on the ground, are all those tools left over from where his dad had been working on the sink and then never finished. Like, all these tools are scattered on the ground, including one tool that now Part is realizing his dad is looking directly at. It was a big, heavy metal pipe wrench. And suddenly Part realized, my dad is looking at a weapon, and he's considering whether or not to get that weapon and attack me with it. The next morning, Part's mother pulled up in front of the house that she shared with Arun Kumar. And she walked up the steps, went to the front door, she opened it up, and as soon as she stepped inside, she yelled out, hello, who's here? But there was silence. And immediately she got a bad feeling. But she knew she had to investigate. And so Part's mom began slowly walking down the hallway, the same hallway that Part and his dad had been fighting in the night before. And she went down the hallway and she turned and looked into the master bedroom, and she couldn't believe what she saw. There was blood on the carpets, on the walls. It was a bloodbath. And in the middle of the room was an obvious dead body that was so mutilated and destroyed, she couldn't even identify it. And so seconds later, she had run outside and dialed 911. It would take police almost 4 years to finally untangle Arun Kumar's insane web of lies and also make an arrest for the murder that took place inside of that house. And the reason it took nearly 4 years is because nothing in this case was what it looked like. Now, Part and his mother had been correct about a number of things about Arun Kumar. For example, Arun Kumar was having another affair. He had taken out life insurance policies on his whole family, and he was looking to obtain a fake identity. They were also right that Arun Kumar had become embroiled in a very shady deal back in India, but the specifics of that deal were not what Part and Part's mom thought it was. And when Arun Kumar announced in that message that, his father had died and he'd be traveling to India all alone, that his wife and his kids weren't coming, they weren't invited, well, Part and his mom had been correct, that this was a cover. This was an excuse for Arun Kumar to put his big plan into action. And Arun Kumar's big plan did involve murder, and so Part and his mom were right about that aspect of his plan. However, Arun Kumar's target for this murder was not who Part and his mom thought it was. They were not the target. Arun Kumar was going to murder himself. Or more specifically, he was going to pretend to kill himself. That was actually the shady deal he was involved in back in India. He was working with people who could help him fake his own death. And so what he was going to do is go to India, fake his death, and then once he was dead on paper, that would trigger an insurance payout of his own life insurance policy, and that money would go to his wife and his kids, and then Arun Kumar would disappear using his fake identity he would have, along with his mistress, the woman he was having an affair with. That was the person he had sent that email to talking about the big payout. But Part and Part's mom did not know this last critical piece of Arun Kumar's plan. They really believed they were the target of this big plot, that they were going to get killed. And so that's why they felt like they had to act first. So on January 20th, 2008, Part and his mother worked out an alibi for themselves. What they were going to tell people is that at around 8 p.m., Part went and picked up his mother from the house that she shared with Arun Kumar, and the two of them just went back to Part's apartment, and that was it. But in reality, Part never went over and picked his mom up and brought her back to the apartment. Instead, she was at the house with Arun Kumar when Part showed up at 10:45 p.m. to confront Arun Kumar. So it was him and his mom at the house as Part is demanding Arun Kumar come clean and stop what he's doing. And then at some point during this heated argument in the hallway, Arun Kumar turned and ran into the bedroom, and Part chased after him. And Part, he sees Arun Kumar sitting on the edge of the bed, and he thinks his dad is looking at the pipe wrench on the floor in the bathroom. And Part thinks, my dad is about to get that wrench and attack me with it. And so Part just acted first, and he ran and grabbed that wrench, and he beat his father to death with it. And then after leaving his father's unrecognizable, mutilated body just lumped in the middle of the bedroom floor, blood all over the walls, he and his mother just left the house and went back to Part's apartment. And then the next day, Part's mom went back to the house, and she pretended to find Arun Kumar's body, even though she already knew he was in there. And then she called 911 and acted totally beside herself when they showed up, as if she had just happened upon her husband's dead body. But almost 4 years later, when the truth finally came out about this horrible situation, Part and his mother were arrested. Now, both of them absolutely maintained that they genuinely believed their lives were in danger because of Arun Kumar, and they said during that confrontation in the house, Part was only acting in self-defense. He really believed his dad was going to grab that pipe wrench first, and so he had to do it before him, and that's why he killed his dad. But ultimately, Part would plead guilty to manslaughter, and he would be sentenced to 33 months in prison, and Part's mother would plead guilty to conspiracy, and she would be sentenced to 10 months in prison.
I want the people in the audience to be drawn into the stories I'm telling the same way they are at home. And it's a privilege to have the opportunity to stand in front of people that want to be there.
So that's going to do it. If you want more strange, dark, and mysterious content, remember we have a whole slew of strange, dark, and mysterious podcasts that are free under the Ballin Studios umbrella. All you have to do is go to any podcast platform and look up Ballin Studios, and you'll find the Mr. Ballin podcast, Mr. Ballin's Medical Mysteries, you'll find Runful, Bedtime Stories, and our newest podcast, Wartime Stories. These are all incredible shows. They're all strange, dark, and mysterious, and again, they are free, so go binge. As always, thank you so much for your support. Until next time, see ya.
Today we have a really cool video for you guys. It'll be a collection of 4 stories that are all fan favorites, and they all share a theme: camping horror stories. These stories have all been totally re-edited, so even if you've seen them before, it's gonna feel new and improved. That was the whole point of doing this. We wanted this to feel like a brand new viewing experience. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please offer to refill the like button's Keurig machine, but instead of using water, go ahead and take all the water from inside of those baggies that contain fresh mozzarella cheese and just dump that gross gray water in there. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories.
In April of 2020, a 17-year-old named Sam, who was an avid outdoorsman, decided to go on a one-night hike in the Superstition Mountains in Arizona. The mountain's name has a bunch of supposed origins, but the one that's generally accepted is people are afraid of the Superstition Mountains because of all the mysterious deaths that have occurred there. And so because people would avoid these mountains in fear of mysterious death, it became these Superstitious Mountains. But Sam was not superstitious and regularly came out here to go hiking, in particular on this 8-mile loop that went through a canyon. And so this one night overnight he planned on doing was going to be on that 8-mile loop where he'd do 4 miles in, camp out, and then 4 miles back. And he planned to do it with a friend, but his friend at the last minute canceled, and so Sam teetered on not even doing it, but ultimately decided, okay, I'll just do it by myself because I'm very familiar with this area. On the day he was supposed to go do this hike, he had planned on getting there early in the day to have maximum lighting, but due to some unforeseen circumstances and traffic and bad road conditions, he didn't get to the trailhead until 5:45 p.m. that night. Sam knew it was a bad idea to start this hike so late because he was going to run out of daylight. He probably was not going to make it 4 miles to the point where he planned on camping out, but he figured with his good health and fitness, he could probably quickly make his way to the 2 or even 3 mile mark, and there were some suitable campsites there. And so he decided he would kind of risk it and just try to go as fast as he could and use the daylight he had to reach a suitable campsite. But he wasn't able to move as fast as he thought he could, and soon the sun was down and it's totally dark, and he's got his flashlight, but that only is able to shine like 10 feet in front of him. And then at one point he nearly falls off of this rock, and he knows had he fallen, he would have gotten really badly hurt, and he's 15 miles away from the nearest help, and he's in a bad cell phone service area, and the roads getting out here are treacherous. No one knows exactly where he is, and it dawns on him that you've made a pretty bad choice, and you should stop right now and make camp here and not try to risk it any further. And so as it happened, where he was, there was this forest right nearby, and he could see there was a clearing about 30 feet off the path when he shined his light. And so he walked into that clearing, and he found it was a great spot to make camp. And in fact, on the edge of this clearing was the remnants of a fire pit. It was very old, but it at least showed someone had camped out right here, and they seemed to have made it just fine. So suddenly he was feeling pretty smart, and he felt pretty good about where he was staying for the night. Now, Sam intentionally did not bring a tent. He liked to sleep on a sleeping pad with a sleeping bag over that, and then he would string up a tarp over the top of him in case it rained. And since this clearing was surrounded by a bunch of pine trees, he was able to string up his tarp over the top, and it was perfect. And pretty soon he had a fire going, and then he cracked open a can of beans, and he began eating his dinner. And as he was eating, he started to get a sense that something was off, something was not right. He began scanning the tree line as if he was going to find something out of the ordinary, but his visibility was incredibly limited because he was sitting right up against the fire. And if you've ever sat next to a fire in a dark forest, your visibility is like 5 feet in a circle around the fire. You really cannot see beyond that. And his vision was also limited by all the pine trees that encircled his clearing. So he really could only see what was immediately around him, nothing else. And he starts thinking, that's gotta be it. Maybe I'm just nervous because I have no visibility. But as he's rationalizing this kind of bad gut feeling, a rock the size of a marble comes soaring into the campsite and lands at his feet. And he looks down at the rock, and immediately he connects that to that sense of dread. He's looking around a little more aggressively now, but again, his vision is very, very limited. And so for the next 15 minutes, Sam is really aggressively scanning the tree line and listening really intently, and he doesn't hear anything, he doesn't see any more rocks get thrown. And so he begins to rationalize and convince himself that there's nothing wrong here. That feeling I have, oh, don't worry about that. He starts telling himself, you know, I must have kicked a rock. That's what it is. Or maybe a rock fell off a tree. But either way, it's something totally explainable, and you got nothing to worry about. And after a little while, he convinced himself, and he got into a sleeping bag under his tarp, and he went to sleep. A couple of hours later, Sam wakes up, and he has that same sense of dread, and now it's back with a vengeance. And he can't hear anything, he can't see anything, but he's definitely feeling like something is wrong.
And at that moment, as he's listening really intently and looking really carefully, he hears the sound of rustling leaves. It sounds like someone walking through leaves about 30 or 40 meters away from his campsite. And initially, he can't tell if this person or animal is walking towards his campsite or away, but over the next 30 seconds or so, the sounds start to fade, and he convinces himself that, okay, they've left and everything's fine. But just in case, he wanted to grab his flashlight and shine it in that direction, and so he reaches next to him where he had left it when he had gone to bed a couple hours earlier, and he can't find his flashlight. He's looking around for it, and he can't find it, and he's like, man, that's weird. I had it right here, right next to my body, and it's not here anymore. And that's when the alarm bells start going off in his head, because the only way this flashlight moves is if he moved it. And if it's not here, how did it move? So he jumps out of his sleeping bag, he ducks out from under the tarp, and he's looking around on the ground in the immediate vicinity of where he was sleeping to find this flashlight. And as he's looking, out of the corner of his eye, he sees some light. And he turns his head, and in the same direction that he had heard those footsteps, those rustling leaves, when he was still laying down, he sees his flashlight laying on the ground about 10 meters away, which means someone or something had been less than a foot away from him to get this flashlight that was right next to him while he was fast asleep and totally helpless, and had moved it all the way over there. And immediately, Sam thinks to himself, that's a trap. They are trying to lure me away from my campsite. Suddenly, he felt so scared he wanted to vomit, but he knew in order to survive this situation, he needed to keep his wits about him. So he puts his boots on and he grabs his knife, and he knows he's not leaving this campsite. In fact, he's going to build the biggest fire he can. He's going to stoke that fire as big as he can get it, and he's not going to go anywhere near that flashlight. For the next several hours, Sam just stood in the middle of his campsite holding his knife, preparing to confront whatever the heck is out in the woods. And over those several hours, he would hear footsteps approach his campsite, turn around, and leave. Every time the fire got lower, he noticed they would come closer and closer and closer, and when he would stoke the fire, they wouldn't come as close. But at about 3 a.m., he ran out of firewood. So unless he went into the woods to get more, he'd be out, and he's certainly not going into the woods. That's the whole point, is to avoid the woods where this thing is. And so as the fire died down, Sam prepared himself mentally for whatever happened next, because he knew that with that fire gone, this thing was comfortable coming all the way in, coming all the way up right next to him to get the flashlight. And so finally, he hears the footsteps approaching, and before this, the closest they had come was maybe about 15 meters away. They were far enough away it didn't feel intimate. It was terrifying, but he had some distance. This time, they walk right up to about 3 meters away, but they intentionally come behind the thickest group of trees, so he can't see them. And it's still dark outside, and he's in that bubble of light near the fire, so he's blind to whatever's on the other side of those trees. But he knows they're there, and they've stopped. And for 2 hours, this poor kid is standing in the middle of this campsite, facing in the direction of whatever is behind the trees. Probably his imagination is going crazy at this point with what could be behind those trees, just waiting for whatever happened next. But ultimately, the only thing that would happen is the sun would eventually come out, and right before it actually popped over the horizon, this thing on the other side finally moved, it turned around, and ran away. It did not come back. So when the sun finally did come up, Sam didn't just charge out of there, because he's still thinking there could be a trap. He waited until it was totally full sunlight, and then he packed up everything he had, and he practically sprinted back to the parking lot, back into his car, and he drove nonstop for 20 miles until he got to a gas station where he could park and collect himself. And when he got there, he got out of his car, and he went in, and he got a drink, and when he came out, he noticed someone had written something on the dust on the back window of his car. And he walks over and it just says, "Sleep well?" ? Sam is confident whoever was stalking him at his campsite is the same person or group of people that wrote this message on his car. And now Sam just wonders, what would have happened if I retrieved that flashlight? In 1982, a very outdoorsy teenage girl and boy who had recently started dating decided to go camping in Maine. Around 1 a.m. on the first night they were there, the girl wakes up because she has to go to the bathroom, and she's about to unzip her tent when she stops because she hears some strange noises coming from outside their tent. It wasn't that loud, but it sounded distinctly like something was digging in the ground. But she really had to go, and she figured, you know what, it's probably just some small animal or something. And so she begins to unzip the tent. And there's a little bit of moonlight that night, and there was a clearing outside of their tent. So the moonlight's pouring through, so she has plenty of illumination. And so she looks through this tiny hole, and she can't believe what she sees. It is a grown woman squatting down about 2 or 3 feet away from their tent. Her back is to them, so she can't see that she's looking through the tent. And she's feverishly digging into the ground in front of her. The girl literally falls backwards into her tent. She's so startled by what she sees. And she lands on her boyfriend, who immediately gets up, and he's like, what's going on? And she goes, and she points at the little hole where she had unzipped the tent, and she goes, the boy is confused, but he can tell his girlfriend is very serious, so he sits up quietly and he looks through the little opening in the door and he sees the digging woman. The boy recoils and looks at his girlfriend and he's like, what is going on out there? And he takes a flashlight and she's telling him, don't do it. And he opens up the tent a little bit more and he aims his flashlight directly on this woman. And this gets her attention and she stops digging and she stands up slowly and she turns around and faces them, and she's got no expression. She's not giving them any indication why she's there. She's not acting aggressive. She's not acting scared. She's just completely neutral. And she stands there staring at them for quite a while before turning around and just walking away from their campsite. And after a little while, when they were pretty certain she was gone, they open their tent all the way, they go outside, they kind of scan around with their flashlights, and she's nowhere to be found. And they go to where she was digging, and it's just this weird 4-inch deep hole in the ground. There's no rhyme or reason to why she was doing that. And so after sitting there wondering what they should do, they settled on, well, tomorrow we'll tell the park rangers that she's here, and maybe they'll do something about it. And so feeling pretty confident that this woman's not going to come back, they both go back into the tent, zip it shut, get in their sleeping bags, and they're about to go to sleep when they hear someone running towards their campsite. And they know it's this woman. They immediately unzip the tent and they look out, and now the woman's not digging anymore. She's rummaging through some of their stuff that's outside of the tent. And the way she's doing it, they described as monkey-like. She'd pick something up, look at it, and throw it over her head. Pick the next thing up, throw it over her head. Back and forth, just throwing things behind her. And so the boy gets out and he shines a light on her and goes, you need to leave. And she doesn't react. She just keeps flipping through all their stuff until he gets pretty forceful and says, you need to leave right now. And at that point, she kind of stops and looks at him like, huh, what are you doing here? And then she gets up, turns around, and walks away. Now the couple really doesn't know what to do because she's clearly willing to come back after being confronted. But they stayed outside their tent for about 15 more minutes, shining their light and making lots of noise and treating her like she's an animal. And they're just trying to scare her away from the campsite. And after a little bit of time, they thought, okay, there's no way she comes back now because, you know, we were pretty aggressive with her this time and she seemed to really get it. They both do go back in the tent, and as soon as they zip it shut, they hear her come running straight back to the site, like she was literally waiting in the wings for when they went back in the tent. And this time she runs back to the hole in the ground and she's just feverishly digging into the ground as fast as she can. And this time they come out of their tent and they're mad and they are screaming at this woman to get the F out of here. What are you doing? And this seems to kind of frighten the woman, who gets up and she looks at them like, why are you yelling at me? And she runs away, and it looked almost animalistic the way she was running away, like she was feral. The boy and the girl are totally shaken up at this point. It's about 1:30 in the morning, and this woman just keeps coming back to their site, and they don't know what to do about it, so they turn on some lanterns, and they turn on their flashlights, and they decide, we're just gonna stay outside until the morning. That way we know she doesn't come back and doesn't steal anything from us. But by about 3:30 in the morning, they've been outside for 2 hours, they're getting cold, they're super tired, the woman's nowhere to be found, and so they finally say, you want to go back in and get some sleep? I think this time she's really gone. They get back in their sleeping bags and they go to sleep. They don't hear her again. The next morning when they get up and they unzip their tent, they look outside and all of their stuff has been thrown all over the campsite. And the hole in the ground that the woman had dug that was previously about 4 or 6 inches deep is now well over a foot deep. And they realize this woman must have been lurking in the shadows in the woods, watching them from 1:30 to 3:30 in the morning. That whole time they were out there kind of warding her off. She was just waiting, just watching them the whole time in the shadows. And as soon as they went into their tent, she must have given it a little bit of time, but then she ran right back over and she ransacked their site. But the strangest thing was, after they looked through all of the stuff she had chucked around, nothing was missing, and there was some pretty expensive stuff that was laying out that she could have taken but didn't. After they picked up their site, they went to the park ranger and they told them about what had happened, but the ranger has no idea what to make of it. He's never heard of such a thing. And so the couple just leaves that day because they're not about to spend another night here. And to this day, they have no idea why this woman was running onto their site and digging into the ground and rummaging through their stuff. It was like she was just a wild animal. In the early 2000s, a teenager named Evan and his father would regularly go hunting in the Georgia backcountry. When Evan turned 14, his father befriended a very wealthy landowner in Georgia who offered them access to one of his best private hunting areas. And just a couple of days later, on October 5th, Evan and his father would take him up on the offer. They woke up super early and they drove out to the edge of this property that was actually fenced in. They went to a main gate where they had the combo that this guy had given them. They punched in the combo, opened up the gate, drove in, shut the gate, locked it, and then continued down the access road. They followed this road for about 2 miles where it came to a stop right outside of this huge forest. They parked their truck, they got out, they put on their gear, and in the pre-morning darkness began hiking into the woods. Even though they were there primarily to hunt, Eben and his father secretly enjoyed just hiking around the woods and camping out, and any chance they got to extend their hunting trips, they would, even if the hunting wasn't good. And so since they spent a ton of time in the woods together, they noticed almost immediately when they walked into this particular forest that something was off. There's no birds, there's no animals, silence. It's just totally silent. The only sounds they heard that were not them was a single plane that passed overhead. Although they found this very odd, they figured, you know what, this is private property, not a lot of people are out here. I'm sure as soon as we showed up, the animals were aware of us and they scattered. They finally make it out to the hunting stand that the owner had told them about. They get all settled in, they're getting ready to see some animals. All day long, they don't see a single animal, they don't hear a single animal. In fact, again, it is just completely silent. Frustrated, they began packing up their stuff, making their way down off the stand, and they started looking for a place to make camp for the night. And Eben's father suggested, well, hey, there's obviously nothing over here. It's been quiet all day. Why don't we walk deeper into the woods a little ways, set up camp there, so tomorrow we have a better chance of seeing some animals. So they hiked for about an hour farther away from where they parked their truck, and they reached this clearing, which was perfect for setting up their camp. And so they set up their tent, and Eben's father says, hey, we still have some daylight. Do you want to go try our luck and see if we can see some animals out here now? Eben's like, yeah, why not? So they hike a little ways away from the campsite, and they set up their blind. Once again, they don't see any animals. It's totally quiet. And so they turn around and they start back. As soon as they could see their campsite, which really was just their tent, they noticed that their tent was now collapsed. And Eben's father turns to him and says, oh, it must have been the wind. And Eben says, no, it couldn't have been the wind, because all day today we have been commenting on how quiet it is and how the fact that there's no weather, no wind, no anything is heightening the fact that it's completely silent. So it could not have been wind. So Eben's father is like, well, when you set the tent up, did you not put the posts into the eyelets? Did you not build it correctly? And Eben's like, no, I've made that tent like 1,000 times. I know it was set up. They walk into their campsite and they look down at their tent and they're really confused at what they see. The 2 rods that go in an X over the top of the tent that thread through nylon loops and then anchor at 4 different points on the base of the tent, Well, they had been removed from the four corners. And if you know how a tent works, it works on tension. And once you have a rod anchored in 2 points, it doesn't just pop out. It's anchored at 2 sides. It's actually difficult to remove each anchor. Once one is out, the other comes out easily. But basically, the rod would need to break in order for it to come out of those anchor points, or someone would have to come over and remove it. And they didn't remove them, and none of the rods were broken. Which leaves them with either they failed to set up their tent, even though they had distinct and clear memories of setting it up and double checking it was set up because they put gear inside of it, or someone came over to their campsite while they were gone and undid the 4 corners. They decide, you know what, it can't be some stranger coming over here because we're the only ones with the gate combo. This is private property and no one could have been here. And why would they do that if they came to our campsite? Why would they randomly collapse our tent and then vanish? So it had to be us. We must have not made the tent. And while they didn't really believe that they had not made their tent, they convinced themselves that that's what happened because the alternative was just too bizarre and frankly terrifying to consider. So they build their tent and they make a little fire and they stay up for a little while chatting before being tired and saying, okay, let's just go to bed. They extinguish the fire, they get in the tent, and they both fall asleep. A couple hours later, Eben wakes up suddenly and he's not sure if he's dreaming or not, but he thinks he hears someone laughing a couple hundred meters behind their tent off in the woods. Eben instinctively turns to make sure his dad is still in the tent with him, and he is. And then Eben starts listening really intently to what's happening outside. And all he can hear is silence, like it's been since they got in the woods. He doesn't hear any more laughter, and so he says, okay, I must have just been dreaming, and there wasn't any laughter out there, and eventually Eben goes back to sleep. A little while later, Eben wakes up suddenly again, except this time his dad is already awake and looking around anxiously. And Eben sits up and goes, what's going on? And his dad goes, and he goes, can you hear that? And Eben listens, and to his horror, he hears laughter. He wasn't dreaming before. Eben also realizes the laughter is not coming from the same area he heard it. It's now coming from the opposite direction, and it's a lot closer to them. Eben very quietly and carefully explains to his dad that he actually heard this laughter a couple hours earlier. Eben's father turns to Eben and says, before we came out here, I asked the owner, should we expect any other hunters or campers or anybody nearby? And the owner said, this is private property and it's fenced in. There is no one there but you guys. After this revelation, they both turn their attention back to just listening because they're hoping this is just going to stop and whatever this is just going to leave. But it doesn't leave. They hear footsteps running towards them from way off in the forest, and it's so quiet, it's really easy to hear these footsteps. And whatever this is charging towards them, and then it comes to a complete stop right at the edge of their clearing. At this point, Eben is now grabbing onto his father. Eben's father is holding onto his rifle and he's getting ready to open the tent to confront whatever is out there. And right before he grabs the zipper, this person, whatever it is, starts laughing again, and it's practically right on top of them. It's so loud. They can hear it clear as day, right there, right outside their tent. And Eben's father takes a deep breath and grabs the zipper, and as soon as he begins moving it, the sound the zipper made causes the laughter to stop. They don't hear footsteps, so they know probably something's still out there. But the laughter stops like it's recognized that they're making noise. They're right there. There they are. They're in the tent. Eben's father freezes with his hand on the zipper, and he's debating whether he should go outside or not. And before he can even make that decision, whatever this thing is turns around and runs back into the woods, and it's just gone. And for several minutes, they just sit like that in total silence, praying that whatever this is gone for good. And after several minutes, they don't hear anything. There's no more laughing. There's no more running. Eben's father re-zips up the tent, puts his hand back down, and they both left, just sitting there thinking, what the heck just happened? Eben and his father would stay up all night, and they would barely speak, because whatever this thing was had heard them when they moved the zipper. And so they were really afraid of making any sound, even little sounds, because it's so quiet, sound travels really far, and they don't know who or what is out there. And so in silence, holding their guns, they're just waiting for the sun to come up. And as soon as it did, they were up and out of there, literally running out of the forest, checking over their shoulder the whole time all the way back to their truck. And so to this day, they have no idea who or what the heck is running around out there. And they told the owner of the property about it, and the owner just said, it's not possible. We have a totally gated in private piece of property, and there are cameras watching the only entrance. And you are the only ones that went in or out over that time period, and prior to that, we monitor this property. Nobody else was in there. In 2016, a 25-year-old Wall Street banker named Matt was camping near Mount Rainier in Washington State. His job was so hectic that in the rare times he got a chance to, he would disappear into the wilderness for a few days to clear his head. Despite living in one of the biggest cities in the world, Matt was actually a very competent outdoorsman. And so for this trip, he decided he would stay way off any trail, deep in the backcountry in random locations. On the first night, he found a nice clearing in the trees, and so he set up his campsite there. He ate some food over his fire, he pitched his tent, climbed inside, and within a few minutes, he was fast asleep. Several hours later, Matt woke up to some strange sounds coming from outside of his tent. It sounded like a couple of animals or maybe one animal moving around right outside. And so after a while of just hearing this constant sound, he rolled over and he barely unzipped his tent flap just to look out and see if he could see whatever animal it was. And what he saw shocked him. There was a man sitting in front of his fire pit. There was no fire in his fire pit. And the guy was just sitting there with his hands on his knees, looking straight down. And periodically he would just kick his feet in the ashes of the fire pit. And Matt didn't even know what to do, so he's just looking at him through this little tiny gap in his tent. And this man all of a sudden looks up directly at Matt and makes eye contact with him. And the guy's eyes go wide and he stands up, turns around, and runs away from Matt's campsite. Matt has no idea how to react to this. And so he just quickly unzips his tent, jumps outside, and shines his light into the forest looking for this guy. He's thinking to himself, who is this guy? I am in the middle of nowhere in the backcountry of Washington State. How long was he sitting outside there for? What does he want? And so as Matt is trying to make sense of this totally weird thing, he's thinking, okay, I'm gonna look out and I'm gonna see his flashlight somewhere, or I'm gonna see his campsite. You know, maybe he's set up nearby and he's looking around into the total darkness. He's looking through all the trees. Any light source anywhere out there he would see. And there's not one. There's no fire, there's no flashlight, there is nothing. And so eventually Matt goes back inside of his tent, he zips it up, and he's just left kind of dumbfounded. He can't understand how some person was just sitting outside of his tent for no apparent reason and then vanished into the forest without even turning on a flashlight. And so after a very restless night, finally the sun came up again and Matt was very relieved. He stepped outside. And after a little bit of time now from this strange incident, Matt started to tell himself that all that was some guy happened to set up his campsite nearby. It is possible, albeit rare, because we're in the backcountry. And maybe he was just intoxicated and he wandered over here and, you know, stranger things have happened. So that's probably all it was. And so Matt felt like there was nothing to worry about. He packed up his campsite and he began hiking into the forest. Matt didn't have a planned route. Instead, he had a map and a compass, and he began just kind of wandering in the forest, kind of exploring wherever he wanted to go. And over the next 2 days, he covered at least 10, maybe 15 miles in kind of random zigzag directions. He found a nice clearing, and he set up another campsite. That night, he set up a fire, and he was eating some food near his fire. And then as he's sitting there, he hears rustling coming from behind him. And he's pretty sure it's an animal, so he turns around and he doesn't see anything. And he goes back to eating his food. And then a little while later, he hears some more rustling behind him. And this time, he can't really just write it off. Clearly, there is something behind him that's moving around. And so he stood up, turned around, and remained motionless and just listened, expecting to see maybe a deer come out of the woods. But instead, he hears a man's voice come out of the darkness that says,
Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?
And Matt's heart starts racing. He knows that even though he can't see him, it has to be the same guy he saw 2 days ago. Because they are in the middle of nowhere. He hasn't seen any other hikers or campers or anyone, and clearly this guy has the ability to sneak up on him, and so he's thinking, what does this guy want? I just spent the past 2 days hiking in random directions for 15 miles, and he must have followed me. And so Matt, not knowing what else to do, just says, I don't know where Bell's Canyon is. And then there's silence. And Matt, one part of him is thinking, I hope this guy does not come into the light. I hope he just goes away. The other part of him is thinking, well, maybe this is a different person that is lost. And they're looking for this place called Bell's Canyon, and they'll come into the light. It'll be a big relief. I'll send them on their merry way, and everything will be fine. But as Matt is having this wishful thinking, the voice from the shadows does not come any closer, but instead asks the same question, a bit more forcefully this time.
Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?
This time, Matt did not respond. Now he was scared. This is not some friendly hiker looking for directions. There's something wrong. And so Matt, knowing he's all alone out here, he knew he had to do something to try to take control of this situation. And so he took a deep breath, he reached down and grabbed his flashlight, and in one swift motion, he lifted his light up and shined it in the direction of this guy's voice. And what he saw was this guy from 2 days ago looking out from behind a tree right in Matt's direction. He was hiding from him. And when the light hit him, the man barked at Matt to aim it away. And Matt kind of instinctively lowered his light, but now he was too scared to raise it again, and now he knows it's the same guy. This guy has been following me for days. And so for several minutes, Matt just stood there absolutely terrified. And this guy, he just stayed out there. Matt didn't hear him move. It was just a complete standstill. And then the silence was broken yet again by this voice, except somehow he had moved even closer to Matt. And when he came through asking the same question,
Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?
his voice was so close to Matt that Matt got scared and raised his light up, and the man was standing just a few feet away from him. And this time, the man's eyes got wide like they did the first time they saw Matt, and he turned around and he ran into the forest again. Matt, not knowing any better, just began running after him, but he only ran for about 30 seconds before he realized the terrain out here is so rough. He's gonna fall, get hurt, he's gonna get lost, and this guy's already long gone. He somehow managed to run immediately so far away. And so Matt just goes back to the campsite, and he's thinking to himself, what do I do? I have no cell phone service, I'm at least 3 days away from my car, and I'm in the middle of nowhere. No one even knows where I am because I didn't chart a course. I didn't tell anyone where I was gonna be. And so Matt just grabbed his knife and stood in the middle of the campsite, and for hours and hours he just kept looking around, expecting this guy to just show up again or start speaking to him from somewhere out in the darkness. It was absolutely horrifying. Finally, by about 3 in the morning, Matt was so tired that he had to go to sleep. He hadn't heard this guy again, he didn't see him again, and he figured, I need a little bit of sleep because tomorrow he's gonna pack up his campsite and begin this epic journey back to his car. And so he climbed in his tent and he had a very restless next couple of hours. And the sun came up, Matt jumped out of his tent, packed up his stuff, and began practically running in the direction of his car. All day as he was hiking, Matt kept looking over his shoulder, expecting to see this guy, because clearly he had followed him for multiple days, over 15 miles, and so the likelihood that he's still following him was really high. And so all day, Matt just felt like he was being watched, he was totally terrified, and then the sun started to go down, and Matt knew he would have to camp out again. And so he found a clearing in the trees, he set up his campsite, and he was so tired from running basically all day and being so mentally exhausted from this experience that he just got in his tent and fell asleep very quickly. But several hours later, he woke up to the sound of somebody walking around his tent. And he knew it had to be this guy. He's still in the middle of nowhere. He's not even close to the parking lot yet. And so this guy is still following him. And so Matt sat up in his tent, he clutched his knife, and for hours and hours and hours, all night, this guy just walked around his campsite. And then around 4 or 5 in the morning, he scampered off. When the sun finally came up, Matt leapt out of his tent, packed up his stuff, and literally just began running in the direction of his car, hoping that maybe he could get there before needing to camp out one more night. And so all day as he moved, he's looking over his shoulder, knowing this guy is following him. At this point, it's not even a question. He's somewhere in the forest, but he could never see him. And unfortunately, as the sun was setting, he knew he was not going to be able to make it to his car. He was just too far away. And so at some point, when it got too dark to keep moving, he had to find a clearing and set up his tent again. And so Matt climbed inside of his tent, he zipped it up behind him, he grabbed his knife, and he sat there, expecting to hear this guy come walking around. But after several hours, he didn't hear him. And Matt started to wonder, maybe this guy has left me alone, finally. Maybe he's not following me anymore. And so Matt, who was totally exhausted, laid down to go to sleep. And then, as he's laying there from somewhere out in the woods,
You know how to get to Bell's Canyon?
Matt immediately sat up. His heart began racing so fast that he actually was concerned he might have a heart attack. And he didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to say, so he just sat there holding his knife. And then this guy began running past his campsite, making animal sounds. And he would stop periodically and moan and grunt, and he'd kick up leaves, and then he'd run past his campsite again, over and over and over again, until the sun finally came up and this guy scampered off back into the woods. Matt didn't waste any time. He leapt out of his tent, packed his stuff up, and ran all the way back to his car. When he finally got inside of his car, shut the door and locked it, he cried tears of joy. He was so unbelievably relieved. He peeled out of the parking lot, he got to a nearby hotel. He finally got cell phone reception, and he considered calling the police about this guy, but he thought, what am I going to tell them? He didn't commit a crime. He was just terrifying. And so he decided not to call the police. He finally flew back to New York, and he just had to accept that there was some strange guy out in the wilderness of Washington State who was able to hunt him over 3 days and 30 miles in rugged terrain without the use of a flashlight, without any gear, and all he ever said to Matt was,
Do you know how to get to Bell's Canyon?
Wait, don't go anywhere. We actually have a bonus story for you. This final story has quickly become one of the classics on this channel. It's a story about a forest in Connecticut that is actually illegal to enter, basically because of maybe paranormal activity out there, we don't know, but it is actually illegal to go into this forest. There's a whole crazy story around it. I actually told the story on a live stream recently about Dudleytown, and so we went ahead and took that footage, we edited it, made it really pretty, and now you get to watch it in case you didn't see it live. Enjoy. In the summer of 1906, there was this couple, Dr. William Clark and his wife Harriet, and they were up in northwestern Connecticut, and they're driving along this winding country road in a place called Litchfield County. And as they're driving along, it's so scenic and beautiful with rolling hills and green everywhere. And what they were doing is they were looking for a location in this area that could serve as a location for their second home. So Dr. Clark was an oncologist, and they lived back in New York City, where he and his wife lived kind of a fabulous life. He was super successful. He was not only an oncologist, he was a big-time professor as well. And so they lived this amazing life in New York, but, their lives were really hectic. New York City is a hectic place. Add in the fact that they were very social people, always going out and going to functions and this and that. And so they had some extra money, and they wanted to, buy or build a second home that would kind of serve as their retreat away from the city. And after, looking all around the country, they found Litchfield County was kind of like the opposite of New York City. Very few people were living there at the time, and again, it's this beautiful scenic place. And so it just seemed kind of like the perfect spot. So again, Dr. Clark and Harriet, they're just driving along, beautiful day, and they eventually, in Litchfield County, they eventually reach this beautiful red wood-covered bridge. They go over it, and when they get to the other side, their field of view opened up because there weren't as many trees right on the other side of this bridge.
and they suddenly had this view up and to the right, maybe, half a mile away or something, of this weirdly shaded forest. Now you got to remember that basically everywhere they're looking, there's trees everywhere. I mean, it's very densely forested everywhere, but there was just this one kind of rise, like a pretty big hill, a prominent hill, that was really dark, like totally shaded. And it was because there's two mountains or two hills on either side of it, almost creating like a valley. And so it just looked like, wow, that's a very shaded forest. And as you'll see, it's actually called the Dark Entry Forest, in part because of how shaded it is. And so they've just come out of this bridge, and they're seeing this area up on this hill. There's no buildings, nothing. It's just trees. And there was just something immediately about it that really stood out to Dr. Clark and his wife. And they noticed that the road they were on, there appeared to be like an access road that kind of splintered off the road they were on, that appeared to go up into that forest, the Dark Entry Forest. And so they look at each other and they're like, hey, let's go up there. Maybe that's the place where we can find our spot for our second home. And so Dr. Clark pulls off the main road, goes on the access road, and he begins making his way up towards this kind of darkened forest area. And really quickly, the road itself was very overgrown. At first it seemed like it was relatively well maintained, but the farther up they went towards this dark forest, the rougher it got, to the point where Dr. Clark couldn't even drive on it. There's too many potholes and everything. So they end up pulling the car over and parking. And at this point, they're actually in a bit of a clearing, and they can actually see up ahead of them where they parked. It looks almost like an entry point to the forest. The tree line is right in front of them, and there's kind of like a gap in the trees where this rugged road kind of continues into the forest, and they continue walking on foot towards the entry of this forest. Again, it's beautiful, scenic, very sunny, beautiful day. They're super excited, and they walk into the shade of the forest. And right away, it's like all the sunlight basically vanishes, but not in a spooky way, kind of like they lowered the brightness slightly, and it's very quiet. And the canopy in Dark Entry Forest is known for being really, really thick, and so not much light is pushing through, but it created almost like it was like they were walking into a bubble. It's just pure, unadulterated silence and peace. And as they're walking on this road, which quickly becomes mostly like a little path, it doesn't even look like a road at some point. It's just kind of like grass that's been pushed down. Clearly, not many people or anything is coming into this forest, at least not from this direction. And as they're walking along, they're looking around and they're like, this place is so beautiful. I mean, it was already beautiful, but this is especially beautiful. Like, they walked maybe a couple hundred feet into the forest, and off to their right is this apple orchard, untouched. No one's taking these apples. It's just like a wild apple orchard, and there's deer that are just eating the apples off the tree, and they're looking over at Dr. Clark and his wife, and they're completely unafraid. They don't see people, so this is not terrifying for them. Deer just eating their apples, and then on the other side of the road there's these huge fields full of flowers that are, again, trees are everywhere, but there's all these flowers at the bases of the trees, lilies and roses and yellow bitter tansies, or I think that's what they're called. So all these beautiful flowers. And then at some point, as they walked a little bit farther into this Dark Entry Forest, the sunlight that was poking through, it was hitting the ground in such a way that it was actually sparkling, because this forest was actually on a hillside, and there was this mineral called mica. If you're familiar, it's like this little translucent, it almost looks like kind of clouded glass. It's actually a mineral that comes from the ground, and when the sunlight hits it, it kind of looks like it sparkles. And so they're looking around at these wild animals that are unafraid of them, and flowers, and there's babbling brooks and streams. I mean, it's like out of a Disney movie. This is like a perfect place. And so by the time the couple came out of Dark Entry Forest, this is only like they walked around for maybe an hour or so. By the time they were coming out, they were completely sold that was going to be where they went ahead and bought their land to build a second home. And so they go back to New York City, and they put in the paperwork to buy the land, and they buy 1,000 acres in this forest, which it's ridiculous to imagine just casually buying 1,000 acres anywhere, but they did. They bought their 1,000 acres, and as soon as they had it, as soon as it was finalized, Dr. Clark began calling around to all these builders, local builders in Connecticut, that could help him build his home. And he had no intention of building some humongous home. They bought a huge amount of land, but they only wanted to build a small cabin. But despite the job being relatively simple, and despite Dr. Clark offering quite a bit of money to anybody who was willing to go out there and build this for him, none of the builders would do it. They never really gave a straight answer to Dr. Clark about why they would not go into Dark Entry Forest, but universally, no one would do it. And so, Dr. Clark, he definitely was discouraged by that, but he just kind of chalked it up to, okay, so obviously it's kind of an isolated place. It's relatively hard to get into Dark Entry Forest, and where they had bought this land, it was pretty far into the forest. And so he just decided, okay, it just might not be worth it for them. It's logistically kind of a nightmare. They don't want to do it. And so Dr. Clark is undeterred, and he decides he will just build the house himself. Dr. Clark, he grew up on a farm in New Jersey. He was a very handy guy. He had built buildings before, so this was something he could do. And so over the next several months, every weekend, Dr. Clark would make his way on his own to Dark Entry Forest, and it also was full of owls that were hooting all the time. So there's like this audio side of being in this forest, which is really intense. Like there's owls hooting constantly. And actually, Dr. Clark and Harriet thought it was really cute that these owls, it seemed like they were almost personally greeting them as they came into the forest. And so Dr. Clark, every weekend for several months, he would go into Dark Entry Forest and be greeted by the owls, and he would go to the land where the 1,000-acre land, and actually he had identified this one kind of flat spot in the 1,000 acres that was good for building a home. And so the first thing he did over these several weekends he was out there is he just cut down this massive swath of hemlock trees, just kind of clearing out that flat area. And then he chopped up the trees he cut down into lumber, and he used that to build a rustic, simple 2-story cabin. And then after this cabin was built, kind of up on this hill, there happened to be another hill not too far away from the cabin where there was a freshwater spring right at the top. And so, Dr. Clark, he went up and laid piping from the freshwater spring down to his cabin, so they had fresh water in the cabin. And then down the hill from where the cabin was constructed was a small brook. And Dr. Clark, he found himself always going down and just staring into this beautiful brook because there were all these trout, because nobody fished out here. This is like an abandoned place, basically. There's all these trout just swimming around unencumbered, just leaping out of the water. If they even do that, I don't know if trout do that. I think they do. And so he ended up actually building a swimming pool right next to the brook, specifically so he could sit in the swimming pool and watch the trout. And so by Thanksgiving of that year, so 1906, by Thanksgiving, the property was done. The cabin had been built, everything was done. And so that holiday season, Dr. Clark and Harriet and their whole family would come out and they would spend the holidays, sitting in their pool, watching the trout and just having a wonderful time. And really for many years, every summer and every major holiday, the Clark family would come out to their beautiful Dark Entry cabin and they would stay there. And it was really perfect. That is, until 1918. In 1918, in the summer, Dr. Clark and Harriet were at their cabin and they were having a nice time when Dr. Clark got word that he was actually being called back to New York City for an emergency. Remember, he's an oncologist, so these things happen, and he was called back. And for whatever reason, Harriet, who normally likely would have joined him and just gone back to New York with him, she decided to stay. I mean, they've been coming here for years by this point, so she probably felt somewhat comfortable, although admittedly she was very unhappy about this. She didn't want to be there alone, but again, she decides to stay. But she tells Dr. Clark, because she didn't know how long he would actually be in New York, and he didn't really know either, but she said, "You've got to promise me you'll be back here as soon as you possibly can." And Dr. Clark would tell her that, "I'll do my best. I should be back here in maybe, a couple of days from now. And I promise you I will come home as soon as I possibly can." And so Dr. Clark packs up his things, and he and his wife, they leave their cabin. They, walk their way down the trail, listening to the owls and looking at the mica sparkling on the ground. And they leave the forest and they make their way to a nearby train station, which actually was not that far away from the entry to the forest. And Harriet dropped off her husband, and she watched, as he, boarded, and it began taking off, and he disappeared to go to New York. And Dr. Clark, as he's vanishing, traveling on this train, he's thinking to himself that, okay, I'll be in New York just for a couple of days. I'll be home. I'll be back in no time. Little did he know, over the course of time he was going to be in New York, his wife would endure something that is just truly horrifying. So, before I explain to you what happened after Dr. Clark left, you need to understand some history about this forest. History that Dr. Clark and Harriet did not look into before deciding to purchase these 1,000 acres. Because had they done the research into this area, they likely would not have bought the land. So there actually used to be a town that was settled in the Dark Entry Forest. It was called Dudleytown. And it was settled in the 1740s. And at first it was just a couple of families just getting by. But pretty quickly it grew to about 30 families and several structures and houses and the whole 9 yards. Like, it's a small community inside of this beautiful forest. And things were great, for a small town in the 1700s. Things were stable. But starting at the end of the 1700s, like in the 1790s up till about the 1800s, things started to go really, really badly in Dudleytown. And in fact, because of how badly it went, it earned this, the conclusion was that Dudleytown had to be cursed. And that lore had stuck around, which is actually why those builders refused to do the work for Dr. Clark, because they believed it was a cursed place. So this is what led to it being believed to be cursed. And I'll tell you, it's pretty creepy. So it started with the Carter family. So the Carter family was a big family inside of Dudleytown, and it was in 1790, 1792, there was this cholera epidemic that broke out in this small town, and 6 members of the Carter family died really suddenly from cholera. And the remaining members of the Carter family, which was significant, I think there was a dozen people still left, might have been a few less than that, but a pretty good chunk of people, they were so grief-stricken from the loss that they decided to just literally abandon their houses in Dudleytown and go back to New York City, where they happened to be from as well, same as Dr. Clark. But as soon as they got to New York, they were massacred by natives that lived in the area. And the only people that survived this massacre were 3 children, and the 3 children were kidnapped and never seen again. And so that was the start of bad things happening to people in Dudleytown. The next thing that happened is there was a guy named Hollister. We don't know his last name, but he either fell off a roof or he was pushed. We don't really know, but either way, he died. But he died on or near another person's home whose name was Tanner. Okay, so Hollister dies, and he dies on or near Tanner's home. And after Hollister died, which again, it was shrouded in mystery, Tanner, the owner of the home where this guy died, he began talking obsessively, and it's documented, obsessively about strange creatures lurking around the tree line inside of Dark Entry Forest, right around Dudleytown, every night. That's all he saw. So the guy dies, and all of a sudden Tanner is noticing all these strange creatures. And he's telling everybody in town that there's something going on here. Nobody believed him. And so slowly, Tanner, every night, he would see whatever he was seeing, and it drove him insane, completely insane, to the point where he couldn't even function, and his daughter had to take care of him until he passed away. And as Tanner was losing his mind, his next door neighbor, whose name was Abel, began to talk as well about these creatures that were coming to the edge of the tree line surrounding Dudleytown most nights. And just like Tanner, Abel as well slowly lost his mind over these creatures because nobody believed him. And then all the way up until like just past the 1800s, so many people just randomly died in Dudleytown. Some from disease for sure, but others they'd just be found dead. And then many people as well began citing these strange creatures that were lurking all around. by 1900, the only family that was still alive in Dudleytown was this family called the Brophies. And it was a fairly big family. And the mother, she suddenly died of cholera. The two sons, they were accused of theft in another town and then fled and vanished. And so literally it's down to John Brophy, the actual last person who's living in Dudleytown. And one night, he didn't know apparently he didn't know why, but his cabin burned to the ground. And after his cabin, or while his cabin was burning, people were called out. They saw the smoke. They came out to put out this fire. And the last anyone saw of John, who's lost his whole family, he's lost everything, is he just turned and walked deeper into the forest and was never seen again. And no one could find him. That was it. And that was the last person who lived in Dudleytown. And that marked the moment that Dudleytown went from still being occupied to being a literal ghost town. And you can actually look up the newspaper article that documented the moment when Dudleytown became a ghost town. No one lives there. A few years later is when Dr. Clark and Harriet were taking their stroll through Litchfield County and up into Dark Entry Forest and saying, wow, this is the place for us. And they saw the ruins of Dudleytown. They walked past the crumbling foundations of these homes, and there was all these remnants of this town that was still there, but much the way they viewed the owls as being kind of charming, they also viewed this rundown old town that was gone as kind of cute, and it made them want to stay there more. So they were aware of the town, but didn't do the research. Apparently Dudleytown was cursed, and that is where they bought their land. So, fast forward to 1918. So Dr. Clark, he's left for this emergency trip to New York, and it would turn out he was only needed in New York for 36 hours. It was, as short as he could have expected it to be. So less than 2 days later, keeping his word to his wife, he's back on a train, and he's heading back to that stop where Harriet had dropped him off near the Dark Entry Forest. And although this was rare that, Dr. Clark would leave his wife in the cabin, he expected her to be waiting for him at the train station. They didn't have an exact time that he was going to be there because it was not entirely planned, but he had said, I'll be here in like 1 or 2 days max. And so he just kind of expected his wife to check the schedule and be at the train platform. But as he's pulling into the station, he sees his wife is not there. Now, this was not some huge cause for concern, but it was enough of a red flag that as, he's pulling into the station, Dr. Clark is thinking something feels off. And so he ends up going from the train station, and he actually walked the rest of the way. He didn't take a car or anything. He walked to that access road and made his way up to the entry of Dark Entry Forest. And as soon as he walked into the forest, so daylight out here, he steps into the canopy and it's dark again. And remember, it used to feel so welcoming and wonderful going into that forest. It was so peaceful, but now it has a different feel. He steps into the forest and suddenly it feels threatening. It feels ominous. And the owls that are hooting the whole time he steps in, it didn't feel like they were greeting him. It felt like they were telling him to leave. But he had to find his wife, and he's thinking she's up at the cabin. That's where we need to go. And so he begins kind of jogging, fast walking. He's getting a little nervous through the forest. And as he's moving through, the sounds of these owls are getting louder and louder and louder and more threatening until finally, when he gets to the clearing, when he can actually look up and see where he built his cabin up on this hill, it's like a cacophony of noise. It's just constant hooting, almost like it doesn't even sound like hooting. It's just a loud sound that's constant. And so Dr. Clark is starting to panic, but he gets even more panicked when he looks up at the cabin. He doesn't see his wife, but he sees the front door to this cabin is slightly ajar. And so Dr. Clark, he runs the rest of the way up the hill, owls hooting the whole time. He gets to the door, and he's terrified. He knows there's something wrong here, but he gets the courage. He opens up the front door, and the second he steps into this home, which he has loved and spent years and years in with his family, he steps in and everything is different. Instead of it being peaceful, he now feels this almost high-pitched sound, like inside of his head for a second, and he's confused. And then he hears what sounds like maniacal laughter coming from the second floor. He doesn't see anybody on the first floor. He thinks it's his wife, and so he charges upstairs. He gets to the landing, and he sees the door to his bedroom, where he would expect his wife to be, is slightly open, and he can hear this laughter coming from inside of this room, this maniacal, crazy, loud, high-pitched laughter. And he's totally panicked. He goes to the door, and he opens it up, and there, in the back corner of the bedroom, is his wife. And she's in the fetal position, and her mouth has been opened as wide as it can go, and the laughter that he's hearing is coming out of her body, but her jaw isn't moving. Her chest is heaving, and this maniacal laughter is just coming out of her as she stares him dead in the eyes. And so Dr. Clark, he was so terrified at what he was seeing and all the hooting and all this craziness going on that he just turned and ran away. We don't know what happened to Harriet Clark over those 36 hours that her husband was gone, but something happened to her. And when she was taken away from this cabin, the only thing she would say is, the strange creatures kept coming back. I kept seeing strange creatures. Same thing that all the people in Dudleytown had said that caused them to flee the town. And so we don't know exactly what became of Harriet. There is one account that says she was forever, she went to a mental hospital and stayed there until she passed. Another account says she went back to New York with Dr. Clark, where she took her life. But either way, the final thing was she claimed to have seen the strange creatures and lost her mind as well. Following this story, Dark Entry Forest really took on this unbelievable legend. I mean, people knew about this story. They knew about the legend of the 1700s and 1800s, but this felt recent. I mean, this was a documented case of this doctor's wife. And so it spawned a lot of people going into Dark Entry Forest to see what's out there. And lots of people who go into that forest before it became illegal reported feeling phantom hands slapping them on the back and feeling really intense pockets of cold air. And actually,
today's story is about a typical middle-class American family that had everything going for them. Mom and dad were still totally in love 25 years after getting married. Their 2 kids were happy, successful, and poised to do huge things in life. But then in 2021, it was like things just started to go so badly for this family. It was like they had hit the stretch of unfathomably bad luck. But their misfortunes had nothing to do with bad luck. Their misfortunes were the result of someone in their midst carrying around a very big secret. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, the next time the like button is in a deep sleep, put a wig on them, also a beard and mustache combo, and then disguise their room to look like a hospital suite, and then violently shake them awake and tell them they've just woken up after being in a medically induced coma for years. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story. In the early 1990s, a woman in her early 20s named Krista Frater was working as a manager inside of a retail store called the Boston Store in Madison, Wisconsin. Not long after she was hired there, the Boston Store would hire another employee to work at their Madison location. His name was Bart Halderson, and like Krista, he was in his early 20s, although he was 3 years younger than Krista, and he was hired to be a clerk. Bart and Krista didn't know each other before working at the same location, but their shifts often overlapped, and so in time they got to know each other, and they found they had a lot in common. They both had grown up roughly outside of Madison, Wisconsin. They both had graduated from the same college, the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and they both shared a love of home design. Krista, who had majored in art history in college, was very passionate about interior home design. As for Bart, he was just one of those people who naturally could fix just about anything with his bare hands, and growing up, his favorite projects were anything to do with home repairs, Whether it was something super simple or super complex, he didn't care. He just found it incredibly satisfying to keep a home in immaculate condition. And so Bart and Krista bonded over their commonalities, and in time, their working friendship
Guzu?
Yeah.
You're doing this without 3 healers?
Yeah, no, not right now, Annie. Annie.
You're gonna die.
No, we gotta focus, Annie.
Annie, everyone relax. This is not the time.
I'm kidding.
Okay,
It's loose,
banish one. Banish one.
Yeah, I'm trying.
What brings you?
Oh, yes, baby. Oh, yes. Okay, so Arcanite Bar. Arcanite Bar. Arcanite Bar. Yeah, dude. Okay, this means that we can actually continue in the Dreadsteed quest, guys. We will be on the final part of the Dreadsteed quest, and I think I might just spend the gold on the mats for the Dreadsteed thing. I know some people in the guild can probably just make it for me, but they're not online right now, and I am extremely impatient, so I would rather just spend the gold on myself and then get it. And frankly, what else should I use the gold on? Okay, so we need a tank. We need a tank. May I perhaps ask you guys for assistance with a certain dungeon boss that could be fruitful for me and mayhaps also you. I am in need of help for a certain mission within Dire Mall West where I need to slay a Dreadsteed in order to tame it and utilize it as a mount. Let's see if they're down to help, chat, for Dire Mall West. I actually think the what's the boss called? Is it Helnurath? I think he can actually drop some pretty interesting items. This item here is the best in slot. It was the best in slot Glad Stance build for a warrior in Sod. Yeah, I have this on my warrior in Sod. It is a bit scary, but I can explain how the boss fight goes. You have to have all the CCs, Fierce Sheeps. Yeah, dude, we have a lot of CC. We have a really good group for it. Alright, so Arcanite Bars, chat. We finally got these after literally days of scrapping together the transmutes.
Have a good one.
Okay,
Be good.
so now
Need help?
we are on the final part, guys. The Dreadsteed of Soroth. Hold on, let me
Go with honor, light. There comes a time when the life we know falls short. We are trapped and look for answers,
Okay.
and we find hope burning in dark places. Only then, adventurer, do we take our first steps to freedom.
Okay.
All the preparations are made. Now, you must perform the ritual to create a circle of greater summoning, then use the parchment infused with Zorothian stardust to open a portal to Zoroth. I have written the instructions for the ritual onto a scroll. Study it closely, for you must perform each step exactly if you wish to succeed. Fortune to you, adventurer, and may the souls of your enemies swiftly find their way into your shard pouch.
Okay.
For the Alliance.
Okay, so where do I get these ingredients? Behind on the gobbo? Oh, it's right
Do
there?
you have any spiders or beetles, adventurer? They scurry fast, but if you're faster, then you'll find them quite a treat.
Okay, good talk. I think I'll just buy them, chat. Like, I'm rich anyway, right? It's 250 gold, but I'm rich. Yeah. Might as well, yeah, I'm rich. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, You have to buy them? I mean, I can get someone to... You know what? I'll bing, bong, bang. It's done, boys. We still have 300 gold left. Okay, so restart a falling power node doing the ritual greater summoning requires 1 soul shard. Release an imp GV in the center of Pedestrial and Imolthorn Diamol. Summon Sorothian Dreadsteed within an empowered circle of dark summoning. Okay. Let's hop into Discord here and then see if we can figure this out together. Hey, what's up, guys?
Yeah, man.
Yo,
Okay.
I'm getting first.
Okay.
Some people are hesitant of me tanking.
No.
I can leave.
No, Death Throw. Shut up.
I don't mind.
No, shut up, man. Well, do you got decent gear, Death Row? What's your gear like?
I'm full deep rot mitigation. It's kind of good.
Okay, that's not your gear though.
Yeah, that's true. I have some decent gear.
Okay, so let me explain what it is that I am asking of you guys to maybe do with me.
It's the Warlock Summon.
Yes, it's the Warlock Quest and Diamol West. So
I'm lagging.
no, come on. Okay. So I will be completely transparent. I haven't done it myself, but I have looked up what it is. So it's essentially we go to the Imolthar boss, the big dog, in Diamol West. After that, I will start a summoning ritual where we're gonna be fighting a lot of imps, and also some Felguards. These are elites and non-elites we gotta kill. The circle will need to be fully filled up, and it'll take a little while for it to happen. We need to, like, it's gonna be quite a long event, obviously. It'll fill up the whole thing, and eventually we need to summon a boss. There will be 2 bosses at the same time. It'll be like a Dreadsteed mount that does a knock-up, and then also like another demon. And then after we do that, that's it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm down for that. I wanna help you out.
The last time I tried to do a class quest with someone which had waves, I almost died.
Okay, but listen, I do have mana potions for all of us and healing potions.
And my tank was also deep rot with 0 threat.
I will say Amber Spells, Giga Gamer, Akibo, Insane Healer, Forsen, Death Roll, Insane, and I'm also like cranked, right? So we got this.
Listen, I'm down for everything, or anything. But like, if people are hesitant of me tanking,
Listen.
I don't
I've played with you before.
No,
You're
yeah,
fine.
I know, it's not you.
Who's whispering you? Give me their names.
No,
No, give me their names, man.
Listen, I respect people that are straightforward, you know, but
Okay.
I'm not gonna drop names.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, all good. But
So
obviously,
if-
no, all memes aside, if you guys don't want to do it, you don't have to. Obviously.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't have to do it.
I am in a big trouble.
Okay. Okay, actually, I have a proposition. What if we did a Diamol tribute run first, got the tribute buffs, and then used those for the event?
That would make sense.
Because maybe some of you guys need tribute. I don't need it, but we can do it if you guys need gear as well. And we can tribute run into the Diamol West.
Do we have the mats for tribute?
We can probably get them. I'm sure there's some people we can.
I have everything for the suit, just need frost oil for the trap.
Oh, that's the hardest to get.
I could go get frost oil real quick.
I think that's a good in between, right? Because then we all have like some buffs for the and we are like a little bit stronger.
Listen, it's really easy, but like if people are afraid, that's gonna affect your gameplay.
Yeah, but okay, I don't need to understand that. It's not that difficult. It's a bunch of imps that keep spawning, and then it's a few elites, and then it's 2 bosses at the same time. So it's not that hard, but it's like a lot of people just haven't seen it before.
Yeah, it's about the mana management as well. Like.
Yeah, but if we have mana potions and hellstones on everybody, I think we should be okay.
Yeah.
And if we also have like well buffs, right? Armor buffs.
Yeah, it's gonna help a lot. Yeah.
Okay.
Guys, I'll sacrifice myself.
Yeah,
if
I'm ready.
something goes wrong,
now.
I'll tell you to run out, and I'll stay there. Okay.
Okay, you know what? Let's go do a Diamond tribute run, get some gear for you guys hopefully, and then get the buffs, and we run the west, yeah?
Yeah.
And if you guys want to do some other dungeons afterwards, I'll run whatever. I don't really care what we run.
No, I just want to help out.
Okay. Okay. Nice. Okay, so who has the suit?
I got this suit.
There it is. Yesterday, Ampy did BRD while doing AV and watching Soda feeding his lizards crickets. You good, mate? Okay.
Holy shit, that was good. Continue.
That's
Continue.
funny.
Yeah.
There's someone down there. You have to go get them. That's my RP, guys.
That was really good.
That was good.
Seems good, man.
That was good. Okay, we're going to the right side there, right?
You can go both sides. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, you tank the boss in like this little spot and don't touch.
You should be
The,
two
uh,
warlocks.
caster.
But we... Why sketchy?
Pulling now.
To take control of 2 demons. But can we just kill them? Like, I take control of 1 demon and then we kill the rest, no? Oh, I over-aggroed. How about...
It's alright.
Oh, nice. Good job. Okay. I think it's fine, man. You're forgetting the last demon. Yeah, me, right? Am I the last demon or what? Is that a... I'm the demon. As you kill them, it will just spawn more. The safe way to do encounters 2 warlocks, you can enslave 2 and banish the other 2. Oh, what, we got something good?
Ooh, I can take the cave actually.
Do not do it yourself. You need 2 warlocks, otherwise you're screwed.
It's a nice cave.
I don't think it's that bad.
Roll on the rest.
Sure. I'll pass, actually. I have no backslots.
There's some health pots in there as well.
How many times have you done it? I've never done it before, but it can't be that hard. There's no way.
Yeah, would have been a good
Fine with
one
a single
day.
lock, mate. 2 is fine for double enslave. You also bought plenty of shards. Enjoy the best quest in classic. Yeah, dude, we got this shit.
I love 10 fire resist
that's some
5
weird
mana per 5.
You have last minute lures, but once the timer's up, I'll despawn. You can have mana. Okay, like, dude, we're fine. We're fine, chat. Like, we're not gonna die. Nobody's gonna die. We're good. We're gonna do this quest. 1 warlock, easy.
I didn't.
It's alright, one.
Alright. How are we feeling about this, guys? We're feeling good, right? About the warlock quest?
Yes.
Alright, let's go, guys. That's the confidence I like to see. With this, guys, we have thermal buffs. We got everything. This is good. So, Octopus holding up
So
some
like
panties.
alcohol box is super safe now, right?
Well, yes. There should not be anything scary.
Surely.
They're confirmed not to DC people now.
Oh, you mean the rum?
Yeah.
Actually, I am not certain on that. I don't really know. People keep saying
Okay.
conflicting things about it, so I don't actually know. Okay, keep people between the candle and the wheel. Okay. Okay, chat. Note this down. Candle and wheel. Good. Okay? The candle and the wheel is good. Okay, Yabba Dabba Doo says, I just want to let you know this quest isn't sketch or scary, and for every single idiot that told you it's hard, they have never accomplished anything in or outside. What the fuck? Alright. Are we all here, or?
I'm here.
Okay.
Alrighty then. Let's go. This guy's easy, but like...
Yeah, this guy's not
Yeah.
hard.
Yeah. You know what?
I'm
I'll go
nervous.
here, whatever.
Holy shit. shit, man. Okay.
There's an eye. Nice.
This guy can actually drop upgrades for me, by the way, guys. I can get a chest from this guy and then a dagger that's mildly better than mine, I think. Okay, can we skin him, by the way?
I think we can, yeah.
He's a demon. I don't know if he's skinnable. Oh, you can. Can you skin him so we like get the corpse away? Oh, it's 305. Okay. Okay. Alright, so I'll briefly explain what we're doing. Also, you can use your pontoons now and stuff if you have any. So I'm gonna start the event in a bit. There's gonna be a bunch of imps that are gonna keep spawning. Those imps we just need to kill ASAP. There's also gonna be some fell guards that's gonna be spawning. In the beginning, they only spawn like one at a time, but in the end, they start spawning like between 2 and 3. I will subjugate one of them, so to use it as a pet. And if it is really bad, I will banish another. This will last for approximately, I've heard different things, but between 3 and 7 minutes. This event. So it is a long event, so save your resources a bit. There's gonna be a few things around the areas which we need to keep track of. There is gonna be a candle and like a little wheel. It's important we tank the mobs near those two because they do AoE damage to the mobs and they give us a little shield. Okay?
Here?
Yeah, there's gonna be you'll see it. There'll be a candle and a wheel. Just tank the mobs near the candle.
Alright, I got you.
Yeah, also don't leave this circle. This circle we're in, we need to stay in this circle.
Otherwise it fails?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. You need to stay in the circle.
Okay.
If you want to see the progress of the event, there's gonna be some runes around the outer circle. The runes need to fill up the whole outer circle. Whenever that's filled up, then we're done. And then after that, we'll have a little break and I can summon the boss, and then it's 2 bosses at a time. The horse boss needs to be prioed down. It does a knockback. That's it. Okay?
Yes, boss.
Right. Also, when the horse is dead, don't do any AoE, because you can actually aggro the horse after again. Okay,
When it's dead.
yeah, so in recap, a bunch of small little imps to kill, a few fell guards to kill, tank near the candles and the wheel, and it's gonna be a little bit of a long event. So, yeah. Any questions at all, or?
No, boss.
The circle
See
is...
how we go.
Circle is quite small, yeah.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, if you wanna run, it's
Rolling
northeast.
circle or the larger circle.
It's in the inner circle, I think.
Yeah.
Like this here, where I'm running now. Like here, like this.
The exits are northeast. If
Yeah.
something goes like
That way. If it does shit hits the fan, we'll call to run. And run means we help each other out, yeah?
yeah, unless someone's
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Okay, well, if there's no questions, then we'll start it. Again, it's a long event. It's not hard, but it lasts for a while, yeah?
Yes, boss, yes!
Okay, well, with that being said, I'm gonna start the event now. So focus imps, fell guards, and then just stay alive. And tank near candles.
Yes, sir, Ski.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, I'll mark myself so you guys see my ass.
Yeah, we're starting now.
Alrighty.
Okay. These are the things that... Yeah, he started the thing. So this is the bell. You can tank it near this. This gives us like shadow protection. This thing here, I need to like keep up. And the candle. The candle does AoE, so tank near candle if possible.
Ah, I see. Yeah, I got you, bro. Nice.
Okay, boys. Here we go, guys.
Congrats on the mount, bro.
These are the imps that are coming now. They have 3k health, so just stack them up together. Stack them at the candle. At the candle.
Yeah.
Everybody go to the candle. And you just sit
Come
here.
to the candle.
Yeah, just like that. Okay, and there's gonna be a fill guard. I will subjugate the first fill guard we can, and then use it as a pet. But they're gonna keep spawning.
Stay at the
Oh, and
candle.
we can drink between waves, so
Oh yeah, if we clear in time, we can drink between.
at least at the moment.
Let me gather everything. Do not damage until I stack them, and we're fine. We can go now.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna need to fix this ritual node.
Yeah. I got that guy off you.
Yeah, some of the nodes sometimes break, so I need to go fix them.
I
Like
see
this.
the fell guard. I'm going for him.
Nice. I'm gonna subjugate him. I'm gonna see if I can inflate him. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not touching.
Right. This is gonna be the pet now, so I'll just have this as a pet.
Yeah.
Okay. So far, so good, chat. I'm gonna put it on aggressive, actually. Yeah, the Felguard is gonna be eager for this. Okay, so you see that rune in the middle, or like in the outer circle? You need to fill the whole thing with runes, like that.
I don't see shit, if I'm gonna be honest.
Right in front of me, right here.
Oh, I see.
Once those runes are filled up, then we're done the event, and we just need to kill the boss.
Yeah. No fell guards.
Yeah, more of them will spawn later. I think 2 or 3 at a time. So fix the wheel. I got it. I fixed the wheel, chat. Oh, the wheel again?
I'm looking for the fell guard.
Hasn't spawned yet. If there's 2 Felguards, I'll banish. There's one now. It's coming in.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. So
I'm just
Amber,
stacking
Amber, you
these
just
for you
focus.
guys.
You focus the imps, and then Fortune go on Felguard.
Yeah, I'm having some. I haven't been able to drink in a while, so
Okay, if you get mana pot early, just do it.
the imps have sort of been.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just mana pot early if you can, just to keep your mana straight. We can sort of see if we can kill them fast, so we can get a drink.
Yeah. I'm gonna need so you can drink.
Yeah, if we can get all these down now, we should be good.
Yeah, kill them fast?
Yeah, I popped some CDs.
Yeah, you can drink now. You can drink.
Alright.
Just spam it and I'll take the fell guard.
Yeah.
I see the imps as well, don't worry. I'm coming for the imps.
Yeah.
This one
Fix
works.
the ritual mode here, just keep farming.
Go to the candle, please.
Why isn't the candle helping, by the way, chat? Isn't it supposed to help? I'm fixing the nodes, because it makes
War
it go faster.
stumping this. I war stun. And I stunned one. Your Felguard is tanking the other Felguard, which is good.
Yeah, I'll just always send my Felguard on the Felguards.
Alright, again.
You. Okay.
Alright.
We're okay now.
It's okay, I've got a
If you have a mana pot, use it now.
Or a mana gem.
my mana pot's on CD, and I've used my
That's
lower
fine.
tier mana gem.
Alright, we're fine.
And I had an invocate, so I'm good.
I still have dummies as well, guys.
There's
It's
another
cool.
Felguard coming in.
Yeah, I got him.
Spell card.
Stand next to that candle. We're fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna banish the Felguard again, the other one. Full banish.
Yeah. I got a nade. Nading now.
Okay. Well. Hit the imp off me.
Don't resist. Never mind, I got him.
Nice, thank you. Just fix the wheel and the thing. Get the imp off me again.
Got him.
Yeah, I just need to fix these because they make it go faster.
Yeah.
Okay. Another Felguard coming again.
I see him.
I'm rebanishing the one here, and you can go on this one.
I got him. There's
There's
another
another
guy.
one, there's another one,
I
yeah.
stunned them for 5 seconds.
Okay, can you kill the low health one?
Subjugate free.
Kill the low health one.
Yeah. War stumping this.
There's a lot of ones. I'm subjugating one, and then kill the low health one. Kill the low health one.
Yeah. Did you life tap or?
No,
was
I
that-
did not. I'm not live tapping
Okay.
right now.
Okay, let's see. I got both fell guards on me. And I got them as well, off you.
Need to get the.
Okay, I'm gonna use one target dummy here, okay?
Okay.
So we can,
Cover a bit. Yep.
yeah.
There's another fill guard coming again. I'm gonna banish that one coming.
Alright, I'm not touching. I got that nade as well after the target dummy.
Yep.
Okay,
There's a
kill
lot of
them,
imps now. Just kill the imps.
kill
Don't
the
heal me.
imps
I'm
now.
just gonna tap down and bandage. Don't heal me. Don't heal me.
Yeah, I got that off you. There's a fell guard, I got him.
We got another fell guard.
Yep.
Yeah, I got him now. We're almost done with this.
Guzu?
Yeah.
You're doing this without 3 healers?
Yeah, no, not right now, no, Annie. Annie.
You're gonna die!
No, we gotta focus, Annie.
Annie, everyone relax. This is not the time. Okay, banish one. Banish one.
Yeah, I'm trying. We're good. They're gonna die now. Okay, we're good. Okay, that was not the time. I'm sorry. Okay, we're good.
It's always Annie, I swear to
Holy
God.
shit, that was not the time for memes. Okay, we're good. This is fine. Now we just gotta kill 2 bosses, and this was the hard part, actually.
Okay, wait for my target dummy. 1 minute.
Holy shit.
Bruh.
That actually got scary during the end.
Yeah, that's why I used 1 target dummy, so we
Yeah. Okay, we're good.
stabilize a little bit.
Whew. Okay, so when I do
My
this,
man was so rough there. I felt so useless.
You were not useless at all.
My
You did
heart
so
was
fucking
big,
good,
chat.
everyone.
okay, I'm gonna summon the fill horse now. There's gonna be 2 bosses. We focus the horse, okay?
Yes,
Yes.
sir. Yeah.
Woo! No, Chad, I was a bit scared there, okay? That's why I had to like...
So easy. Wait, you said he knocks. If I get knocked,
Yeah, focus horse.
charge him. Charge him.
Focus demon first? Oh, my
Charge the
pet!
other boss.
I don't know, there should be another one.
Lol indeed. I got him.
I think there's a...
Holy
Oh my
shit,
god, I
not
don't like
blue.
that.
Holy shit.
Okay,
the heck?
yeah, to focus boss. Don't do any AoE if the boss is, if the horse is dead.
What the fuck was that?
Oh god. Dude, my chat, my heart
Horse
was
is dead.
beating.
I'm moving him.
Yeah, no AoE now, no AoE. Okay, I'm gonna just...
Speakers.
Yeah,
Hits.
I'm
Thank
sleeping,
you.
I'm sleeping.
Okay. Good night. I'm knocked. You're gonna have aggro, evasion.
Evasion, yeah.
Got a taunt off here.
Oh,
I got decent threat. If you wanna
that was
put some
scary,
damage.
chat.
And we are
Yeah,
good to go. And
easy.
grats on the mount.
Maybe some loot? Ooh, not bad actually. Oh,
Those are
These
nice.
3 demonic runes, so
the
These
rotate
are
twisting
nice
spirit is beaten,
wrists.
auto
Thank
raises,
you.
pulses through its flasks.
I'll take
It
these.
whispers dark magic through your mind.
If you don't mind.
Thank you so much, guys, for joining with us.
Yeah.
Holy, yeah, I'll pass.
You're welcome,
Congrats on the
bro.
bracers
You're
too.
welcome. Yeah, these are big.
I will be honest, that was kind of scary during the end.
During the end, yeah. But I think the target dummy did a lot there.
Yeah. Holy shit! I got looking grim.
Looking grim.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Sorry for we're a bit logged in there.
No, 100%. You know, I was legitimately watching for like a good 5 minutes, maybe more. I was like, no, this is too scary. I need to wait. Okay, now it seems safe. Now I'll do it. I was waiting because I understand.
It's all good.
But yeah, no, good job. You did
Yeah,
well.
freaking epic mount. That's so sick. Thank you guys. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Congrats, brother. Hello, Annie.
Hello.
Never
hello.
doubt.
Oh my god. GG's. Thank you guys on YouTube as well. Thank you guys.
Yeah. I'll
We
see you
had,
around.
we had a great group.
Yeah.
LeBron, that was good.
Body Nation. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Dude, I can't wait to mount this bad boy. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
2 gold for a portal.
Yeah, man. Oh, we wanna... Let's go kill the last boss.
Okay.
We got one
No
more boss.
way. Do not cancel trade on me, please.
Uh-huh. Yeah, oh yeah, but we did this with DMT buffs. I don't think we could have done it without, actually.
Okay, you gotta be careful.
Yeah.
I got him. This motherfucker.
Yeah, do not let him touch you. This guy goes so
I
hard.
will not let him touch you. There's no way.
I think Forsen has those.
Yes.
That's, I mean, yeah.
Good shit, boys. Okay, I'll give the ID to thanks to chat so they can get it for their warlocks in there. Okay. Nobody in our guild wanted it, so yeah, that's it. Don't you change ID when you change leader? Wait. This is the same ID. Okay, go inside this ID.
Backstreet Boys are back.
Okay, he is in dire mode. So go inside this ID and then I leave. I'll kick you Forsen for that. Okay, he's inside the dungeon, chat. I toss him leader and I leave. Yeah, okay, you got it. There. We don't have people to summon. No, I can see him, chat. He's here. But you have the cleared ID now. Okay. I'm gonna leave now, chat. We're good. Oh, let me see the mount, chat. Here it is, chat. Here it is, okay? The freaking mount. It's time to see it. Oh, here it is, guys. Here it is. Oh, look at this fucking mount. Dude, this mount looks so cool.
Badass.
Yeah. Oh, that's a sick mount. That is a sick mount. Oh my lord. Yeah, that's good shit, boys. Damn. Damn. That is a cool mount. Hell yeah, dude.
Alright, I got the quest.
Giga mount indeed.
The biggest fail was probably, I have a lot, but it was probably showing horse dick.
Am I the only one with the peasant mount?
Yeah,
I think Forsen has a peasant mount as well.
Really?
You wanna
Forsen, can you ride your mount?
You wanna gamble 100 gold, Forsen?
Yes.
Who keeps
100?
100 gold on that character?
Yes.
Are you insane?
I have 200 gold on me.
Do it? I'll do it. I'll join. Oh. I'll join. Let's go, man. 100 gold.
Downers?
Let's go. Wait, is this one roll?
Yes.
Ah! Oh, it's like this. Okay, I get it. So it's we pay the difference between the two rolls.
Yes.
I'll do 10 gold.
Go again.
I wanna join. How much is it? 100 gold?
Yes.
What the hell?
No, you pay the difference. So if I roll 10, you roll 50, then I owe you 40.
Is it possible if I have 80?
Yes, it should
Yes.
Alright.
be. Yeah. You just pay the difference between the highest and the lowest
Yeah,
roll.
you probably won't get the 100 gold.
Okay.
Okay, someone did that. Okay,
No fucking way.
Oh god.
Gamer chat.
Dude, what is the...
Easy game. Easy life.
One more.
That's all my gold, man.
No.
You don't owe anything.
No, it's only me. It's only highest and lowest.
Oh shit, he took my oh, never mind. Nice.
Go again,
Okay, I'll
go
join
again.
again.
Go again.
Go again. Go again.
2, 0, 0.
No, not 2-0-0.
You look crazy.
Just do 100 so I can join, please.
If you're not in, you can't fucking win.
Well, that's true.
Please, 100 force command so I can join. What the hell? I want to make some gold.
Go.
Who's rolling first?
Gambling is bad. I'm just gonna make back my money, guys. Okay, 1 sec. What the fuck is this?
Alright.
Hell yeah! 21 gold! Okay, I'm out.
No, again, go again. One more.
Dude,
Go again. No, one more.
I gotta give you morale.
One more.
Listen, I finally hit 100 gold.
Send the
man.
roll and join the freaking thing, Death Row.
Oh shit, okay. I guess I'll lose all my gold. to
Go
you.
again.
Yeah.
Oh my lord.
Am I getting the epic mount? How the hell? Please let me win. Oh no!
Oh my god.
Okay, I take this. I'll take that. Thank you.
That's funny.
I'm out.
One more.
I'm
No.
out.
Your life.
I'm out.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm getting rich.
I just lost 100 gold, man. What the? Like more than 100 gold. I just lost like 120. What
Seems
the
good, man.
fuck, man? I had 370, right? What a day, man. Oh, we
Pull
as
some
pulled.
pull back.
It's fine. Just kill the pack. Focus the mastiff and the brood. Yeah.
I'm polled.
Just bring it up. LOS up here, Ember. Go. Yeah.
Pulling the mage.
Great job.
Actually, I'll get the mage out because it's gonna pull.
Oh, you pulled
Run out.
Oh, we run out? Okay, run out. I'm not death curl one of them. One
Are
will
you
be death
fine?
curled.
Are you fine? AoE everything.
Yeah, one's gonna get sheep. Can you dispel it? Just come, death row. Come.
Yeah, just run.
Yeah.
I'll put a target dummy for you. I'll put a target dummy. Wait for death row, guys. Wait for death row.
Go out. Everyone out.
Okay, and run out now.
Yeah. I used shield wall and
Where? God.
Yeah, that's good.
I AoE taunted every single thing there.
Yeah, that was clean. Good survival.
I do a little trolling.
The mage had mana, so.
That was good. No, that was good. That was fine.
I'll do the pulls.
Yeah. Let's run again.
Yes.
Okay. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's all good. I mean, we stayed together and we helped, so that's good. Oh, another blue. We're getting a lot of blues.
We are.
It's not like you, but it is what it is.
Any gear today, chat? No gear, but Hubert. Look at this. We did a Dreadsteed quest. Holy shit, that was hot.
Yeah, this is true.
Oof.
Oh,
You lied.
no.
I'm sorry, I lied. I apologize.
This is a great shame.
I'm sorry, guys. Damn. Well,
It's alright.
can
It's
always
fine.
do some more runs later for it, or some other time for bracers, or something else.
Yeah, I'm down to help as well.
I will rock for a few minutes. But yeah, thank you so much for helping, guys. This was really awesome.
You're welcome, bro. You deserve it.
Yeah, thank you for the runs.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, but
Thank you
get
for
that
not
Orky Maya.
dying
I can take
Yeah,
them to Orky
thank
Maya.
you as well.
all the emu.
I'm gonna switch. Thanks for the 100 gold. F you, Vaticus, bitch. Listen, I'll steal your gold next time, bro. I'll put that
Thank you a
gold
lot
again.
for the portal. Appreciate
I'll
it.
take your gold, man.
I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead, guys.
Guzu?
Yeah.
You're doing this without 3 healers?
Yeah, no, not right now, no, Eddie. Eddie.
You're
We gotta
gonna
focus.
die.
No, we gotta focus, Eddie.
Benny,
Everyone relax.
this is not the time.
Okay,
Okay, Ben is one.
Yes! Okay, so we got another. Chat. We have 2 Arcanite bars. We have. Oh, he sent me the gold back. I sent him 10 gold to take for the bar. Regardless, though, chat. We are now. Wow. We are now 1 Arcanite bar away from getting the freaking mount. Okay, because we need 3 Arcanite bars from this, and then we need to do the final part. Also, we almost finished up our UBRS Unixia attunement yesterday. We went all around Azeroth, the whole freaking shebang, and we killed a bunch of dragons, and we almost got that done. So that's poggers, and yeah, lots of things to work on here. We're also working on our Felcroft gloves and our chest piece from tailoring, and also need to work on a Strat Live necklace. So if we can get some dungeon groups going today, guys, that'd be super hot.
Hello. Hello?
Oh yeah, okay, I got you.
No, motherfucker.
Hey, what's up? Alright, boys. Okay, Forsen and Paula, boys.
Miracle Road.
Yeah, the Miracle Road. I actually haven't done a dungeon with you before, Forsen.
Yes.
What? Okay. Yeah.
Time to die.
Okay, nice. Does he use a soundboard that he's never spoken himself? No, this is Forsen. I don't know what you're talking about. We can see the other overlay. Oh, I fix. One sec. Could you ask Forsen about the geopolitical state of the world right now? Forsen, people want me to ask you about the geopolitical state and economic state of the world right now. Do you have any thoughts about that?
How about you get a life that doesn't revolve around a streamer? Huh?
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Great. Damn, it's kind of rough, man. Okay.
To be fair, we're being kind of parasocial there, Kutsu.
I mean, we're doing a dungeon together, no? So it's fine to ask.
That's actually true.
God damn. Jesus, man, mage AoE.
That holy water spam also.
Oh, yeah, you got the holy water mixed up.
Did you see his damage?
Yeah, it's insane.
Always, yeah. Running low though, I only have 30 left.
On your
30.
camp?
Yeah.
Oh.
Ready for next, you know?
Oh, I need a pet. Frick, yeah. Dude, they're just... We're just going fast. Hold on, let me just talk a little bit.
And on Nefarian for the skeletons.
I could make it so the overlay only shows up when they're talking, guys. Yeah, that could maybe actually be better, honestly.
How much did it absorb?
I don't know. I think 15, maybe 1500 or 3000. I haven't used one yet.
Hold.
I forgot how much.
Please do. Okay, I'm gonna just fix that now so it's working. Like that. Okay. Okay. So now I guess we were just pulling back, right?
Yeah, just these two.
This is way better, chat, right? I think this is the perfect. This is perfect. Whenever someone is talking, you can see it on the top left up there. People are crazy. Then suction, double suction. Oh, don't have to do that. Option, and then we just do this. What were the standards, guys? always bring warlocks.
Surely. Almost never bring warlocks.
That's why we always bring warlocks, Parla. Look at that. Look at that, Parla.
Yeah, what are the other guys doing?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There we go, boys. There we
Finally
go.
something.
How are you looking on all though?
Oh, it's not word. Like it's the bosses that count. See the corruption waiting room? I mean, warlocks become like the AoE beast in TBC. They just become like freaking demons. It's insane. Just see the corruption tap, see the corruption tap, see the corruption tap. That's what they do. Who wants to handle the cannonballs?
I can do it.
No, you can.
Wants to handle the balls.
I'm a professional at handling
That's
balls.
funny.
Okay, so we want maybe Shadowcraft for force in here. Could be kind of hype. Okay. Let's go, boys.
Surely.
Grobby's came online. Dude, Grobby's playing permanently, man.
Doubters?
Oh, I got aggro, but you should have it. Yeah. Alright, boys, let's see what drops. One more Shadow Bolt. Ooh! That's a good
There
drop.
we go, Forsen.
That's actually insane. It never drops.
Yeah, that's not a bad drop.
Yes.
Can we get some excitement from Forsen?
100% win rate, huh?
Easy man.
Take it.
That's it. Okay.
The most challenging thing about being myself, being so goddamn good at every game, you know.
That sounds good, man. Grabs on their shoulders.
Back.
Okay, I'm soul firing.
It's kind of scary.
Is it scary? Is it scary?
You die!
I'm not nervous till you make me nervous, Bartla.
You die!
It's just way better for Fred, like if I get like.
Oh yeah, because you get the initial pull thread, I guess.
Yeah, also I don't have enough rage to get the sweeping strikes for a window. That's fine.
You know what? That was your fault.
Are we doing the Fell Hunter here or?
I can swap to Fell Hunter if you want.
Yeah, it's fine. Let's go.
We have priest, so it should be okay.
Yeah, but if the priest gets slept.
Oh, true. Okay.
She's a trollololo.
You just shield the wall easily.
Okay. Yo, David, thank you for the $10 super chat, by the way. Thank you so much, man. Really appreciate that, dude. Alright, guys, pray for necklace drop. Necklace drop here, man. We need the necklace. That's what we're hoping for. Thank you for the $10 super chat, David. Thank you.
So good, it doesn't really.
Why can't I crit? I'm gonna lose to Guzu. Oh, go kick Guzu. Go for it.
You can dispel him,
Yeah.
Oh, I think.
Not hard.
You should be able to.
Oh, okay.
Nope, doesn't work.
More shoulders for Guzu.
Yeah. Yeah, more for force and no freaking necklace though. Unlucky.
Yes.
Guess I gotta run it again.
Yes.
No necklace, boys. No necklace.
That's crazy.
You should be able to. I don't know why you couldn't do it.
Yeah, I tried with the mouse over and then I was like, maybe it's the mouse over issue, and then I clicked
Didn't
on
work.
it and dispel and it didn't work.
It's weird.
Yeah.
Alright, well let's go to Undead.
You are the team diff. You are the reason.
It's not a bad dungeon to farm though, because so many people need righteous orbs. So there's like kind of always people wanting to do strat live. And then you can do like both sides if people need that too, right? Hey, and honestly, we could also get to see maybe the horse. That's really fast actually. Oh, it's raining today in strat. Oh wow. 50% for the mind control, remember guys?
Yep.
What?
Yes. So you need to bring me down to 50% health now, but don't kill me.
Fucking kill this guy. Murder this guy, guys.
Hey.
Ambush.
Hey, I'm fearing. Okay.
I'm feared for an hour. I'm feared for an hour.
That's fine, that's fine. No more. Force him. Thank you.
What if you just saw the cold blood?
With something
on his hand?
Yeah, we do a little bit of trolling. Okay, it's good. Thank you. Oh god.
This is sweating.
No, I'm good, man. I trust Forsen.
You see presence of mind go on my hands, and you see cold blood on his.
Ooh, the little cock coming out. Shadow combo.
The little what?
Cone of cold. The cock. Cone of cold. Okay.
It's the cooldown on your cock.
It's like
What?
15 seconds, right? On cock? Something like that.
Nice.
Okay.
Like 12, I think. 10.
There's some serious roleplaying going on right now.
Do you like it?
Yes.
I think you're a bit of a role player yourself, aren't you?
No.
Focus this guy still. Getting that shadow vulnerability is like so nice, dude. Oh!
What's in the gist? Roll for the gist.
Holy shit! That crit was fucking nuts.
Nice.
Okay, let's go, boys. Let's go. Thank you for the pitstone, White Wolves. I'm gonna lose my mind, chat. I'm gonna go crazy. That horse is a myth? Yeah, I think so. Fox is handling those. $3,000 runs and I haven't seen it. You have not done 3,000 runs, you crazy? Dude, I do so little damage on this guy. Well, 2k though. I guess it was a partial resist. We get... Oh, Valor. Do you need those, Parla? Oh, you got those, right?
I don't know.
Oh, shit.
The sword's not bad either.
That's not a bad sword, actually, yeah, Forsen. You should take that.
Nice.
Yes.
It's a lot
Pretty
better than
rare
it
as well.
Yeah, it's not bad.
And it looks sick
And
on
it
your
look-
back.
yeah.
It sheaths on your back. It's one of the few weapons.
Yeah, there's like 4 or 5 weapons that can sheath on the back.
Make sure you pick it up.
The
Of course.
legendary.
You
Yeah.
no space.
Do you guys wanna run it back? Do it again? Or what's the consensus? I need live. I don't mind doing undead
Yes.
as well. Personally. I don't mind doing both.
We'll go for another one, sure.
You sound so excited, Parla.
Yeah, I'm just tired. I'm not even that tired, it's just... Man, I want to boss.
Oh, so they're giving you like a debuff. I'm gonna pick up one little holy water real fast. Go farm interaction with Hubert. I really want to see if I can get this necklace, guys. Like this necklace is like, I would love to get it.
I think he did 13 more DPS.
Oh, I'm gonna get the eye. We can't get the eye. There's 2 gargoyles coming.
Okay, it's fine.
Yeah, we cannot get the eye. It's too far in.
Just be ready to burst, okay?
Just shackle one of the gargoyles that's coming. Like on the way.
Got it.
Nice. And then I spawned literally like in the pack. Right, nice.
We might have to take a snooze for this one.
You know what they say, right, Forsen?
Yes.
You snooze, you lose. Okay.
of some weird thing with pancakes. He put jam in.
I was like backpedal jumping while I was.
After they're rolled, we put a little syrup on top after they're rolled. It's 10/10ths, and F people that says otherwise. They just haven't tried it.
Okay, no, I'll say jam with syrup on top is a bit too much, White Wolves, okay? I don't know about that. That seems very much. What?
Why didn't you help Savix when he was drowning?
I did, dude. I was literally trying to solo a freaking like Bankalash, and I had 3 like Shadowmaw Panthers on me.
Excuse me, in your wallet.
Oh.
This boss.
So much magic.
Oh, no mask.
Unlucky.
Action is coming.
He said the thing. He said the thing.
Ah, no crit. And Timmy hits hard actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh. Goose was cranking.
Yeah, I'm popping off. I'm popping off. Here comes the finisher. Oh. Yep.
Damn. Cheater.
Yeah, last time I sure ain't got nothing on me, man. The League thing. Oh, did Force never get out of bronze in League? He's been playing League a lot, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay, okay.
Silver.
I've been really finding it again. My god. What? A lot of silver shotguns. I can't carry this video. It's yellow hell, man. Too many stream snipers. They're actually grieving.
You call them Silver Satans?
No.
What is it that they say? If you go everywhere and it smells like shit, maybe you should check your own shoe, right?
No.
Okay.
Never doubt the God Gamer.
Okay. Great.
No.
Oh! Force him!
So true.
Oh, dude, is this like the orb runs? What is happening? We got really lucky with this last one too. Be in the mountains, bro, dude. Holy shit, man. That's actually insane, Major Babu. I know I've seen that.
Mobs behind.
We got mobs behind, yeah. Good sheep.
Completely forgot about those.
Focus the monk, but this is LOS the Galford if he does pyro.
I'm CC'd, by the way. I'm gonna take a lot of damage.
Pyro, can you LOS that?
Yeah,
vanish, version. Yes. Oh shit.
God.
Sorry for stressing you.
I was on autopilot so hard.
He almost died.
Yeah.
He almost died.
Holy shit, he can do a pyroblast into a fire nova and you can insta die, Forsen.
Oh no.
Yeah, you had to vanish that. Holy shit.
I nearly killed Forsen, man.
Oh shit.
Easy game. Easy life.
Chat, I'm not gonna lie, he almost died there.
That was actually so close.
Oh, he actually almost fucking died there. Yeah, that was a little too close for comfort.
I was like just auto pulling like da 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 going through the motions, but
no, bro, that was fucking close.
Zero stress.
I shouldn't have pulled the boss, you know.
Yeah, all good. Let me get my inbound again before you pull. He can do this boss was doing a pyroblast. He can do a pyroblast into a fire nova, and he can literally one shot. And Forsen was taking the pyroblast. I told him to vanish at the very end. But yeah, he's basically fresh 60. He has no health. It is not interruptible.
I was taking so much damage from the stuns.
Oh yeah, you almost died.
Yeah, that was bad. Jesus Christ! I almost died
probably
talking
the other
about
one quick.
Mage of April's
Otherwise, that would
balcony.
have been some monk ass scenario.
Wow.
Jesus. Nameplate add-on is Plater, Ruan. It's called Plater. Okay, chat. Pray for Nicholas. Nicholas. Hoping for Nicholas.
That was a fun poll.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun.
Let's do it again.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for it.
No!
There it is.
Nice necklace, Kuzu.
Whatever. Demonic room. Lord, demonic room, Lord.
Unlucky.
I don't need those shoulders, Jan.
Alright.
Do you need them?
Demonic rooms?
Yeah.
You can take them if you want.
Oh, I want demon shear. Fuck yeah.
Do you need them or what, Aki?
I'm gonna make a Velcloth for Bonnie Beekeeper.
Oh yeah, you take it then. You take it. All right, so let's run a freaking diamol, chat. So we're gonna do a giga diamol of hell. Use a crypto coin. You want me to start a crypto coin? I don't know if that's the play. So we do North first for the buffs, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to like resummon myself after so I can get 2 enchants because I can't have 2 live my focus on the other time. Wait, actually, bald. Could I? Oh, but sorry, I keep calling you bald. But so if I trade you this, then you can just have it on you, and I can have the other one on me, right?
What is this?
This is for an enchant. I need to get it in the dungeon. But they're unique, so I can only have one on me at a time. So I can just trade it to you.
I see.
Yo.
You trust me with that?
Of course.
Thanks, man.
Of course, man. I will trust you with my life.
Well, you are going to, yeah.
Did you get to cook yourself some nice meals the past few days?
No.
What's your thoughts on milk?
Like just drinking milk?
Yeah, just milk in general. Do you like milk?
I only drink milk at the cabin.
At the what, sorry?
At the cabin.
You have a cabin you drink milk in?
Yeah, I go to the cabin and I drink milk.
Like just by yourself?
No, not always. Sometimes with my friends, sometimes with my wife.
What kind of milk
Just
do you
go
drink?
down and drink milk.
Yeah.
Sugar free? Oh wow.
I think there is sugar in milk actually, Forsen. It's like natural sugar though. From the cow, you know?
Yes.
So you have a milk cabin where you go to drink milk.
Yeah. It's in the Norway.
Wait, where are you from?
What?
Newfoundland.
That's Canada, no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you have a cabin in Norway and you just go there to drink milk.
Yeah. Oh,
Skimmed
wait,
milk is his
water,
milk.
Adam.
Is water pretending to be milk? Skimmed milk is like a scam, bro. It genuinely is a scam.
It's like milk from a cow, or it's like...
Oh, look at that. Just normal milk.
I'll
Not
come back.
crazy.
It's not milk from a cow, it's from a milk. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, so it's do you drink human milk or what are you saying?
I would, hey, you know what? I'll taste the batter when it's time.
Okay. Why is it like okay? Why is it that it's weird drinking human milk, but like it's not weird drinking cow milk?
We need to normalize it.
No, I haven't drank human milk before, but it's just an interesting kind of thought process, right?
Would you try it?
There's some serious role-playing going on right now.
I mean, kids do it all the time, hello?
Yeah, but like when you grow up, it's like people are kind of like whenever you mention it, people get kind of disgusted about it.
Because you have to drink it from another person's head.
Do you not like boobs?
Yeah, sure, but I don't want to drink milk from somebody's boobs. I'm not a baby, you know.
Okay, I'm not judging you or anything. I'm just asking.
You know what they say? They twice a baby, once a man.
Who says that?
Not gonna lie, that orc looked fucking weird.
Yeah, I agree, Forsen.
I mean, you're the one bringing it up, Guzo.
No, I was just wondering. Like, it wasn't like any like. I was just wondering. Great weather in Darmol today, guys, huh?
All right.
Big soul
Roach
fire.
died, right?
Huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Holy! New record. It's a new.
These ones do like an uppercut portion, so. But it's not like, as long as you don't have aggro, it's not dangerous. Or if you're low, of course.
Yeah. Any mob in here though really hurts, except the mage lords if they're cursed tongue.
It's like the only dungeon. This and late UBS is the only like place I got deep rot.
Yeah. Dude, I'm vibing with this.
All right.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay. What's this? You linked me the defeat sound. You think I'm gonna fuck off? Whatever, dude. Little bitch. Little bitch.
You're like, what curses do you have? So you have Curse of Shadows, and you should use elements if you're gonna do Soulfire, no?
Yeah, but yeah, I should use elements for Soulfire, but
Then that helps me too much.
yeah, you know what? Fine, I'll get it. I mean, it's not that many situations, but it's just a fun spell to use. The crits is like really nice.
It is.
Bonk! Oh, 2.2k!
That's insane.
Yeah, a big damage.
Just deletes them up. Okay, I'm gonna pull this.
So you want
and
the
we're gonna pull
dungeon
it back,
theme?
back, back,
Dungeon
back.
theme is
Okay,
hard.
Back.
Yeah, castle theme is good, I agree. Wow, music lo-fi. I can't listen to that, it's copyrighted. I'm gonna get DMCA'd out the butt if I listen to that. Oh, here it is. Oh.
Yo guys, what is your favorite race in World of Warcraft?
I'm gonna be generic. I think I like orcs, man.
Really?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of orcs.
Orcs are fine.
Yeah. Orcs is just cool.
Some
man.
orcs. I like female orcs, but male orcs like not my cup of tea.
Your favorite race is Forsen.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, let's go, boys. Nice.
I'm gonna tank it right here.
Okay, sounds good. I'm not full biz yet, no. I'm gonna run away a little
That's
bit.
fair.
I'll run away. You should get aggro back with interference in 2 seconds.
I'm getting it now.
The ads are gonna spawn right on top of.
Okay, I'm living.
That's great.
Yeah, ad should spawn at 50%, so now.
They're gonna spawn right here. Yep, novaing them.
Good. Just keep focusing the other mobs. You can cheap one if you want, I'll fear the other.
Yep.
I have Circle Rage for the next 6 seconds, just finish the boss.
Good.
Let's kill the fear first.
Okay.
Stunned.
That was a little bit scary, actually.
The mocking blow.
I had to lip there. I thought he was gonna get threat back after the fear ended, but no, I guess not.
Oh, that boss sucks with a shaman.
Oh, okay, so I have to update my thread after the...
Also, you have to shout or something?
I have to... Yeah, basically, I should just plan the shouts.
I was wondering why you didn't get threat, because I feel like you should.
Yeah. Good to know.
Yeah. I see what we get.
Let's gets fucking advanced.
Oh, that's not bad.
The Forsen belt though.
That ain't bad. That's biz for dagger.
That's a Forsen belt right there.
Yeah. That's actually really good. I remember farming this so much on my rogue.
Golden legendary.
Golden 3.
On some I
That's
use
good.
the belt in MC on my idol.
Yeah, I mean, you use this build pretty much till you get the gloves or whatever in MC.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really nice.
So is my idol for tank. Just tanking that belt is so good.
Yeah, maybe you're gonna reroll the dagger. I don't even know what's the. You get bone scraper
Yes.
dagger and then.
I would never switch to that. Makes no sense. Do not touch that, okay? Do not touch that.
Yep.
Not touching.
Massive soul fire coming here.
Here it comes.
Damn it! Unlucky!
Big damage though. Shadow Ball crit.
It's not lucky, but it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is, man. I'm never fucking lucky, man.
I swear people sleep on deep prot single target prot.
Oh,
The
mage book.
Arcanist, it's trash.
Oh, it's not good?
Oh, it's bad.
Oh, fat. Fat? No, sad.
Remember to like the lock. Yeah. Remember to talk to him for the debuff. Yes, you get killed on the way out.
Talk to him and then get the tribute. So like get the become the king. It's MP5. Oh, it's nothing good.
Someone looked at blood check today. My bad book.
What the fuck is until?
Okay, also be looted.
Oh, you want to loot?
Oh,
Okay.
Gucci.
No, you do it. You do it. Also do it. I believe in the luck.
Little ring, maybe.
What do we get?
Oh.
Pog. I heard an audible pog.
Target.
There it is.
Oh, a ring. That's huge.
Alright.
Getting some good today.
Loot the ring, Forsen.
Yes, go take it from the chest. Nice, huge.
Alright.
Dude, I swear, the last 7 runs
Alright.
I've done a tribute, I've seen an elven ring.
Yeah, it's not even lock out to get.
Crazy. Okay, I need to go to the library real fast for my enchant, and if Butso, if you could come with me, then nice.
Yes, of course.
Lord Keeper Litros. Librum of Focus. Yeah, permanently adds 8 of your healing and spell damage to leg or head item. I need 4 brilliant shards, 2 Skin of Shadow, and then 1 Prestige Black Diamond and Librum of Focus. Yes! Nice. This is what we farmed with Hubert. We did some Skolo Bolo, which is awesome. And once Butso comes over here, then we can get the second one too, chat. So we can enchant both our legs and also our helmet with this. It's 16 more spell power. Okay. I'll just get my enchant and I can come over after.
Ancient texts in there.
Hell yeah.
Did you read it?
The ancient text?
Yeah, you can read the book.
Pages here contain memories of events that transpired in the collection of creation of the reagent required to craft greater arcana. May our enemies never gain access to these librams. Wow. May I kill for the glory of Illidan.
Yeah, wow.
Okay. Good luck.
Illidan.
Nice, boys. Look at the spell power, chat. We're gonna breach 300. We're breaching 300 spell power. Hell fucking yeah. Hold on, I'll update in a second.
Oh, you got both? Oh,
yeah, I got 2 of these bad boys. Helmet and on the legs, dude.
Oh, damn.
Hold on, reload.
He dripped out the
Pretty
last
badass.
dude.
Yeah, I'm dripping.
You must.
309 shadow damage, boys. You're fucking popping off, boys. Enchant's coming off now. Alright, well, West time. I mean, actually, West does technically have an upgrade for me, Chad. This chest is actually better.
We got fog. We got the son of man himself, and most importantly,
yeah, this is an upgrade.
So what do you guys think about Waterworld?
Oh, that's a classic. Yeah.
Seems good, man.
That is a classic movie. I like that one.
Well, what's that about?
Waterworld is. Do you know Mad Max?
No, I haven't seen that either.
Okay. Well, regardless, Waterworld is way better than Mad Max. It's essentially like a dystopian world in the future where the whole world is covered in water, right? Which means that like dirt and like, you know, earth is very, very resourceful. It's essentially like a different world, right? And there's these guys called smokers who is like essentially like a gang, I guess, and they have like they control the oil, right? Because oil has also become very, very resourceful as well. And you're following this guy who lives on his own. He has like his own boat and he's like traveling this dystopian world, and they're searching for land because there's rumors that like somewhere in the world that there's land, right? And he has like crazy like interactions with the people, and there's some romantic parts of it too. He meets with the smokers, like there's like some parts where they have to negotiate some shit. It's like just crazy.
Ban that guy.
Is that your favorite movie, Guzo?
I think it's pretty good. Yeah, I like it.
I don't usually watch like serious movies. Like I don't like to be stressed out.
It just touches a lot of important themes, and it's good.
It sounds interesting though.
Yeah, I think you should watch it for sure.
I fucking hate Waterworld.
What the fuck, Parla?
What?
Why do you hate it?
I don't. It's been. It's like. What was that movie with Harrison Ford where he's like the president on top of like the ship, like airplane.
Air Force One.
Yeah, I hate them as well.
Dude,
I've seen it
It's
too
a
many
classic.
times. I've seen it too many times.
Get
I have
off
to say
my
the-
plane.
Dude, I literally have a Waterworld poster above my bed.
Okay.
My favorite
Wait,
drink
fuck,
is
wait, fuck.
water.
Get man, I get
Or
man.
as Bruce
Actually,
Lee
we
would
go.
say.
Everyone go. Let's go team. Go team.
Get the chest shot.
Kill the eyes, then the boss. Don't touch the eyes.
Yeah.
Why do you have a poster?
Why would I not have a Waterworld poster?
I don't know.
Okay, we're gonna kill the eyes, yeah?
I can respect it. It's not bad movie. It's just I've seen it too many times. Right?
Okay. I guess.
Doesn't that make it inherently good if you've seen it?
Yeah, actually, sure.
No, it's because it's the only thing they always send.
This is literally where I need a bomb.
What?
I gotta believe in auto
Oh, you're talking about the
criteria for my favorite movie is the movie I can watch over and over again. Dude, I'm so unlucky.
This is forcing here.
You got owned.
Golden legendary.
Dude, he's getting literally everything.
Is this good for me?
I mean, the bracers are okay, but it's not.
Kill them up in there.
What's going on up there?
What is happening up there? Actually?
Kill them up in there.
Oh yeah, he's.
He teleports them.
All right. Well, the final boss is where the juice is at, right?
Oh, that brought up the cape I needed. You guys ever watched The Biggest Loser?
Yeah, I've never watched Lost. The big what? The big loser?
The Biggest Loser.
No, I haven't.
No.
I don't think it comes on anymore. It used to be. It's a show where they would put like really obese people in like fat camps, and they would like work them really, really hard and see who could lose the most weight.
Is it for like motivation you watch that, or?
Can I have a PI? I just want one.
Yeah, PI. Go. All elements.
That's kind of shit.
Maybe it's like for motivation. I mean, because you're trying to lose weight, right?
Well, I wasn't fat back then, actually.
Oh, okay.
I just watched it because it was entertaining.
Oh, okay, sick. Yeah, we had like a show like that in Denmark, I think too.
I I'm a fresh fat.
Those are good. Yeah.
Orson just getting stacked.
Yeah, those bracers are fucking good.
Those are like best pretty much one thing.
Yeah, those are
Question is,
freaking
do I
crazy
take a
good.
second path or this virus?
Yeah, might as well.
Okay, so we
I
can
need to open this chest.
Oh, you gotta do the quest
go.
then. Okay, it's just a little bit of lore. I'm being asked for Ubiras if anyone wants to come. We can do the jump run first though, before Ubiras. And then we can
I'll
unlock
do
Ubiras.
Ubers. I'll heal it.
I'm passing on Ubis.
That's fine, but
Same.
are we still doing jump? I mean, I'm down to help for Damalise first.
I need
we
jump run. It
Yeah, we
only
do
takes
a
a
little
minute.
jump run.
Yeah,
It
sure.
takes like 5-10 minutes.
Alright, we can run out through north, I guess.
Hubert and Guzuldan, I need you to come to the secret spot.
What is the secret spot?
Under the chain.
Under the chain?
bit of salmon.
Under the chain. Under the chain. Here where it's wetter, it gets very better. Under the chain. Hi. What's up?
Hi, we need to wait for Hubert, then we can start.
Hi, Hubert!
Oh, hello, Hubert. Hello, Guzuldan. So I have a great business opportunity for you two. Yeah.
What is that business opportunity, St. Bitters?
So I've been making a boy band. We have about 5 members, but we need the last special piece. Yeah.
Alright.
I have heard you're an incredible singer.
I have done a few songs in my past. I was actually in a boy band back in the day, a few years back. Yeah.
Ooh. And Hubert, we need a bad boy. And I've heard you're a bad boy. You know, it's for the ladies. You know, if you can't sing, it's fine. We just need your looks. So, you know, do you know this song? I'm working late, 'cause I'm a singer. You know that one?
Yeah, I've heard it before, yes.
Sabrina.
Could we keep it that way?
No, but you need to do it. It's one of the audition songs.
It's an audition song? Are we auditioning for the boy band? What's going on?
Yeah, I need to hear a little bit of a sample, you know, so I can make some arrangements.
I don't know if I know that song.
I used to sit here and think, you know, this whole thing is just crazy at times, and then I'd think about it and it would make sense, and it's like, okay, this is what I gotta do, but I don't even question it anymore. I don't really feel bad about it. It's just the way it is.
It was deep in the woods of the Pacific Northwest. The trees were dark, deep. As the unending rain fell, a man was busy deep in the forest. He was digging, he was building, and he was planning. He'd been working on this for almost a decade, and his twisted mind was about to give birth to something horrifying. Hey you, and welcome. My name is Mike, and in this little video, we are gonna do just another one of them darkest YouTube channel style videos. We have got survivalists, 2 types if you can believe that, and we've got plenty of disturbing stories. But before we get into it, please subscribe to see new stories for the dark every single week. Now, you and I, let's give it a go. It was in the remote and frigid north of Sweden that in late 2024, a young man was setting out on an adventure. That young fella was 22-year-old Storm de Buell of Belgium. He was going out there by himself to the lonely region of Sweden called Jokkmokk, because that was what he did. The aptly named Storm was a YouTube survivalist. Young Storm had been uploading videos for a few months by this stage, beginning in late summer 2024. He had been interested in survivalism since he was a kid, and he clearly knew his stuff. His videos featured him traveling across Scandinavia, camping in Norway, distant Sweden, and he would live out of his car and just keep on trucking. His videos were all sort of ASMR style. He never spoke in his videos, letting the sound of the most wild north tell the story of itself. Storm was said by his family to be one of those people who just had difficulty making friends. He was happiest when he was out there by himself. He had been in and out of education, but just found it just wasn't for him. He had started out camping in Belgium as a kid before traveling all across Europe, but he always preferred the colder climates, camping out and hiking out in the colder climates than the warmer ones. He had been to Malta and was like camping out there once, and after that he said he'd be happy if he never saw the sun again. His channel was solidly growing, but it didn't seem like he really cared too much about that. He was more into the beauty of the landscape and showing his survival skills. And he was skilled, well able to have his tarps and tents set up, chop wood, hike, and remember he would have to hike to a lot of places twice, once to set up the camera, then run back and film himself walking towards it. But the love Storm had, for the wilderness, it would soon take a tragic turn. Only a handful of months into him actually uploading videos to his Storm Outdoorsy YouTube channel. Storm posted his final video on October 23rd, 2024, titled Camping in the Forest, No Shelter. Just a quick ASMR camping trip in the forest, eating campfire baked potatoes. The weather was good, so I didn't set up my tarp. I did wake up at night by a bit of rain falling on my face, but nothing serious. He was camping in the remote Swedish countryside by this point, and 1 week after he uploaded and posted this video, he was in the distant and lonely Swedish region of Jokkmokk. This area is also part of Lapland, which I know, isn't that where like Santa Claus lives? This area is remote as remote. Less than 3,000 people live there, and during the winter it's actually the coldest part of Sweden. But in late autumn it ain't no picnic. Temperature hovers just above freezing during the day, sometimes well below freezing during the night. And this is where Storm was, alone in late October. He was about 14.6 kilometers, which is about 9 miles, of rough wilderness from where he had parked his car. So he was deep in the bush. And I'm not too sure if he was familiar with, like, winter camping. He had only started posting on his account in August, so 3 months by this time. And it seemed like he was posting as he was filming during late summer and autumn. And, as we could see from previous videos, he packed light, and was rarely seen with any cold weather gear. And it was on October 30th, 2024, that Storm was caught in a storm. He was caught in a blizzard in this lonely place. At first, it ain't no thing for a fella like Storm. He recorded a video and sent it to his friend, filming his tent whipping in the Arctic wind, and showing that his shoes were covered in snow, saying in the video, Tonight, the situation will get worse. Jesus Christ. His friends messaged him back to get the hell out of there, but Storm saying it's nothing. He then messaged his grandmother saying, it's snowing profusely here, but don't worry, I'll survive, you know. But it was at 2 a.m. that night that Storm sent out an SOS. Things were not looking too good. I mean, it looked bad enough in the video, and it had only gotten worse as it had gotten later and later and colder and colder. And in this kind of situation, it's not the temperature itself, it's the wind. The wind was making -6 degrees Celsius. Temperature seemed like -18 degrees Celsius. He would have been really struggling, not just to keep warm, but to survive. The blizzard that night was exceptionally bad. Trees were uprooted, and so we can only imagine that his tent and tarp were likely swept away by these winds too. So just before 2 a.m. he sent out a distress signal to the Swedish emergency services. He informed them that he was injured and he needed like immediate medical assistance. They managed to locate where he was on the map. They replied to his message, but he never responded, and the blizzard was so bad that night they couldn't actually go out there to get him. The winds and the snow were so lethal it was preventing the helicopter from being able to safely take off and go to where they believed he was. The search didn't actually begin until the following morning, and by that stage, Storm had been quiet for quite a long time. When they found him the next day at around 10 a.m., he wasn't even close to where he'd sent that distress signal from. It looked like he had tried to hoof it back to his car in the middle of the night, but he hadn't made it. He had his backpack on. It was empty other than his sleeping bag and his toothbrush, and he was pronounced dead there and then. His feet and legs were frozen solid, and his face was bloody. His nose was broken, so maybe, as the storm worsened, he had tried to get back to his car by himself, fell and broke his nose, and then he called for help that wasn't coming, and so he continued on. To date, his camp hasn't actually been found. Due to the weather, a proper search will only begin come spring 2025. Storm was a guy who was happiest out in the wilds, the Swedish wilds in particular. He was asked once by his grandmother, why did he keep going back? And his answer was, very few people and a lot of nature. And tragically, young Storm's life ended in a place and doing what he loved. Alright folks, before we dive in any further, I'm just gonna real quick hop online and find your social security number, if you don't mind.
Let's have a go.
The social... Once I set up Aura, it showed me how many...
My husband actually gave me...
It on YouTube still to this day is a channel by the name of Lynn K1970. It features our host, a woman named Lynette Keller, posting videos of her making crafts.
Hi guys, I'm just looking through all this stuff that Christina sent me. Oh my gosh. I love the little cute green containers. I just love everything. And then these... My husband actually gave me some money and I was going to go out and buy some of these. But I'm going to go buy ink instead. Oh my gosh. So awesome. Sorry, I'm trying not to get too excited because my husband's going to be like, what are you doing? Okay, so I'm almost done. I know, I'm whispering.
She was very artistic, showing her hobbies, dresses, giveaways, and glimpses into her life.
Hi everyone. Okay, so, I keep asking you guys to send me intro videos and like how you got into scrapbooking or crafts and, you know, just tell me about yourself. And then I realized that I haven't done it myself. So I actually did it about a few weeks ago, but the video didn't turn out. I'm not sure what the problem was. And then I forgot to do it again. So this is me. My name is Lynette, but I like Lynn. I have a daughter who's going to be 19 pretty soon. She's in college. She's going for her like gaming certificate. Oh, sorry, my video's probably not good. I have my PJs on, so I'm trying not to go down too far. So, and I've been married, in April, I'll be married for 20 years. But yeah, that's me. I'm just crafting. I don't work. I can't work right now because of the injury. So yeah, I'm just at home. All right, I better go because I'm just rambling. But yeah, I hope you guys are having a great week. Okay, bye.
Greetings.
Lynette, as you probably imagined, was born in 1970 in California, but her family moved when she was still young enough to Oregon. Lynette was known to be passionate and loving. She had her husband Peter, who was the sole provider for the family, and a daughter named Kayleen, who, after graduating high school, would go and work on computer games, Skyrim being a favorite of Kayleen's.
So I started YouTube a few months ago. I've been, told about it for quite a bit, but I just never looked into it. And so I figured, okay, might as well, because, I'm not really into the Facebook thing anymore. And I don't really like playing the computer games no more. So I wanted to just focus on my crafts and, do stuff. I found the YouTube and I started getting subbies. I was really excited, like when I first got my subby, Michelle.
The family would later move to just outside of Seattle, and they seemed like this happy little family living in the Pacific Northwest. However, 42-year-old Lynette Keller would post her final video April 22nd, 2012.
Hi everyone. Okay, this is a shout out. It's supposed to be a video response, but things not working, so I'm gonna try to do this. I've actually been trying for several days. But one craft cottage.
See, alongside these videos posted by Lynette Keller, her husband Peter Keller would also have a lot of his videos posted on YouTube. But they weren't posted on YouTube by Peter himself. No, they would later be uploaded to YouTube by the Kings County Sheriff's Office. It's a number of videos that were all pulled from Peter's vlog.
This winter's been, just to show just how brutal it was. Well, we had a big ice storm. This is one of the trees that's fallen down over the trail. Kind of another one over there. Just a lot of damage. Branches down everywhere. Makes it a little more difficult to get through, but I don't want to move it. I'd like to keep it as hard to get through here so nobody will come out here. This winter's been pretty brutal. It's been really slowing me down. I was hoping to be done about a month ago, but it's just constantly snowed, and last month has just been really, really wet and rainy, and it's just couldn't do anything for a long time. But I'm hoping now that the weather is going to change. It looks like it's getting better. It's starting to switch over. Can finally get everything up here and finish this off. Finally do what I have to do and get it out of the way.
It's unsure if he ever intended for these videos to be published to a site like YouTube. He never did. They were published after the fact. But in his videos, he addresses an audience and speaks about what he is planning on doing.
At this point, I don't know what's going to happen. I may get caught right away. Basically, if I get caught, I'm just going to shoot myself. So, I could basically be dead in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. I don't know. It's all up to chance at this point. So, I don't think anyone knows where I'm at. But if they put it together, who knows? At this point, I have to take that chance. So, it's just going to be a point of, go as far as I can. I do have my escape, and that's death. And I'm okay with that. So.
You might have guessed it already, but Lynette was totally unaware that Peter was also making his own little videos. And she was definitely unaware of what their contents were. Because Peter Keller was literally vlogging his plans to murder his family. This is insane, and Peter sounds insane, to be honest.
Today we're hauling up a 55-pound pack. Basically a big bottle full of beans that's about 45 pounds, and some wine making stuff, and then just the weight of the gun in the pack. So a little lighter than what I have been doing. Doing pretty good. Really got a lot of stuff up.
The scariest part about it is how clear he is in his voice, his eyes, and how he simply talks like he has to do it. About how he simply can't do it anymore. Can't handle the regularness of life.
I'm getting to the point where just trying to live and pay bills and live as a civilian and go to work, it just freaks me out. It's actually more comfortable for me to think about living out here, robbing banks, pharmacies, just taking what I want for as long as I can. At least it'll be exciting. It won't be boring. And I don't have to worry about Lynette or Kayleen. And everything will be taken care of. It'll just be me. So
that's something probably a lot of us think about now and then, but what we don't think about is murdering to escape it.
it's the point in which I kill my wife and my daughter in their sleep. They won't know it.
Hey there, just passing through.
I'm hoping that I can just do it real clean. Nobody wakes up. Got a silencer, and that's my goal. Nobody's gonna suffer. Nobody's even gonna know about it.
Yeah, what do you want?
As Peter says himself, well, at least it will be exciting.
At least it'll be exciting.
Just try a roller coaster next time. Peter Keller had, since about 2004, he'd been building a bunker in the remote Pacific Northwest woods. These videos were from 2012, so he had been working on this and knew what he was doing. This was no spur of the moment, sure, why not type deal. His video documents him bringing items to his bunker. Supplies, food, propane, cleaning supplies, whatever a survivalist would need. He had created his own Camp Keller. The videos are scary but also fascinating. Look into the twisted, disturbed mind of somebody who is just preparing to do something just so utterly horrific, yet is so clear and really views it as just something they, you just gotta do it. Just something he just has to do.
Well, before, a while ago, I used to sit here and think, this whole thing is just crazy at times, and then I'd think about it, and it would make sense, and it's like, okay, this is what I gotta do. Just the more I've thought about it, the more I understand it. I don't really feel bad about it. It's just the way it is. Certain things happen that cause this to happen. So just kind of accepted it and just rolling with it.
What's kind of amazing is that even though he likely presumed his only audience would ever be the police, he still wants it to be good, retaking some of his intros and what he says and whatnot.
Well, it's about 2 weeks before the end. This is going to be my last video, probably before till after that. That's terrible.
Because even crazy people need to get the best take all right. He does this multiple times.
Well, it's about 2 weeks before I finally drop out of society and start this project. Well, it's about 2 weeks before we finally drop out of society.
Peter Keller lived in North Bend, Washington, a small town just on the suburbs of Seattle. He lived there with his wife Lynette Keller, who you've already met. They had been high school sweethearts, then they had later, drifted apart, then reconnected later on in life.
Hi everyone, I just want to say happy Easter to all my awesome subbies.
Lynette, as you've already seen, was a very talented and creative craftswoman, selling jewelry, dolls, and other crafts at fairs around the state. She had been unable to work a regular job after a workplace injury.
I'm not doing too good today. Sorry, I'm just in a lot of pain. Today is just a horrible, horrible day.
And of course, she was posting her little videos. What exactly led Peter to becoming a homicidal doomsday prepper, we don't really know. It seems like it was probably a slow transition. Financial difficulties, he loved the wild, he wanted to be there, he thought, I guess, that his wife and his daughter were in the way, he needed to make them get out of the way. It seemed like he resented his wife, Lynette, even though she clearly loved him and, thought the world of him. He resented her due to her workplace injury, so she was unable to work. That meant he had to bear, the sole financial responsibilities for the family, and he says in some videos that he just resented her, felt like she was a drain on the money he was making for the family.
My husband got me this table, that table over there, and then this big shelf. I just love this stuff. He got me all that furniture, and then he put my shelves up for me. Such a great husband.
This then likely built and built and built, and he was a proud survivalist. In his house where he actually lived with his family, he had a huge collection of guns and survivalist prepper, equipment, which he would proudly show off to anybody who would listen. And even if he wouldn't listen, he would still probably demand he show you. He even told people about his bunker in the woods that he was working on, but he forbade anyone from visiting it, even his wife and daughter. Only he knew exactly where it was and what it was. Everybody else just saw these little snaps. We don't really know exactly how much Lynette knew about his plans. He would go hiking a lot, that's what he told her. In reality, he was working on and bringing supplies to the bunker. Maybe Lynette just thought it was, a bit of fun. Maybe she thought it was a good idea too, but just not to the same extent that Peter did. We don't know. And we never will.
Well, this is the end of the day. I'm getting wrapped up, getting ready to leave. I don't know if you can see me, but kind of one last look at everything.
We only get a small glimpse into Peter's bunker, but it looks frankly pretty amazing. It was all built by one man by hand over the course of about 8 years. He had dug 20 feet into the mountain. The bunker was 3 stories with a cement foundation. It had multiple entries and exits, cost him thousands to build all of this. It was truly elaborate. This is where he wanted to live out his days, away from everyone, including his wife and daughter, who he was going to kill. It was on April 22nd, 2012, the same day that Lynette posted this video, that the Keller family home was engulfed in flames. Emergency services arrived quickly and tried to enter the home, but the fire was too much. When it was finally extinguished, pulled from the wreckage were 2 bodies. At first, it seemed like a horrifying accident. A fire had broken out, and in it, killed was Lynette and 18-year-old Kayleen, dying of smoke inhalation from the fire. However, the subsequent investigation would prove that not to be the case. Found around the home were 6 gasoline cans filled. They were all filled up. It seemed like this fire had been started and spread around the home deliberately. They also found an undetonated pipe bomb in the house. And most horrifyingly of all, Kayleen and Lynette hadn't died in the fire. It was found that they both had been shot in the head. Police swiftly identified Peter Keller as the main suspect, and the hunt was on. His car wasn't at the residence, but with the police searching, it was later discovered in downtown North Bend. But Peter wasn't anywhere to be found. It was then family began to tell the police about Peter's love of nature and love of, well, really hoping for a doomsday at this point, because otherwise it'd all be for nothing in Peter's mind. So, if the world wasn't going to end by itself, Peter would make damn sure that he would end his own world. Peter had last been in work on April 18th, telling his colleagues as he left work that day, he probably won't ever be in again. 2 days later, he withdrew $6,000 in cash. So he had money, he had plans, and found missing from the Keller family residence was a mountain bike that he often used, and his extensive armory of firearms. All gone. Well, I mean, he had been planning this for 8 years, so it would kind of suck if he made a mistake now, after all that effort. But the thing was, he did actually make a mistake. With all the things he took, he left behind some things he shouldn't have. Namely, plans and pictures of his bunker, along with all of these vlogs. He left them all in the house for the police to find.
So I've been up here about 7 hours. That includes hike time and work time.
And using those images, those videos, and the plans he had made for his bunker, the police were able to narrow down where he had likely built it. Police eventually tracked him down to an area in the Cascade Mountains and warned all civilians to stay away while they combed through the forests. And, searching that area, spying smoke one day, they felt they'd found him. It was at first light on April 27th, 5 days after he murdered his wife and daughter, that armed response units surrounded his bunker. SWAT team threw in tear gas canisters and prepared for a standoff that would last about 22 hours. SWAT finally entered the bunker the following day, careful for any booby traps and whatnot. They didn't find any. The only thing they found was Peter Keller's dead body, lying in a pool of blood, a gun nearby.
Inside the mountainside bunker of an accused killer. Police say Peter Keller worked on this elaborate hideout for years. They believe he went there to hide after murdering his wife and daughter in their North Bend home. Keller's body was found Saturday inside that bunker.
One investigator called it something out of a survivalist handbook, an underground fortified bunker, totally camouflaged in a heavily wooded area on a mountainside in the middle of nowhere.
You can see the rough-hewn logs, the timbers that were milled here on the site and pulleyed across this ravine that's in the background. It's incredibly well reinforced.
Like he said in his vlog, he was going to end it all if things didn't go his way. Things didn't go his way. It was just a tragedy that he had to take his wife and daughter with him. Peter Keller really was a selfish sack of shit. A man who desperately wanted the end of the world. He was driving and trying to empty the gas tank to get to it. And in the end, he got what he wanted. Him, alone, in his bunker. A gun, his only friend. The next channel I have for you, it's still up, though a number of videos were removed from the channel. They're still floating around the internet. It's titled Maura Murray Loves Me. Now, I'm sure a lot of you know exactly who Maura Murray is referring to. It's a story I covered eons ago, back in like the way early days of that chapter, and it's still to this day one of the most baffling, mysterious, and honestly pretty disturbing disappearances. The story of Maura Murray, it's so infamous simply because of how shrouded in mystery the circumstances of her disappearance are. So to quickly run through what happened. Maura was a 21-year-old student who was studying at the University of Massachusetts Amherst, Western Mass. She was studying nursing. She was a good student, came from a good family, had a boyfriend, didn't seem at all like the kind of person where, you know, what would happen to her. On February 9th, 2004, shortly after she went back to school as the second semester was about to begin, her car was found in western New Hampshire. No sign of Maura. It would appear like she may have been in a car crash. Her car was found like sort of against a snowbank. But there was no sign of Maura like whatsoever. Passers-by would later come forward with a few conflicting accounts. One person would say they seen a young woman there at her car. Another person would say they'd seen a strange man there at her car, but neither of these people were ever found. And to this date, Maura Murray has never been found, despite extensive searches throughout the New Hampshire and Vermont wilderness. Where she was going, nobody knows, though her family had vacationed in this area in the past. So why she was there, no one knows. She had called her work placement, saying there was a death in the family, so she would be out of town. But there was no death in the family. So no one knows why she was there, where she was going. She had, said there was a death in the family to the work placement, the nursing work placement she had been doing. There was no death, so why was she making this? It's a story just totally shrouded in mystery about what she was planning on doing and where she went or was taken to.
From the State House, Maura's family returned to where she was last seen 1 year ago. Her father replaced the ribbon that has marked the spot where Maura crashed her car on Route 112. A song written by Maura's friend is played, adding to the emotions of all that has been lost and all which remains unanswered.
I've been up here a million times. It doesn't get any easier. It just doesn't. I just hope she's well, not suffering. Just want her back.
It was 1 year ago Maura packed her bags and left UMass for New Hampshire. A witness saw her walking away from the accident. Her father believes she was headed for Bartlett, but police and her family can't answer the question why. And despite numerous searches around the area, no clues have turned up where she might be. Even still, her father does not give up.
I'm completely hopeful. I mean, that's what I want. Am I realistic? I don't know, but I'm not gonna stop hoping that.
But the point is, since her vanishing, a number of disturbing videos were posted on the YouTube platform claiming to be involved or linked to whatever happened to her. As in, she crashed her car and someone took her. It's tricky because no one is really sure if it's one person doing this or if it's multiple people doing this. And it began most famously with a user called 112 Dirtbag. The name is what draws attention because Maura disappeared on Route 112, that's where her car was found, and Dirtbag, Maura Murray's father, referred to those involved in whatever happened to her as dirtbags. On February 9th, 2012, a video titled Happy Anniversary was posted. Exact posted this video, which, I mean, it's a shot of what simply disappearance. 2 days earlier, the same user posted this video, which, I mean, it's a shot of what simply shows a pass for the Bretton Woods Mountain Resort in New Hampshire. It's about an hour from where she disappeared near Haverhill. And all of these were posted like 8 years after Maura initially vanished. It's very weird, and both videos were like privated and removed shortly after being posted, but the few folk who managed to spy them before they were taken down, they thought the videos were weird enough that they saved them, and so copies still exist to this day. Now, investigators did follow up with this character, and they found that his real name was Alden Olson. He lived in Amherst, where Maura was attending school. Though it appears he was cleared from any involvement and was likely just mentally unwell, folks still think that there are clues in the videos to what he did. But that's old news, and that was like the first weird thing that happened. But later on, another channel was set up titled Maura Murray Loves Me. The channel posted videos in 2017. The first video went up October 9th, 2017, titled Barn. Now you can hear cars, so it's probably near a road. The effects, VHS style, added in post. Then the camera drops. Like, honestly, the whole thing seems kinda dumb. But later, then, a second video was posted. That's still up, titled The End. It went up 4 days after the first one. It seems to imply that Maura was still alive, and with a map drawn in Microsoft Paint, it's surprisingly not helpful. The area most people think it points to is Big Island Pond, which is far from where Maura initially disappeared. Now both these channels, all these videos, likely fake, likely bullshit, right? But what's weird and creepy about, and disturbing and dark about all of this is, even if these are bullshit and weird, they're being uploaded about a woman who disappeared over 20 years ago as I'm posting this video. The videos are still up. They only began posting 8 years after she disappeared. So whether this is something real and dark and sinister, or more likely, you know, truth, which is just trolls, you gotta be a real sick puppy to be posting these videos so many years after the fact if you're just being a troll. It's messed up. It's creepy and dark as shit. The channel MOSB46PGH has only 2 videos on it, but those 2 videos tell you everything you really need to know.
This is my house from the street. Here is my car. This is a 2-bedroom brick ranch, conveniently located. My car is an 07 Altima. I paid $79,000 for this in 1996. That's considered a lot, believe it or not. Okay, we're approaching the door. Open it up. Oh, someone left it unlocked. That's not good. Inside, okay. My big screen TV, 32-inch. It's my computer. Let me pan out a little bit.
The first video shows a house. It's the creator documenting his home in Pittsburgh. It's a pretty standard home. A single man lives there alone.
Pan to the other side. Speakers on each side are large. They double as end tables.
He seems eager to show it off to whoever who may be watching. But he's not trying to sell the home as you might initially think. You know, hey, look at this. You want to buy? No, he's not interested in that. Not interested in that sort of thing at all.
Okay, couch and chair, they match. Women will really be impressed. Okay, come over here, there's some reading material that we're all familiar with.
The video is for other men and part of a seminar he had attended, basically learning how to get a date and to show that he thinks his home would be female approved. As you can see on the table, he did a lot of reading on this.
Okay. Little hallway, 2 bedrooms. 2 bedrooms. To the right is my bedroom. Okay, looks pretty clean. I'm sure she'll be impressed.
Ladies, are you impressed? You're supposed to be.
Now this back bedroom I use just for storage. A lot of junk here. You know, as we can see, bottles of cologne and spare change and shoebox full of old pictures and photographs and stuff and room with a view. My backyard and everything. Everything works. Punching bag. Just everything I need. Well, that about sums it up.
The man who made these videos was George Sodino, a 48-year-old computer guru who worked at a law firm.
It is easy for me to hide from my emotions for one more day. Take a long drive in the car, listen to some music, daydream, or just do some mundane task around the house that really doesn't need to be done, that's not too important. And there you go, one more day, and one more day turns into one more year. Now, RDS says that I have approximately maybe 15 more years to be successful at this. And when I heard that, I wanted to continue immediately to start moving on this. I didn't realize I had that much time. So my objective is to be real and to learn to be emotional and to be able to emotionally connect with people. Because when I'm 10 to 20 years older than she is, she has to feel good about this thing. And the only way around that, is to work on this.
Watching this video, you kind of feel sorry for him. He clearly is on the spectrum, probably has a lot of difficulty communicating with people, especially women. But when you get to what he did, you lose sympathy for him real fast. Because, I mean, basically, he was an incel before incel was a term. He had faced so much rejection and denies from women that come 2009, he hated every woman on planet Earth. His sexual frustration, his lack of sex, he hadn't had sex in like 20 years by the time he was posting these videos, and so he would attend seminars by pickup artist gurus, did all the things he thought would work to get him a date, and nothing. He wrote on his blog, entry dated December 29th, 2008, about 6 months after this video, "I actually look good. I dress good. I'm clean shaven, bathe, touch of cologne, yet 30 million women rejected me over an 18 or 25 year period. That is how I see it. 30 million is my rough guesstimate of how many desirable single women there are. A man needs a woman for confidence. He gets a boost on the job, career, with other men, and everywhere else when he knows inside he is someone to spend the night with and who is also a friend." And so, due to all of this, which was all in his head, he began to plan something that was so utterly horrific, and he planned to carry it out in August 2009. "I took off today, Monday, and tomorrow to practice my routine and make sure it is well polished," he wrote. "I need to work out every detail. There is only one shot. Also, I need to be completely immersed into something before I can be successful. I haven't had a drink since Friday at about 2:30. Total effort needed. Tomorrow is the big day." He added, "Any of the practice papers left on my coffee table I used, or the notes in my gym bag, can be published freely. I will not be embarrassed. because, well, I will be dead. On August 4th, 2009, he walked into a female aerobics class called Latin Impact. He walked into the back of the class, didn't say anything to the instructor or to the other attendees. He picked this class because it would be, like, mostly female. That was at night, 8:50 p.m. He walked in, stood at the back of the class, put his gym bag down on the ground, and turned off the lights. Then out of that bag, he pulled out 2 handguns and began firing. He would fire 51 shots into that classroom. The 52nd shot would be directly into his own head.
The man who turned a simple aerobics class into a massacre was 48-year-old George Sedini, a loner who had been planning his attack at a health club in suburban Pittsburgh for months.
He had no relationship with anybody in that club that we know of.
Shortly after 8 p.m., Sedini walked into the aerobics classroom. He didn't say a word. He placed a duffel bag on the floor, shut off the lights, and opened fire.
There was 4 handguns he had on his person.
She was in the front, you know, because she was teaching.
Alex Primus's wife, Mary, who's 10 weeks pregnant, was leading the class when she was shot twice.
She said that she held her breath so that if he came around again, it would look like she was dead.
Primus should be okay and her pregnancy unaffected.
He shot 12 women that night, 3 of whom would be killed. Not much needs to be said about George Sedini, nor really should much be said about him. He was a shitty person who blamed his own shittiness, you know, blamed the rest of the world for all his problems. He was the good one. He was the right one. He was in the right. The rest of the world was wrong when really he was just a shitty guy who couldn't get a date. The problem was himself, and he ended that problem, but tragically not before he took 3 lives and countless other injuries and traumas with him. But when you have pieces of shit like George Sedini or Peter Keller, in my mind, like the best way to beat them, to beat these monsters, it was Wednesday. The New Mexico desert stretched as endlessly as the sky, and it was quiet. All but for one stretch of highway just outside of Santa Fe. There, a wild car chase was ongoing. 4 police cruisers were in hot pursuit of one white Chevy Malibu. Inside the Chevy, a woman's life was in danger. That chase would ultimately culminate in the most horrifying way, with 2 people losing their lives.
Talk to me! Where is he? Where is he?
And he ran the other way.
But when the dust finally settled in the desert, well, nothing was as it seemed. Hey you, and welcome. My name is Mike, and in this old video, we are going to take a look at a story that, if you didn't get whiplash from the crash at the center of the story, then you would certainly get whiplash from the characters within it. But before we get into it, please subscribe to see new stories for the dark every single week. Now, let's give it a go. Santa Fe, capital of the state of New Mexico, can get surprisingly cold in March. And so, shortly before midday, a man named Richard Musser was putting on his heavy coat as he walked out the door of his apartment on Sawmill Road. As Richard was walking to his car to go get some groceries at around 11 o'clock that morning, he had a fucking hell moment. His car had been boxed in. Great! Boxed in by a white Chevy Malibu. The car was less than 10 feet away from his car and it was perpendicular to his own, and he saw that the driver's side door, which was facing him, was open. Richard Musser could see that the driver was a woman with shoulder-length dark hair, early to mid-30s, about that. In the passenger seat beside her, Richard saw a man holding like a pipe or a club, something like that. And suddenly, the woman in the driver's seat began begging Richard for help telling him to call the police, call 911 as soon as he could. She said that the man in the passenger seat was going to hurt her. Seconds later, the Malibu sped off and Richard dialed 911.
There's a lady out in my parking lot here at the Vizcaya Apartments. She asked me to call the police. Somebody's in her car, won't get out. She says he has a knife held on her. She's now leaving. She's in a white Malibu.
Obviously, any report of a kidnapping in progress with a weapon involved was only ever going to get one response. Every available unit was called upon to get over to Sawmill Road to look out for the car Richard described at the time as a white sedan. First to reach the apartments was Officer Ramiro, who was nearby when the call from dispatchers went out. It didn't take long for Ramiro to pick up the target vehicle as it was heading away on an intersection. Officer Ramiro, though, was too far away to get a plate reading, and the windows were sort of tinted, so he couldn't exactly see what was going on inside this, kidnapper's vehicle. However, it seemed that the people and persons inside this white sedan were not too keen, were not too chuffed to speak to Officer Romero. Upon seeing him, they sped off on the I-25 going south away from the city. Any call of a kidnapping with a weapon gets the highest priority from police, and so it was all hands on deck this sunny March noon. Whoever the woman was didn't matter. Whoever the kidnapper was, the man with the pipe, he was determined to ditch the police, only speeding up and up through red lights and away from the city. The only thing in that driver's mind was losing the cops. Shortly after this white Chevy crossed this dirt meridian between the northbound and southbound lanes. It was now heading the wrong way on the highway, driving directly into oncoming traffic. Soon, any cars in the area that weren't already committed to an emergency situation were redirected to try and stop the Chevy as quickly and as safely as possible. This was sprinting towards the worst possible ending territory. With the Chevy hurtling south against northbound traffic, authorities were forced to make split-second decisions. As long as there was an immediate threat to life, their pursuit was necessary, even if it risked the officers' own lives. First to join Officer Romero in the chase was Officer Norris, who took over as the lead pursuing vehicle. They were followed closely by a third car in pursuit, driven by Officer Duran. Last was Officer Montano, trailing behind, backing up his colleagues. Everything I am about to tell you that happened next, it all happened in a couple of seconds. As the white Chevy Malibu was fleeing from pursuing officers driving at 90 miles per hour, which is about 145 kilometers an hour, a woman named Alexis Jenkins was driving north on I-25, totally unaware that there was a police chase heading directly towards her. She was just starting out on her way back to Colorado after having like a girls' weekend away in Santa Fe, and she narrowly avoided hitting that white Chevy as it booked, towards her, going at extremely high speed, and she had to drive off-road to dodge it. Also heading in the correct direction of traffic was a semi-truck. The driver, Stephen Dixon, was forced to slam on the brakes and turn suddenly to avoid hitting that white Chevy and then also the pursuing police cars. Fortunately for the subsequent investigation, that jerky movement and sudden deceleration activated the truck's dash cam to begin recording. That meant not only was the following action captured on camera, but so was the preceding 30 or so seconds thanks to the camera's wind back feature. Also heading north in his truck was 62-year-old retired firefighter Frank Lovato. Unlike the previous traffic, Frank wasn't able to get out of the way of the oncoming chase. Having only avoided hitting the Chevy Malibu by a matter of inches, Frank Lovato's Dodge Ram truck hit Officer Robert Duran's police cruiser head-on. Less than 10 seconds later, he was dead. The force of the crash and amount of destruction was massive. It's hard to describe the amount of energy that results from such an impact, but Officer Duran's cruiser was later described as being almost disintegrated by the force of the collision. The cause of death in both men's cases was from severe and sudden multiple blunt force traumas sustained in the crash. Neither man stood a chance at that speed and trajectory. The level of injuries inflicted on both men was catastrophic, and no one could have survived such an impact. The only small mercy being that death would have been almost certainly instantaneous. Officer Montano, who had been at the back driving behind, Duran's cruiser was just about able to dodge this insane crash because he had been keeping a safe distance behind them. Unfortunately, though, Officer Montano, swerving out of the way of this fatal crash incident, he ended up hitting Alexis Jenkins, who had been driven off the road a couple of seconds previously, and he ended up slamming into her car. Alexis Jenkins, who'd only seconds before managed to dodge that white Chevy Malibu, would end up, after being hit by the police car, she would end up with permanent, life-changing injuries. Officer Montano would be taken to hospital with severe bruising and chest pain. So that left 2 people dead and 2 people injured, and the chase was still going on. The scene was utter chaos and it wasn't over yet. The Chevy was still flying ahead as fast as, trying to empty the gas tank as fast as possible. Benino Salas was also traveling north on the I-25 when out of nowhere something impacted his car. It was debris from the crash up ahead. In shock, he couldn't process what had happened. He thought maybe something had come loose from another car. Then the white Chevy smashed into the side of his car. The next thing he remembered was feeling warm and being surrounded by white. He genuinely thought he had died. Had he not been in a bulky GMC truck, he likely would have been. In reality, he was far from heaven. He had lost consciousness after being sideswiped by the Chevy, and the white that had enveloped him was his car's airbag. The warmth was from the hot coffee he was doused in during the impact. The truck was a complete write-off. Parts of it were strewn across the highway. The Chevy Malibu finally hitting something itself was left with serious damage, but that didn't stop this kidnapper who was still trying to empty the tank, trying to get away. They were only forced to stop and go off the road when that crash resulted in the Chevy being a three-wheeler. After witnessing the crash between the GMC truck and the Chevy Malibu, officers Norris and Romero in the lead car were forced to come to a sudden stop behind the wreck of the kidnapper's Chevy. As they did so, they saw a woman, who they believed was the female hostage they were looking for, emerge from the Malibu and crawl away before getting up and running to Officer Norris. Crying and seemingly in a state of complete panic, the woman was screaming out, "He tried to kill me. He has a knife. He has a gun. He poured gasoline on me."
Wait for you on the cell phone ring.
Get out of the car! Get out of the car right now! Let me see your hands! Walk to me! Where is he? Where is he? Walk back to me! Walk back to me now! I got the female coming back to me right now. There's probably one else standing in the car. Come back to me. Let me see your hands. Come back. Where is he? What is he? Is he in the car?
No, he went that way.
Come here. Get down. Get down. Let me check you. Get in the car.
Okay. Oh, God, help me.
Get in the car. Get in the car. Let me see. I need to check you. I need to check you for weapons.
Okay.
Where's he at? Who is it?
His name is Mark. He's my boyfriend.
Does he have any weapons?
Yes, he does.
What does he have?
He has a gun.
Where's he at?
He went running.
He ran?
Yes, he did.
Okay, stand by. So I have the victim right now in the back of my car. She's saying it's her boyfriend. Unknown on the name yet. He's got 1080 with a gun. Went into these bushes right here.
Okay, let's get some clarification on exactly where we're at, and we need to establish a perimeter on that, please.
Okay, what is his name?
His name is Mark.
Mark what?
Lopez.
Where, he ran off or what?
Yes, he did.
Are you sure he's not in the vehicle?
I'm sure, sir.
You're positive?
I'm positive, sir. He hit me, and he ran.
Okay. We need to clear this vehicle as well. I don't know if there's anybody else in here. Did he stab you at all? Did he hurt you at all?
I don't know.
Okay, what kind of gun does he have?
He had a knife to me, too.
He has a gun or no?
A gun and a knife.
Okay. What's his last name?
Lopez.
Lopez? What's his date of birth?
I'm not too sure because I haven't been going out with him very long.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. He went this way or what?
I don't know.
Stand by a truck.
Who was this well?
Red shirt, black jacket over, black hat, blue jeans.
The officers tried their best to reassure the woman that it was okay. She was safe now. But they needed to know who he was. Who was this well-armed arsonist, kidnapping, carjacker? The woman told them it was her boyfriend. Well, ex-boyfriend, or at least I'd f***ing hope so. The woman said his name was Mark Lopez. They'd only been dating a few months. Officer Norris asked where Mark was now, and she said she thought he ran off into the bushes on the side of the highway.
Today's a hard day. We have 2 people that lost their lives. We want to get to that first, get all the information that we can.
Police say the suspect around 11 this morning carjacked and kidnapped the woman in the car at knife point at the Rancho Vizcaya Apartments on St. Francis near I-25. Police spotted the car minutes later. The suspect led police on a chase down I-25 going the wrong way. That chase led to a deadly crash involving at least 4 cars. A Santa Fe police officer
Welcome back, everyone. It's Charlie. James Gunn and DC dropped a brand new Superman trailer. There's a bunch of new footage here, so we'll break it all down. If they're going to be releasing all these trailers, I'm going to have to buy like 10 more t-shirts so I'm not wearing the same thing every single week for all these videos. If you're brand new to the channel, be sure to subscribe to get all the videos. A lot of new footage of what looks like Lex Luthor going to the Arctic to try and break into the Fortress of Solitude with the Ultraman here, like the evil version of Superman, the clone, whatever we're going to call him in the movie. Most people refer to him as Ultraman. Yes, it should be said Ultraman from the comics is technically the Earth 3 Superman, which is a big multiverse twist. That's not who this is. I think people are just using shorthand to call him Ultraman. And we get a lot more close-up frontal footage of Superman flying through the Arctic, which is like a longer version of some of the footage they released with that very first teaser, where you only saw a little bit of him flying through the Arctic here, but from the back, not from the front like now. Because we're talking about James Gunn here, the way he filmed the movie, and the way he's using this perspective camera to film a lot of their flying scenes, Most of you remember Adam Warlock and the way that he filmed his flying scenes during Guardians of the Galaxy 3. A lot of people make the Black Adam comp too, mostly for comedy purposes. Like, everybody's filming these weird flying scenes like this now. Like, what happened? Why are these filmmakers using the same technique now all of a sudden? You could make the Black Adam joke because we are in the DC universe, but I think James Gunn is mostly just using his own techniques that he used in his previous movies. Like, he's mostly cribbing from himself. But I think the way they're filming this, the technology that they use has improved since he did Guardians of the Galaxy 3. So I think these flying scenes will be way better than the Adam Warlock flying scenes, basically from the same type of perspective. Even without talking about the story and how this version of Superman is going to be different from all the previous versions of Superman like Henry Cavill in Zack Snyder's movies, just talking about the technical way that James Gunn actually filmed this looks so completely different from any previous Superman movie, and a lot of DC movies too for that matter. I think it's either going to take longtime Superman fans just a little bit of time to get used to through these next couple of trailers. Like, we'll get a bunch more trailers before the movie comes out. But if it all winds up working out, I think it'll do a good job of differentiating this era of Superman just in general, so that it doesn't feel like just exactly more of the same over and over and over again, fatiguing people. A really good example of this phenomenon is that somebody actually cut the trailer to the Smallville theme song, and it actually feels very much like the Smallville era of Superman, like a lot of CW vibes. I can't put the whole edit in this video just for copyright reasons because the song will get copyrighted, but you kind of get the idea. When James Gunn was talking about this version of Lois and this version of Clark's relationship, he also used the term Clois, which is a Smallville term that was coined from the Smallville era of Superman with that Lois and Clark. There are even a couple other Smallville Easter eggs in the Superman movie you probably spotted in the trailer. I've talked about this in previous videos. Luthor Corp instead of LexCorp is a big Smallville Easter egg. Luthor Corp was created for the Smallville TV show. And even though Nicholas Holt's version of Lex is going to be very different from all the previous versions of Lex Luthor, they did talk a lot about Michael Rosenbaum's version of Lex. Because without seeing more of Nicholas Holt, I think we can still say that Michael Rosenbaum has probably been the best version of Lex so far from any version. One of the other major differences that James Gunn said that he baked into this version of Superman and his next era of DC, just in general compared to previous eras of DC, not just Zack Snyder because he was the previous era, so we mostly talk about him when we talk about differences. Generally, James Gunn said that he really wanted to bring his era of DC more towards the Silver Age big sci-fi era of DC Comics than we've seen in movies thus far. That is why in the background of the trailer you see him fighting this giant kaiju while also this giant space-looking starfish. I don't know who this is going to wind up being. There's so many theories about what's going on in the background here with this giant beam weapon. While you also have really crazy stuff like Crypto, the Superdog, and Supergirl flying around in this. That is the other big thing too. James Gunn confirmed that Supergirl is going to be in this movie. They released the first look at the Supergirl movie because they just started filming that movie just a couple days ago. I will probably do a completely separate video about what's going on during this scene that they're filming, but this is meant to be Millie Alcock, who most of you remember from House of the Dragon. She played the young version of Rhaenyra during Season 1 and Season 2. They're in the middle of filming a very particular scene in a completely different part of the universe in an outer space bar. So like she's not on Earth and Superman isn't around her when this is happening. But the whole reason why they announced that she was going to be in the Superman movie too is because they announced that her parents had been cast for the Superman movie. So it's like, why would you cast Supergirl's parents for the Superman movie if Supergirl herself wasn't also going to be in it? Unless he's pulling some Marvel-level trickery with the way they put these trailers together, removing stuff so that it doesn't give away spoilers, I don't think that we've actually seen her in the background of any of these shots here. This whole scene where it seems like he's cradling Kal-El outside the Fortress of Solitude, maybe after Lex Luthor, Ultraman, and the Engineer from the Authority comics have broken in. If you zoom in and enhance on the reflection in Kal-El's little dome here, it seems like there's somebody standing on the other side of the frame here. A lot of people wondered if that was going to be a version of Supergirl showing up at the Fortress of Solitude. I'm not expecting that, but I do think that she shows up maybe at the very end of the movie in some sort of tag scene just to help set up her movie, because her movie, like the Supergirl Woman of Tomorrow, is meant to be the next movie that DC is releasing after the Superman movie. Literally within about a year of us watching the Superman movie, we'll be watching the Supergirl movie. All the other big DC stuff that they release between that will be TV show stuff like Peacemaker Season 2, the Green Lantern HBO series, which I also just did a video for because they just announced that they cast Sinestro for that. So I'll link that video at the end of this because there's a whole bunch of stuff going on with that too that's completely separate. Most of the Green Lantern stuff going on during the Superman movie I think will just be Guy Gardner to sort of dip our toes in Green Lantern in this new DCU. Cannot wait to see Nathan Fillion be a total butthole to everybody, especially Superman. He is probably going to be extra nasty to Superman. James Gunn said one of the reasons why he cast Nathan Fillion as Guy Gardner is because longtime fans always wanted to see Nathan Fillion as a version of Green Lantern. Like, he should have been Hal Jordan if they'd made the movie several years ago, which they kind of did with Ryan Reynolds. But because for whatever reason, it seems like Nathan Fillion kind of missed his chance. He said that because he's personal friends with Nathan Fillion, like Nathan Fillion shows up in a lot of James Gunn's movies in the background, because he's also a really good actor, and he wanted to see the comedy of putting his friend in a bowl cut like this, putting him in the Guy Gardner bowl cut. He just felt like it was too perfect of a casting. Like, he's kind of playing a joke on his friend, but also having a little bit of fun with the character. So we will see what the destiny of Guy Gardner is in the new DCU. The rumor is the Green Lantern HBO series is revolving around a murder mystery because it's kind of like True Detective inside the DC universe with Hal Jordan and Jon Stewart. My early theory right now is they might be investigating the murder of one of the other members of the Green Lantern Corps, and that's the big murder mystery. So we will see if they wind up killing off Nathan Fillion. Hopefully they do. Hopefully he'll stick around for a little bit longer because there's so many big Green Lantern stories and you want to have around as many Green Lanterns as possible for stuff like that. And they're just getting started with that franchise inside the DCU. Like, we still haven't seen Kyle Rayner, there's Jessica Cruz, there's a whole bunch of other Green Lanterns in the comics that they can work up to. One of the other big things, too, is all the crypto footage. James Gunn teased that there's going to be a bunch more Super Bowl footage, but he said he's releasing it at the Puppy Bowl, which is like a whole separate tie-in event with the actual Super Bowl itself, like with the actual football game, with just a bunch of dogs running around. So it kind of makes me think that they're releasing a very crypto-themed Superman trailer around the Super Bowl, but maybe they'll also release a regular trailer around that, too, in a couple weeks. One of the other cool details in this new footage is Lex Luthor's aircraft here. It looks way more advanced than you would normally expect from an aircraft like this. When you look at some of the other footage too, where Mr. Terrific is protecting Lois Lane with his T-spheres and the force fields, you see all the other Luthor Corp guards in their gear, like in a bunch of power suits with those lasers firing on them. Notice the colors, purple and green. That might be prototype for his actual war suit from the comics, from the war armor. One of the things about this version of Lex Luthor that James Gunn said he wanted to get across was the idea that he was a real threat to Superman and somebody you actually should be afraid of, like a real threat in the movie. And part of the way that he's doing that is that he's meant to be a stone cold genius, and you're meant to see that with a lot of the things that he's done up to the present day of the movie. It seems like he does break into the Fortress of Solitude at some point during the movie and steals Kryptonian technology and is going to use that against Superman. But even before that, you have to imagine that he's cloned Superman and he has all this other technology that he's created with his genius, all before he breaks into the Fortress of Solitude and gets more hyper-tech from the Kryptonian database in the fortress. And because James Gunn said he's really hyping up the sci-fi silver age of DC, we'll see how long it is before we see Lex Luthor in a giant suit of armor firing off at Superman, just pounding it out with him. Just a good old knockdown, drag-out fight, but put Lex Luthor in a power suit. They kind of just did that on the Superman and Lois TV show, where they actually did let Superman open up on him because he was wearing the power suit. Whereas before, during all their fights, he'd always have to hold back because Superman isn't going to kill Lex Luthor in broad daylight. but you put him in some super-powered armor, especially with some kryptonite-powered armor, and it's way easier to let Superman just completely unleash the beast on him. So maybe in the next several years, we'll actually see a DCU version of this with the two of them going at each other eventually. You probably noticed that when they released this trailer, it was also around the same time that David Cornswood released a new commercial that he did for some special cologne, probably timed together for synergy so they could just build off the hype of each other. There was a little bit of this back in the day when Henry Cavill first became Superman, where he started releasing commercials and they started using those, building off of all of his Superman Man of Steel hype too. Really big reminder, we also have the Spider-Man episodes next week, and we have Invincible Season 3 episodes after that too. I will be doing videos for all of them week to week, so be sure to enable alerts for my channel so you don't miss any of that stuff. Everybody click here for that brand new Green Lantern announcement, and click here for my other real big Superman trailer video. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Welcome back everyone, it's Charlie. DC and James Gunn just announced they finally cast Sinestro inside the DC universe for the Green Lantern HBO show, so we'll break it down, what's going on with him during the series and what their plans are for the future. There have been so many Green Lantern stories that Warner Brothers has been terrified to tell since the Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern bombed, and they begged Zack Snyder not to use Green Lantern in his Justice League Snyder Cut. That was why you heard Zack Snyder saying that he had to do all of his John Stewart Green Lantern stuff on the DL when he did the Justice League Snyder Cut, because Warner Brothers specifically asked him not to do Green Lantern stuff. Mostly because of all the PTSD from the Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern stuff they had on a corporate level, like, no, stay away from this. But also at the time, back in 2021, they were thinking about doing the other version of the Green Lantern HBO show that Greg Berlanti's group of people were doing. I am sure this will come up again when we start getting these new Green Lantern HBO episodes. Like, remember, there used to be another version of this show. They basically pulled a Daredevil Born Again, like Marvel just did with that show, rebooting the reboot of the show, essentially. The only difference in the DC universe with the Green Lantern show is that there was no other previous version that ran on like Netflix or anything like that. Literally, they've been so afraid to do Green Lantern as a character after the Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern that nobody had attempted it until present day. I think the funnier thing about Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern, like, yes, make all the jokes about that. Every time you mention Green Lantern, it's kind of hard to not mention Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern and all the clowning that he does on himself. But James Gunn said one of the first things he did after he got hired by DC to reboot the DC universe is call Ryan Reynolds to tell him what happened and ask him to come back in a joking kind of way.
One of the first people I talked to after I got the job was Ryan Reynolds. I'm like, you coming back? He's like, get the fuck out of here.
Love the idea that Ryan Reynolds basically told him to completely F off. Now that's a joke though, like he wasn't actually asking him to come back and be Hal Jordan. He was just joking with them, just having a little bit of fun between bros. But that would be hilarious if Ryan Reynolds actually did cameo as some completely different character in the future of the DC universe. Like just in the background, then after the movie or after the TV show or whatever, they told you, oh, that alien in the background under all the makeup, that was actually Ryan Reynolds. Because it kind of sounds like Ryan Reynolds never, ever wants to come back, or at least come back as a version of Hal Jordan Green Lantern. If you're brand new to the channel, be sure to subscribe to get all the episodes. I will be doing episode videos weekly when it does get here. It'll be coming after Peacemaker Season 2. That's coming after the Superman movie, which we're going to see later this year. We will see Peacemaker Season 2 episodes this year, but Green Lantern won't air until next year. The whole reason why you're hearing about Sinestro right now, all the other characters like Kyle Chandler's Hal Jordan, Aaron Pierre's John Stewart, is because they're shooting the series now. The real big news you probably saw yesterday is that Ulrich Thompson, who you probably remember from Banshee with Anthony Starr, who's Homelander on The Boys right now, is going to be their Sinestro, which reminded me that Anthony Starr would be the most amazing Reverse Flash inside the new James Gunn DCU. Please make him Reverse Flash, even though I don't think he's going to do that. But there have actually been a lot of DCU fan castings out there that have seemingly come true the last year or so. When James Gunn made the announcement, Anthony Starr was also hyping up Ulrich Thompson on social media like he was so happy for him, because now he has also joined the superhero genre, just in a completely different cinematic universe. If you didn't watch those original Banshee episodes, that was Anthony Starr's first real big series, his first big claim to fame before he became Homelander on The Boys. What now? Ulrich Thompson was the main villain of that series. Beware. If you've not watched those episodes, it's actually a pretty fantastic series that's getting way more play now because it just hit on Netflix and a lot of other streaming services where people didn't see it when it was back on Showtime. What they're saying is Sinestro is going to be a recurring character during the series, meaning that he's not going to be in every single episode, but he'll be in a number of episodes, probably both in present day and in flashbacks, to mirror the relationship between Hal Jordan and John Stewart, because Sinestro was the mentor of Hal Jordan when he first became a Green Lantern. So it'll probably be one of those arcs where Hal Jordan has a lot of PTSD over the way things went sideways with Sinestro and him becoming a Yellow Lantern, worried that he'll break bad too, like he'll do wrong by John Stewart. But I think that means that in present day, Sinestro has long since quit the Green Lantern Corps because you have an older Hal Jordan, older Sinestro, so it's been a long time since he's broke bad and quit the Green Lantern Corps and become a Yellow Lantern. But when the series picks up in present day, I don't think Sinestro has created the Sinestro Corps yet. He's still operating by himself. But when we talk about Hal Jordan being worried that he's also going to do wrong by John Stewart, the way that Sinestro kind of broke bad and it broke Hal Jordan in a sense, if you haven't read the comics, it's meant to be kind of ironic because Hal Jordan himself did break bad in a really big way during the big 0 Hour event. A lot of people were talking about this when they first announced Kyle Chandler was going to be an older Hal Jordan, like maybe they're doing older Hal Jordan because they want to do a version of Parallax. Way back after comic book Crisis on Infinite Earths, Hal Jordan was driven mad after the destruction of his hometown, Coast City, turned into Parallax, basically merging with the Parallax entity, which we saw during the Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern movie. Parallax is the demonic entity that lives inside the Yellow Lantern battery. He's the living embodiment of fear, so all Yellow Lantern rings draw their power, their energy from him. Hal Jordan basically became the host of Parallax briefly, meaning that he contained the entire power of an entire Yellow Lantern battery in himself, making himself god-tier powerful. Wound up killing a whole bunch of people in the DC universe before they all stopped him, but that was the big 0 Hour event. Originally in the comics, Sinestro didn't actually turn evil. That wasn't why he quit the Green Lantern Corps. He just stopped agreeing with what the Owens were making the Green Lanterns do, their whole mission for operating around the galaxy. He started to think that it was a good idea to open themselves up to other emotions in the emotional spectrum, fear for instance, which led to him quitting the Green Lantern Corps and becoming a Yellow Lantern. But at the time, he was the only one wearing a Yellow Lantern ring, the only Yellow Lantern in the entire universe for a long time. Then eventually Jeff Johns comes along and he writes the War of Light, Blackest Night, and you have all these different Lantern Corps rising up around the different emotional spectrums. That was when he created the full-blown Sinestro Corps with a whole bunch of Yellow Lanterns. If they're going to do something like that in the new James Gunn DCU, they'd have to build up to it, and it would take a good long while to do that. But the way they've been pitching the Green Lantern series is that it's revolving around this big mystery that's tied to the overarching Justice League level storyline that they'll eventually build up to. The early rumor on that is that somebody is killed, like a Green Lantern is killed, and they don't know why. It might wind up being Nathan Fillion's Guy Gardner. We'll see about that because he's also supposed to show up during the series. But the way James Gunn has been talking about it is basically True Detective inside the DC universe with Hal Jordan and John Stewart, so that's why I think that it's revolving around a murder mystery. They kind of got into Hal Jordan and Sinestro's backstory in the Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern movie with the Mark Strong version of Sinestro. Mark Strong has been all over the DC universe at this point. Like, we saw him as Sinestro during that Green Lantern movie, then we saw him during the Shazam movie, then he came back during the Penguin Season 1. No doubt he will return as a completely different character inside the James Gunn DCU in the next 10 years. going around DC collecting characters like lantern rings. They started to deal with the whole Sinestro arc during the end of that Green Lantern movie, where he has this big disagreement with the Owens, then eventually takes the Yellow Lantern ring and becomes a Yellow Lantern, implying that he was quitting the Green Lantern Corps shortly after that in that post-credit scene. Had that movie not bombed the way it did, Ryan Reynolds continued to be Green Lantern, we would have never gotten Deadpool, so I think things worked out the way they were supposed to work out. Like, it all was fine in the end. It was meant to die. But had that movie gotten a sequel, Green Lantern 2 would have featured more of Yellow Lantern Sinestro being the main antagonist, and probably a full-on Sinestro Corps by the end of the third movie. Maybe larger plans with the War of Light, Blackest Night in that era of DC had that continued, but that's pre-Zack Snyder DC, you have to remember. And at the time, they were actually working on a Justice League from George Miller separately with like another version of Batman from the Christopher Nolan, Christian Bale Batman Dark Knight movies. That was actually going to be the Armie Hammer version of Batman that I just did a video about a little while ago. So at the time, even though DC was a complete mess, I think because that version of George Miller's Justice League featured Common as a version of John Stewart and didn't feature Hal Jordan, it was because it was going to release in 2011, the same year that Ryan Reynolds' Green Lantern Hal Jordan movie released. So had everything worked out, they probably planned to eventually cross over Ryan Reynolds' Hal Jordan movies with the George Miller Justice League movies, had those been successful and gotten sequels. But the whole problem with that is that Christopher Nolan's Dark Knight trilogy, his movies with Christian Bale, blew up so big in the writer's strike of 2009 basically killed George Miller's Justice League, so everything just kind of wound up working the way that you saw it go down. Eventually Zack Snyder came along, and they tried again for another Justice League trilogy, which also kind of didn't work out. Cut to now with James Gunn and his reboot of DC into the DCU with Superman later this year. Hopefully it will all eventually work out. Like, I think DC fans are just waiting for a Justice League franchise, like the next 10 years plus, where it just works out and we don't have to deal with all the drama. If it wasn't clear though, all the Green Lantern HBO stuff is meant to cross over with the movies. It's all canon to the movies, and I think that Jon Stewart, Aaron Pierre's character during that series, will be the Green Lantern that eventually joins the Justice League when they do form in the DCU. Because the way that James Gunn explained it, when the Superman movie picks up, the Justice League has not formed yet. We probably won't see that happen for several years. Like, I think he's slowly building up to a Justice League team up, which I think is the right way to go. Like, first establish all these characters, develop them, and then put them on a Justice League together instead of trying to introduce them all in the first two movies and then doing Justice League. But everyone post all your reactions in the comments below. Really interested to see what this new version of Sinestro is like compared to the Mark Strong Sinestro, who we barely saw, like we barely got any of him in that movie. Really just want to see some footage from that Green Lantern series, but because they just started filming, we're probably not going to get a teaser for that till like the very end of this year or like early next year. There's a ton of big stuff coming up. We have the new Superman trailer coming during the Super Bowl. Of course, I will do all the videos for that. James Gunn teased some big crypto reveal, maybe some more crypto footage. James Gunn was making it seem like there'd be a lot more crypto footage during that because they'd be releasing footage during the Puppy Bowl, and that's very dog-based kind of event around the Super Bowl. So maybe it will just be a very crypto-themed Superman trailer. Whatever they wind up releasing, of course I will do videos for it. Everybody click here for all my new Superman videos, and click here to learn about that Armie Hammer version of Batman in the fake Batman movie that he's actually making right now, which is absolutely crazy. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Cosmic Wonder, where we talk about Marvel news every single day. Today we have a huge update about the Fantastic Four, specifically the Fantastic Four's first teaser trailer. Now, they already showed a trailer for the Fantastic Four at San Diego Comic-Con and at Disney's D23 event, as well as some other events that Disney has attended. But if you're worried that the same trailer is going to be used to be shown for the first Fantastic Four teaser trailer, Disney and Marvel Studios has shown that to not be the case, as they also showed Daredevil Born Again trailers at all of these events as well, and we recently got the official Daredevil Born Again trailer, and it had completely different footage than what was shown at these events. Yes, there was some of the same footage, but the trailer turned out to be very long, and it had just a ton of footage that was not shown at these events. So the same thing is going to go with the Fantastic Four. Filming just wrapped for the movie, and even before then, they were beginning to plan for the teaser trailer's release, and we have an update about that today, and we have a reply, an interesting reply from an executive at Disney when it comes to the report of when the trailer is going to drop. So let's talk about when to expect the Fantastic Four's first trailer, and also if you're new to the channel, be sure to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you don't miss out on any of the latest Marvel news. Now, we've heard rumors before about when to expect the first trailer for the Fantastic Four, but this time the report
I got what you need. What's up? Have a good one. Pleased to meet you. Be seeing you.
Interesting.
Spirits be with you, man.
Time is money, friend. Yo. Hey, ya. Yeah, what do you want?
Zug zug. Dabu.
I'm on that piss blooming alcohol. I got some down touring I can call. I don't know what I would do without y'all. I'm on the devil till that day I fall.
Yeah, long as a whore love me.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, long as a whore love me.
Yeah, yeah. On the finest. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Long as a whore love me.
Human ass bitch, stop hating. While storing got that fire. And these souls look so garrus, man. Yeah. Fuck with me and get body. All she drink is manna. She's on a strict diet, that's my healer. And with no rest, she a 10. And she the best with that bread. Even better than the ear. She don't walk gold. She want dungeons we could run. She said, cause I need some DPS. All you the DPS. And I level when I want. RP when I don't. Got that tier 1 credit. That's that Malta and Cold. He said I never wanna see us wipe. I just wanna make us proud. They just baby show up to raid. That don't make us sound.
I'm on that peace blooming alcohol. I got some down touring I can call. I don't know what I would do without y'all. I'm on the devil till that day I fall.
Yeah, long as a whore love me.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, long as a whore love me.
Yeah, yeah.
Trolls, orcs, torrents. Even the undead. Let's go only fame.
Long as a whore love me.
I was touring.
Will it go like a woolly man? Or is it you don't know? Or the bag of bachelor's for disappeared like a melting snow. It's just to catch the buffalo. 2 weeks just to catch the buffalo. Some things take time, I know they do. Some things take time, I know they do. I hope our time will go.
A couple years ago, we covered one of the auctions for Prop Store, like we do, and one of the items being auctioned was the elevator panel from the movie Elf. In the movie Elf, the main character, our hero, the protagonist, he goes to the Empire State Building, and they push the observation deck door button, and he sees the button light up, and he goes, oh. And he pushes all the buttons and they all light up. Super, super understandable. I had twins. I spent years negotiating with 2 small kids about who gets to push the elevator button. So I totally connect and understand that drive. And the panel that was made was really, really, really beautiful. A spectacularly gorgeous panel, big stainless steel in Art Deco style with cutouts and cut-ins. 81 buttons. And I've been thinking for years, like, I want to make one. I really, really want one of these in the house. I want to hang it on the wall so I can touch the buttons, reset it, touch the buttons again. I actually want 2 modes for mine. I want to do it so that you can touch the buttons and they light up and touch them again and they go dark, or I want a single latch where they all go on and then you reset. I'm getting ahead of myself. When I was at Prop Store, I took some close-up pictures of the backside of the button panel and discovered that they were made by Dewhurst, aka Dupar, D-U-P-A-R, a elevator equipment manufacturer in Canada. And I reached out to them and we made a deal for enough buttons for me to make my elevator panel. And I'm about to open. They sent me 1 sample buttons while they're fulfilling my order so that I could start to do my design work. Elevator buttons come with electronics to interface them with the elevator system. Those electronics are actually even more than the buttons, and they're more than I need. So I just bought the buttons on the assumption that building an 81 button all separated latching circuit is a doable thing. I'm pretty sure it is. So we're gonna crack this.
What you ask?
Oh, they put it in a thing. They put it in a thing. They even included. Oh, this is freaking super, super awesome. Okay, great. So it's a 24-volt system. All right, shall we plug this in? They've done one thing. All right, let's try. Actually, before I get into the elevator button stuff, let's just plug this in. Guess it doesn't matter which ones it goes into. Right, there we go. Okay, so this is a classic momentary button circuit. And then it goes on when you push it and it goes off when you release it. And elevator buttons here, there's a pair of little momentary switches there that on either side, and there is an LED light in the middle. And I'll take this apart and cover it, but 24 volts, this is great, this is so great. Here's the Here is the super cool thing about elevator buttons. You've heard of the term planned obsolescence. If you haven't, look it up, because it's messed up and a kind of amazing feature of modern society. The story, or the modern story of planned obsolescence begins with a light bulb cartel. All these different manufacturers were making light bulbs in the early part of the 20th century, and they realized, basically they formed a cartel to agree with each other that no one would let their light bulbs last longer than 20,000 hours. I think it's 20,000 hours. And this means that everything that you use in your life has a tested use limit that has been tested by the manufacturer. So, for a standard USB-A connector here is rated for a total of like 1,500. Is it 1,500? See, now I just forgot. Hold on, let me get my laptop. Yeah, standard USB-A connector here. That has been tested to reliably survive 1,500 insertions. That doesn't sound like a lot, does it? 1,500. 1,500 times unplugging it, plugging it in. Once a day, that gets you about 5 years. 4 years, give or take. Four and change. 1,500, right? Like, really? 1,500? And then I did some research. Mini USB. Remember those? The mini USB, 5,000 insertions. Micro and USB-C, 10,000 insertions. So you see how much more robust USB-C and USB micro is and why we phased them out. And for reference, a standard wall switch on your wall. Now there's a wide variance of quality in there. However, the Underwriters Laboratories listings, I think, are pretty consistent, and out of a standard home wall switch, you can expect a life cycle of between 50 and 100,000 switch operations before a failure. Frankly, likely longer, but these are some of the metrics by which these things have been tested and can survive. So USB-A, 1,500, USB Mini, 5,000, micro USB-C, 10,000, wall switch, 50 to 100,000 cycles. Your standard Dupar elevator switch, 7 million cycles. 7 million. Yeah, right? Like, whoa! Because these are big, expensive machines, and people get in them, and people are abusive. And this right here is a small bit of equipment that is the spear point of decades of development of robust human interaction equipment. Robust equipment that interacts with humans. 7 million cycles, give or take, before failure. I think that's pretty freaking cool.
What do you need?
So, 81 of these, correctly numbered, are on their way here to the cave. I'm also ordering some stainless steel plate. I'm gonna chuck it up on my mill. I'm gonna drill all the holes. Spectacular. I'm like so excited. And I needed this button specifically to start working out the rudiments of my latching circuit, how I was gonna do it. I'm gonna use solid state relay banks. Like, I think I found some that were up to 16 relays that allow me to adjust what the reaction is when I get military. But also, I want to measure the size of the hole in the stainless plate so I can order some annular cutters or the proper cutters I need to cut all 81 of those holes. And I need a bunch of wire and stuff. So yeah, there's a lot of little things to do. This is a big, busy work execution. But it begins here. Boom. The elevator has arrived. All right, here's how simple this lovely thing is. You know how at the hardware store they say the bulbs are rated to 100,000 hours, but they don't mean the circuits. The circuits usually fail for the LED bulbs. This isn't one of those. Just two nice bright LEDs, 24 volts. That clips in here, and yeah. So, we're gonna pull this out. And there, yep. Right, studs put in there, and here is the button and its surround. Here you have your two normally open contact switches here. And if I pull the light, you can actually see how low the travel is. It's very little travel. That's actually probably by design to limit the amount of wear and tear. Amazing. There it is. There's my baby. All right. I love that they glued some 9-volt batteries to this for me. That was very sweet. 1.385. It's probably 1.375. Let's see what the assessment is. Yes, give or take 1.375. There you go. 1 3/8. That's the one. I'm gonna order another couple of these. Elevators are mounted in stainless steel plates. It's usually, the elevator spec is a 300 series or 400 series stainless steel sheet. Those numbers, 300 series, 400 series, delineate different alloys of stainless steel. I was attempting to find, well, we have a company here in San Francisco that just delivers metals to your cut size. And I wanted to get some sheets of 430 stainless because it's easier to machine. That's a 400 series with properties that make it ductile and machinable. And the 300 series are not as machinable as the 400 series. But the 400 series are rare. They're harder to find. Anyway, I was running into trouble, and then I remembered that my friend Kevin Binkert of Standard Metal Products here in San Francisco has a giant water cutter. You might remember Kevin. He was on Prototype this. He's an OG member of Survival Research Labs and an amazing engineer. And a longtime friend. I've known Kevin for over 30 years. And he's got a water cutter. So I texted him a picture of the elevator, and I was like, you can cut something like this out, right? And he was like, yeah, all day long. So I'm about to make a drawing of the dead nuts dimensions of what I've got about the elevator. Yeah, that's just, I thought it would be instructive. Oh, it's a very exciting time. My elevator buttons have all arrived from Dupar, makers of the elevator buttons from the film Elf. And I was just at storage. I didn't know when these were coming in, but I've been very excited. So let's see what we all want. Oh, dude. Look at how they did it. Oh, that was such a thing. Oh, ladies and gentlemen.
Amazing. I'm so excited. Here we go. Okay. Hi, everybody. I have just been over to my friend Kevin's shop. My friend Kevin is the artisan maker who did the cutting out of my elevator button panel for me. And I reached out to Kevin because I think I talked about this already. This project goes on so long, I can't remember what I've said before or not. But basically, the elevator buttons that are held onto this panel are held on with studs. And I called up Kevin and I was like, I need this second panel so I can add some studs. And he's like, you need a stud welder? I've got a stud welder. We can put the studs on. So, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else. Ooh, Studley. Studerific. Stud Zone. I don't know what the hell's going on in my head. This is great. This means that we can now progress to the next stage of elevator construction, which is great. And I'm going to clear this workbench just to muck around with it. So they sent me one of their security locks, which is a barrel lock. I don't want to use that because it's more accurate. This is the accurate lock for the ELF elevator panel. This is what I'm going to use. This has off-on inspection, which is great. Actually, let's just check out one more. Nope. All right, this is the correct one. So we're going to... I can't tell you how much this... Sorry. I can't tell you how much this pleases me. The buttons are all in. They have all been oriented correctly. I am using their studs that they're held in by to actually hold in a rigidifying framework that I have designed out of 3/4 inch birch ply, this stuff. I am going to make the box that holds this. I'm going to make it, I'm sorry. I'm going to make it 2.5 inches deep, and I may actually lower the amount of that depth later, but right now, that's like the most I can imagine I will need. And then I can get the
engineering of this correct with 4 1032 flathead screws holding on each side, plus yeah, I think a couple of rivets out here. Yeah. All right, so now I've got to cut. Hi. Now I have to cut these strips. 2 strips, 2 and a. We'll cut them to length and then we'll figure out what the insides and the outsides are. Oh, no. So, the whole idea behind this frame is that it uses the existing structure without me having to do too much gluing, and I can still take this entire thing apart, which I still need to do. I need to chamfer the front edges of this thing, but the buttons in it, and The frame is good. It installs and deinstalls easily, which was my main deal. So then, I still may make it shorter, I still may make it thinner this way, but I want to account for these wings, so I'll cut this pair of pieces of plywood to create a space there. Go. Excellent. I am going to glue and staple that in from the inside. Then I'm going to pull this frame. I'm going to add some Bondo and spackle and give it a coat of paint, black paint. I want it to disappear. That's the goal. All right. This operation was one of the more delicate, actually. I chamfered the edges so that the corner came to a 45. And I did it with this little air tool. We'll include a link in the description. It's from Amazon. And I would not have bought this tool. I did not know how useful this was until my friend Kevin was like, dude, you got to get the chamfering air tool. It's amazing. They're sailing under Mage's mind. I know these feelings of longing. I know what's coming. Lots of tedious, repetitive work on a job like this. I've got 81 of something, which means everything I'm going to do is a multiple. I'm going to put in all of the side screws. I think this might be the last time I assemble it like this. We shall see. There's still some work to do, but to be or not to be. All right. That. So, work proceeds on the elevator panel. I'm calling this the joy panel. I have an issue. And the issue is that, let's get this to you straight. See that? That's an LED. The original buttons for the ELF elevator panel were incandescent. Not that I want to go to incandescent. LED is nice and draws low power. But it's cold, it's a chilly light. Look at that. It's a stingy light. It's a stingy light. And I want it to be warmer. So I have some gel here. And it's fairly... Look, I mean, part of the robustness of this system is that they make the components incredibly easy to move in and out. It's spectacular. So, what I can easily do is add just a tiny bit of yellow gel to the front of these two LEDs and pop them back in here and get the color that I'm looking for. That's what I'm about to do. I'm about to figure out what the color is. I've got two gels here. I think I've got a 212 and a 149 quarter straw. And I even have this one, it's a little more orange, but it is this is an 8th straw. Yeah, so I'm gonna play around with a couple of options. I'm gonna put you in a better position to be able to see the buttons, and then go. Negative from here to here. Positive, and the negative comes over here, and these should all three light up. Let's just double check. Hey, that happened. Oh, baby! Oh, baby! My heart is full of love and desire for you. Woo! Huh. All right. I think that looks like what I want. I think that's a beautiful color. Let's double check our voltage. Make sure we're exactly at 24. Yeah, 23.98. Okay. That's great, everybody. So 212 is what I'm going to use. This will make these suitable. That's not working.
Some blood and thunder. Spank, what do you need?
I have gelled all 84-ish bulbs. I'm gonna include a little glassine bag with some extra gels, label them Roscoe 212s, and tape it on the inside here. Always a good idea to do this kind of thing. But next is to do, right. So because we're wiring this, wiring will get an introduction in just a second. But when you're wiring up a bunch of lights like this, you don't need to send 2 wires to every single light. Like 2 separate wires. I'm going to be ganging up all the grounds, all the negative leads on all of these LEDs, and I have this spectacular jumper cable, which is just a bunch of jumped lugs and we're about to install it. I'm going to disconnect my piece here. I'm going to unplug the power supply, and we are going This is where setting up all your persuasions so that they're, like, I took the time to make sure every single button had the same orientation. Okay, there's two orientations of buttons here. Side and horizontal and vertical. And in laying those out, I made sure that all the horizontals were facing the same way and all the verticals were staying the same way. And that means that I can quickly check the wiring visually and not get too lost. I'm just going to keep on buttoning this in. Later on, I'll come back in and sweep these with the positive lead, and anything that doesn't light up, I'll just have to reverse its polarity, but it should all, yeah, this is a very testable set. It also means that all the distances my jumpers have to jump are consistent. They don't have to do a double jump at any given time. I don't know why Otto from The Simpsons is always my go-to. You know how they have those, like, double guitars? All right. Right, so that should be connected. Wait a second. Huh, hold on. I see, I've wired it all backwards. I understand it all completely backwards. I can't stress enough that I don't know much about electronics. I'm pretty electronically ignorant in a lot of ways, but I know to test my systems. Extension. Excellent. Okay, all the bulbs light up correctly. So I can unplug that and let that chill. All the plugs are in the right places. Alright, so now I need to pop in a panel here. It's like about this. And this will be where my 5 boards go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll have them on standoffs, but I'm also going to be holding this on with a hand. With everything in place, it's now time to wire it. And when you want a light to stay on when you hit it, that is, for all the reasons that make sense, called a latching circuit. And a latching circuit does exactly what it sounds like. It latches when you apply power to it, and then can be reset to go off. In the United States, our elevator buttons don't go off when we push them a second time. Although I could have also built a circuit like that, but that's not what I'm used to. In other countries, apparently, when you push a button twice, it goes off the second time. How about that? Neither here nor there. So the question is how to do 80 plus latching circuits. And on these pictures I have of the ELF panel, you can see that they used an Omron latching relay times 81, which is totally a reasonable solution, except expensive, because those Omron relays are $10 to $20 a piece. Times 80 is, you know, somewhere between $1,000 and $1,600 to populate this. There is a cheaper way. I called my friend Zach Ratting. He has been on the channel before and worked with me on some other things here on Tested, and he is a Zach is kind of what I am in the making of things in terms of the physical. Zach is actually, I don't know his specific making skills, but his electronic skills are like as broad as my making skills. He understands this stuff at a very deep level, and so he drew up a circuit for me and gave me some parts to populate it with. And here is the circuit. This makes me so happy. This is the model of the latching circuit, and we're using these little tiny PCB elements, which I couldn't even believe they were that small. That. Wait. Yeah, there we go. There's one. Dude, I didn't even know I could solder that small, but I can apparently. Anyway, we got this working. And the question is, am I going to build 81 of these? I was ready, and then Zach explained that I didn't have to because he could draw up that circuit and send it to JLC PCB. They are not sponsoring this. I know that JLC PCB has been out there sponsoring a bunch of maker builds, and this one isn't sponsored by them, but they are the clutch provider for this project because Zach was able to build a PCB board on his computer and send it to JLC PCB, and they sent back 10 of these 16-channel latching circuit boards. So this is 16 separate latching circuits, and we bought 10 of these, populated with all the electronics, the resistors, etc., for less than $100. I only need 5 boards, so we have a 1-to-1 redundancy. I need 5 boards, I have 10 boards. This is crazy to me that you can get this done that cheap, that fast. Also, it arrived, I was away, but it arrived in like a week. This is a brave new world, as far as I'm concerned. I know that some of you out there have been dealing with this stuff for a while. To me, this is like science freaking fiction. But so, Zach is coming here today to help me wire up the first switch and just get a test going. And then once that happens, he can go home. I will then spend probably 15 hours or so doing all of the wiring of 5 boards worth of 16 channels to get this thing going. We are on the home stretch here. This is the last big piece alongside the hanging technology. Yeah, it's really exciting. So the next step is Zach comes, we wire it up, we test it, we make sure it works to our satisfaction, and then I go and do some wiring. Dude, can you believe this? Crazy.
So, I mean, you could do it 2 ways. You could actually drill and bolt these on, or you could just double stick tape.
Well, I figured just for our test, we can double stick tape. I am gonna bolt them on.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the double stick tape is actually nice because it does give you a little bit of a spacer, and you can just shove the wire through and still be soldering. It's not a bad.
All right, I'm totally fine.
But whichever. You have, I think, twice the amount that you
yeah, I
need.
only need 5.
But
And I don't think I'm connecting any of them to these guys. I think these would be just good.
okay.
Also, I figured out animations. So, this is for future.
Yeah.
But falling snow, falling rain, splashing animations. But then I was like, fucking Tetris. I can have the shape show up in the top 9 and play Tetris with the door open, door closed buttons. And then Pong, I can play Pong. I love the idea of layering in extra. Yeah. I could do a shadow.
Yeah.
I could have a camera and have it be your mirror.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so or even run everything through the backside and leave it back there.
You could also, actually, yeah, if you run them around, yeah, that'd be hot. This is I guess, the top one. This is about, actually, you have it named.
I have it there, but you
it's
can
fine.
just kind of-
Doesn't matter. So, you have to decide just the routing of all of this. If this is going to go under, like under the next one, which
Right.
probably makes a lot of sense. It comes down, does like a fold, comes down here.
And deals with these 16.
It could be.
So it could be that the farthest one it needs to get to is there.
Or because it's top, does it make sense to go all the way back up?
Oh.
Probably does.
Yeah, it does. Alright, so then it's here, over here, up,
And then sort of
to the last mile, right?
well, but which is for but
Given that that's the last mile, and so
give yourself another 4 inches, and then because again, if you have to let your wire back here, bunch.
these clippers, I'm getting rid of them. So,
Yeah.
we're getting an apple box. Oh, but we can take that one and wire it to the bottom just for our task.
Sure, we can wire it. So we'll just get used to what the color codes are.
And that would follow.
Yeah, because it's like you can see LED is blue, and then the corresponding is green.
All right, so this is the first switch.
Yeah.
Switch LED pair.
Yep.
Oh, right, and we need a line going to
So-
a ground line going to that same.
Yep, and then we'll also need power and ground to the board.
Right. Zach has just left, and we successfully wired up one of the board switches to the L button, and watch that. Oh, it's on! And reset is the alarm button. Oh, yeah! Dude! Very, very exciting. So, there are many steps between now and completion. So there's gonna be a lot of time lapses. That's all I have to say. Time lapses, here they come. This is a lot. This job, a ton of printing. 82 times 4, which would be 328. There we go. So 328 separate crimps on as many pieces of wire. And look, I wanted to talk a little bit about tedium, because one of the specific skills that model making requires is an ability to tolerate tedium, and not just tolerate it, but like execute it. It's like tedium is the job. Something like this, every connection matters, and it's really easy to get bored and to lose focus doing stuff like this. So personally, for me, as I'm doing this, I'm often asking myself, like, was there a more efficient way I could grab each pair of wires so that I'd have more access? Could I set this up in a slightly more efficient way? I'm always looking for small improvements in time. And one aspect of that is that it's a nice efficiency, because occasionally I find some, I come up with ideas for making something go much faster. And I've talked in the past about the pitfalls of many. This is 80 some odd switches with multiple operations per switch. And what that means is, like, everything that you've got to do is times a whole intense time factor, right? Like, when you have 100 of something to do, if that takes a minute, that's almost 2 hours right there. 1 minute per. And By the same token, when you're doing many, every bit that you can shave off each transaction, each time apart, each touch you do to the parts that you're working on, each time you can reduce a touch, you gain time. So on one hand, it's mathematically nice to be asking yourself if you could do better, because sometimes you can, and you benefit from that. But then the other thing is that it keeps my brain sort of flowing and paying attention to the task at hand. And I want to tell you, I woke up this morning and said to my wife, today is the holy tea. I love this kind of work. I find it meditative. I find the reality is that when you have a lot of something to do and you look at the two piles of things in front of you and you realize at a certain point those piles will be brought to zero and you will have done it all. And in the middle, you're looking at the piles and you're like, I don't know if you're making any progress. And then you do. And then slowly, inexorably, those piles get smaller and you do make progress. And honestly, that, no matter how tedious you think something is, it's always going to go a little faster than you think when you get to the end. You're like, that wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. This whole elevator panel is nothing but that kind of yeah, board's wired up. The board is wired. All the right leads are going from the board, and now it's time for me to put it here and start to hook it up. That's really the next frickin' thing. Yes, it is. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put the board up here. I'm gonna start to label some of the wire bundles coming out of this so I know which they are. I've got this divided into 5 zones, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 16, 16, 16, 16, and 15 switches respectively. Yeah, that's where we're at. Hey, everybody. All right. When last we left our intrepid hero, I was wiring up all of these boards to power up all of these buttons. What? We found there was a flaw in these boards. And as part of this, I had reached out to Tested's own Jeremy Williams and talked to him about the potential for adding some low bit depth animation using this low bit depth screen that is the elevator panel. One way of looking at the lights of the elevator panel is that they are a grid, so they could be considered pixels of a screen. A very low resolution screen that is 5 by 17. You've heard of 640 by 480, this is 5 by 17. And I was always clear that that was like step 2 of this process, was to add animation. Step 1 was to just get all the buttons to function. And by function, I mean go on when you hit them, and then you can reset them and turn them all off again. But later on, I want to do some other fun stuff, and maybe even some Arduino programming. So Jeremy Williams looked at the buttons and was like, hey, what about, he said, hang on. Let's look at the button here. So here is the elevator button in question. And here is the light panel here. When Jeremy and I talked about turning these things into pixels for animation, what Jeremy was saying was that, you know, addressing them, we could change their colors. And I was like, how do we change their color? I mean, I already added a yellow gel to these to make them look more incandescent. And he was like, no, we could put in like addressable LEDs. We could use RGBW, like RGB and white LEDs potentially, to create whatever color we want, and we could address to them. Well, when Zach and I discovered that there was a fatal flaw in the boards, that's what we did. So Zach designed a new board. Let's see here, hold on. I like showing examples. So this is the old board. This is the new board. We only needed 5 of these. We need 83 of these, and we have them. Et voila! There she blows. And the best part is we were able to order this from JLC PCB. We were able to order this from JLC PCB in, like, again, just a couple weeks. So that is an addressable LED, and I'm going to be jumping from each LED to the next. I have to remove all the old bulbs. And so, yeah, there's going to be some time lapses. Look, we're already in the footage hall of fame on this episode, so I may just shoot this as a time lapse, literally, instead of free rolling. That may be what I do. Here we go. There's a couple of lessons in here in what I just did. So I've talked a lot on the channel. Let's see. That's the better view. I've talked a lot on the channel about the tyranny of many. When you have a project with a lot of individual components to it, each component needs attention and attachment, you will find that you can get into the deep weeds insanely quickly with things that need to get done, and you don't have enough time TM to get them done. And so, one of the things I noticed and talked about early on in this video is that the buttons, in order to be placed close together, are actually placed in a oscillating horizontal vertical arrangement. You can see it across the back here. A horizontal and vertical arrangement. And when I did that, I think I said this on camera, I made sure that, so there were 2 states, there were 2 positions. Actually, when you have switches like this, each one of these can have one of 2 orientations, right? Its own orientation and 180 degrees off that orientation. Which means that across all the buttons, there's 4 different rotations that are possible with this light panel. But when I set it up so that there were only 2 orientations. The light panels were either the logo on top or the logo on the left. Is that correct? It doesn't matter. I reduced it to 2 orientations. I might have even said this in the beginning of the video. I did that for basically what just happened that I didn't expect, which is I had to take out all 81 of those switch panels. And because there was only 2 orientations, I didn't need, you can see this in the time lapse, I speed up. I didn't need to like look at each one and figure out where the tab was. It was always either here or there, here or there, here or there, here or there. And just that little bit of efficiency saves me minutes, which means at the end of a job it could save hours. And I just wanted to point out that, like, that's my institutional knowledge coughing up out of my gut to say, there's all sorts of metaphors, to say, hey, reduce the complexity of this. It may help you later. And the answer is, it really did. Now, the other thing that I'm doing is I'm replacing 3 of the switches. I don't know about you, but regularly every day I get enraged about bad user interface. Every website where I can't figure out where to click, every point of purchase self-checkout, user experience is in a rough state culturally. I really believe that. And I think one of the most egregious violations of UX design are these guys. Yeah, you recognize them as the door open and door close. Pop quiz. Which one is this? Which one is this? I have to look every time and be like, that one's open. On the original elevator, there is no such issue because this were the 2 buttons on the original elevator, and I submit this is way big Reynolds Graham's number way more readable than this malarkey. Can we just do away with these forever? I hate these. I hate them. I don't like to use the word hate, but I hate these. Okay, so I'm replacing these, and also on the original, the alarm button was written as alarm. I just swapped it out. Here's the old one and the new ones in there. Okay. Everything's been pulled out. It's now time to solder. What I have a whole bunch of these. Those are the new light panels. And I've got to solder on some little connectors onto each one of them. So that's once I get this table cleaned up, that's the next thing I'll do. And I'll set up a different time lapse for you. Reset. Set it all up. Oh my gosh. Oh, so satisfying. Dude. Oh, so excited. Sorry, it's like Saturday morning and we finished this last night. Zach Radding did the final programming. I did all the wiring. I can't remember if I've said this on the channel before, but my understanding of electronics is structural, not philosophical. Like, electronics not my strong suit. I don't have any formal education in it, and you know, the kind of brain that Zach Radding brings to electronics is just something I fundamentally kind of don't understand. But I'm learning computer. I'm a learning computer, and Zach kind of he sort of held my hand and walked me through the prairie of wiring. Wiring a matrix. That this is a simple 8x10 matrix with 8 rows and 10 columns. And as long as you have a diode at every switch, the computer can tell by the cross of that grid, which switch was pressed. There was some very, very funny failure modes last night where 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 light up, but 7 would light up 11, 8 would light up 10. Like every other row would go backwards. And that's because of the sort of wandering peripatetic way I did the jumpers on the backs of all the LEDs. But it only took Zach about an hour to find the right color, and I love this color. This color feels good. And you know what this means now? Now, I get to peel off the protective paper. Yeah. I had like shop beers last night with a bunch of local shops and some shop friends, and everyone was asking. First of all, we all played with this. Second of all, everyone was asking me, "Can we peel off the protective layer?" And I'm like, "No, I have to do it on camera." And they're all like, "Yeah, that checks out." All right. Oh. Oh. All right, come. Come on, let's try and get it all at once. Might not be possible, but should be. This is the kind of part of the construction job that I'll bet is really fun. Like at the end, once you set up a whole office building. Oh, come on, stop failing. Even Kevin Binkert, who actually cut out my, Kevin Binkert, who did all the water cutting on the stainless and all the stud welding for holding the switches in the back, he came last night and got to play with this too. That's really, I like that. Little tiny remnants in it. Oh, I made it. Always wanted to do it. So what happens now? I can't remember if I've talked about this in this video yet, but I'm gonna go put this up in my house. This is part of our Christmas decoration. Yes! Isn't that awesome? Yeah, I just got to put together a little toolkit, a level, screw gun, and then, yeah, we'll have a finale shot of this in situ. so freaking satisfying. One of my favorite prop replicas ever. This would not have been possible without local vendors like Kevin Binkert at SMP, my friends like Zach Radding, Dupar, Elevator Button Makers Extraordinaire for giving me a great discount on these buttons with their 7 million presses before failure. It's been an education. And that's the best part of any of these builds, isn't it? All right, I've gone on long enough. To the install! There she blows. It's Christmas everywhere. Thanks you guys for joining me for this holiday build. Even though this might go up after the holidays, it's a holiday build. Thanks for sticking with me all the way. See you guys next time.
Empire 1-1, unable vortex, and I have like 1,700 pounds of fuel left. This is extreme emergency for me.
There are 3 different fuel levels that you can deal with when you're out flying. Normal is what you probably experience as a normal passenger. You're going around, that means everything's going to be fine. You've got a normal airport, a backup airport, everything's great. That's normal. Min fuel is, hey, I can't take any unexpected delays, so I need to get to the airport quickly. It's not a big problem, but I can't get anything that's unexpected. That's min fuel. Then there's Mayday fuel, which is, at the airlines, I have less than 30 minutes. For this pilot, it sounds like they're a lot less. This F-18 was coming into land. They weren't able to make it into their planned airport, so they planned to go to a different airport. The problem is, just like he said, he has an extreme emergency.
1,700 pounds of fuel left. This is extreme emergency for me.
The other problem is this is all happening over a very populated area. This is happening right over downtown St. Louis. Now, normal fighter jets don't have the same capabilities that my plane has. My plane can land in very low visibility. However, fighter jets don't have that. But their plane has something cool that my plane doesn't have, because apparently putting missiles on a 747 isn't safe. So they have other capabilities that my plane doesn't have. My plane can land in all kinds of low visibility situations, but typically fighter jets, they want to reduce the weight that they have, and so they focus on things that are important for fighter jets. Landing in low visibility is not one of those things. Check out how this whole situation plays out.
Empire 1-1, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I've seen a missed approach. I'd like to reset up for the CAC.
Understood. Empire 1-1, cancel approach clearance, maintain 3,000, turn left, heading 180.
Empire 1-1 up to 3,000 left for 180.
No release. Let me get this Empire 1-1 out. This has been a
Empire 1-1 is in fuel at this time.
All right, there's a lot of talking going on there, so let me explain what's happening. First, you hear the pilot reference this TACAN.
Approach. I'd like to reset up for the CAC.
TACAN stands for Tactical Air Navigation System. It's different for fighter planes than what normal airliners use, because fighter jets, especially in the Navy and in the Marine Corps, those have airports where they're moving, let's say a boat. So they use a TACAN system, which allows for fighter jets and those types of planes to find a moving target. Airline pilots, our airport is not moving. So we don't need that technology. So it's a very different technology that the military uses than what we use. And so they have different capabilities, different setups, it's different technology that's on there. And so that is what a TACAN system is. You also notice that you can hear the air traffic control guy talking on a landline, and that's when you heard that dial tone sound here.
Hey, no release. Let me get this Empire 1-1 in.
And while he was talking on that landline, he wasn't transmitting, so the pilot could not hear him. But we can hear both transmissions happening, and listen closely to what this fighter pilot says while this air traffic controller is talking to another guy on the ground.
Empire 1-1 is using main fuel at this time.
So this pilot isn't in the mayday stage yet, they're in the min fuel stage, meaning, hey, I need to get back on the ground quickly, don't go sequence me out behind 5 other planes, I need to get back on the ground. That's min fuel, not an emergency, it is definitely a concern though, so you get a priority handling in that case. Now, that fighter pilot doesn't know that he's on a landline. Sometimes the controllers are able to talk on the landline and listen to what the pilots are saying. Sometimes they'll come back on and they'll say, sorry, I'm on the landline. In this case, the controller was obviously very focused on this pilot and what was going on. So he was talking on the landline and listening to what that pilot was saying with the min fuel situation. Check this out.
Okay, hey, Empire 1-1, he's minimum fuel. What's your current weather?
Current weather, we got 2.5 miles visibility, mist, overcast at 400, temperatures 15, dew point 15.
102.5 in viz, is the viz?
Yep.
Approach Empire 1-1.
So all this is happening right now is the controllers are talking to each other, and they're talking on a landline. And now, the pilot isn't going to be able to hear that, but we have the audio control. So we have the landline conversations happening with the controllers. And that controller is trying to figure out what's going on at that airport. So you have controllers that are handling big, large amounts of airspace, and then you have people that are handling more smaller airspaces like an airport, where you really didn't know the specifics. So what the guy is saying is, hey, at this airport we got 2.5 miles of visibility, and the overcast, the clouds are 400 feet above the airport. The problem is that this is a TACAN approach, meaning it's a non-precision approach. Meaning it's going to give your plane guidance left or right to get lined up with the runway, but not give you a path to get close to the ground. So a precision approach is going to get you really low to the ground. That's what you typically see at the airports. It'll get you really low to the ground, and in some cases it will allow the plane to land and stop itself on the runway. But your typical precision approach is going to get you lower to the ground because it's giving you protection from trees and other things around the area. A non-precision approach doesn't work that way. So if you compare these two different approach plates here, you can see if you're doing a precision approach, you can get a lot lower to the ground, which is shown right here, versus this same exact runway at the same exact airport as a non-precision approach. It keeps you a lot higher off the ground because it needs to have that level of protection because it isn't able to track your path getting to the runway. So the problem is with 400 overcast, it's going to be low to the ground and it may not have the ability to break out because you have to be able to see the runway or airport environment in order to get lower. So if at 400 feet it's overcast, if that pilot isn't low enough to get underneath the clouds to be able to see that airport, he has no choice but, per the regulations, to go back up in the air and try again. Minimum fuel and having low visibility are not a great combo that you want to be in.
Empire 1-1, I copy you, sir. They're saying the speed is 400 and the visibility is 2.5 miles.
Empire 1-1, do you have a surveillance approach there?
Negative, sir.
Empire 1-1, I'd like to try to shoot the TACAN again.
Empire 1-1, turn left, heading 350, join the TACAN 3-2 left final.
350, intercepting the 318 radio from Scout.
There's a bunch of terminology that if you've been watching my channel for a long time, you've never heard me talk about before because there's things that the military does that they don't let us do as airline pilots. One of those is a surveillance approach. Here's what he said.
Empire 1-1, do they have a surveillance approach there?
Now I have done this type of approach before in practice scenario in clear weather. I have done it, and essentially what it is the controllers have a bunch of technology that is in their control room, which allows them to help guide you down to the runway. So they're very closely monitoring you coming down, and they're giving you heading changes. So it might be turn 2 degrees to the left. Okay, you're on path. Okay, you're left of course, or you're right of course. and they're giving you little micro adjustments to getting down to the runway. It's called a surveillance approach. They do it in the military. You don't normally get it in civilian aircraft. There is not a reason really to have that for civilian aircraft because you're going to a known location where all the technology is set up. But in the military, they might be going to a place that they just got to, so they don't have all the ground equipment set up there. So they'll have something like this set up to help planes get to the ground in a low visibility situation. So they kind of set up for a all things possible scenario, which we don't really have in the civilian world because that's not the type of flying that people want to be on. A plane where you're going, hey, we're going to go to this airport and we're going to try this approach and a guy's going to kind of walk us down and we're not going to
Low car. Thrall hull. blood and thunder. Zug zug. Victory!
How are you? See you later. Hello. Hey there. Good day to you. What can I do for you? You need something? Forget something? Knock it off. Quit it. What's your problem? Good day to you. How are you? What can I do for you? Hey there. Hello. You need something? Forget something? Knock it off. Quit it.
Zug zug.
killed and he deleted the VOD. Let's see what happens.
Dog coming. Saw that.
Oh,
okay. Yeah,
shit!
we're gonna have to distract.
This is a clip that got sent to me. I heard the GM got 6 people killed and he deleted the VOD. Let's see what happens.
Dog coming. Saw that.
Oh,
okay. Yeah,
shit!
we're gonna have to distract. If, oh shit.
Rogue distract would have helped. They even called it out, but
Got it, kill dog.
Oh, it's on me.
I got destroyed.
Oh, dog's loose. Dog is loose.
That's me, baby.
here's what I would say. If they have Petri and it's a guild call, if it's 3-pack like this or 3 mobs, if you know that you have a bunch of gamers, you fight it out, you're the guild leader, you should know the room, right? If you know that you have a mediocre group that you just salvaged out of the sewers, barely fit 60 people, maybe they have a biz list, I think you just Petri out, because they have a Petri right there, right?
Oh! I got dog.
Petri.
Big packs like this
Got a Petri
gets you
out.
fucked up, so yeah, GM has to be quick about it. I don't know the full story here. I don't know how this pull happened. Is this on the GM? Is he the tank or?
There's a dog coming.
Yeah, there was a. Should have called it out earlier. They should have seen and known about it. That sucks.
Saw that.
That sucks. That sucks.
Hey, do we alt to 4 after Petri?
It hurts to watch normal people get fucked like that. If a streamer is getting wiped, you guys can laugh at us, but if it's like average players, that sucks.
Viewers do I have right now? I have 13 viewers right now, so it's pretty much over for me, right?
I mean, yeah, if you got banned, no one would. Sure. Although, wait a minute, if you were told someone on OnlyFans, though, it'd be pretty good content for you. You're dying, bro. What's happening? No, you're dying! Wait, where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Get him! Help him! Help him!
Holy moly. Yeah, these bats, you don't want to go into them ever because they have a silence. That was Quinn. Oh, dude, Quinn's leveling up fast.
This is level 15. I'm panicking. I'm running. Everybody panic.
I've heard this
I'm
name
running.
a lot.
I got my
Wow.
swiftness pot. Can I use my swiftness pot? No, 48 seconds. I can't. I'm running. Okay, don't hit him.
Oh shit! Yeah, you hit him.
Oh shoot! What's going on?
Oh, you hit him again. It's Jover, man.
Is there a feigned death or anything?
No, man. You don't have that yet.
Oh, that was so bad. So you can use the shot. Yeah. Forgot about that.
Grim, be nice, man. We're gonna. I was just thinking, like, man, and when I'm old, am I gonna be like this too? I don't want to be mean to old people, cause I'm probably gonna be like this too, right? Shit, dude. Guys, if I ever play Classic Organ and if I suck when I'm older, yo, I'll do my best, alright?
I don't know what it is.
Super stressed out when someone's healing. Is that shot would suck? No. That guy scared the fuck out.
Who is it?
Suck. I think he just hit 60 though. That's probably why.
Like ZNCK?
Yeah. I mean,
You mean
just
suck
hit
the
levels
cock?
to max. Yeah. It's
Yeah, he just is.
I like Zuck, dude. He's cool.
Yeah, he's very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just hits 60. His gears is trash.
Yeah, he's like a week old, I think, 60, something like that.
Tyler's always in UBRS.
I love playing with that dude though. He doesn't know anything about the game, and it's like everything's new to him. He's like always like, ooh, cool. I didn't know that, you know. Like he's young too. He's like 25.
Oh, is he? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't get this good.
Good vibes.
Take me back to when I was new, guys. How fun was the game?
I'm pretty sure he's high 24/7 though. Like,
I don't know. You seemed like you hated a lot about what.
I mean, okay, Tyler's at the wall where he's fully bid and there's no more upgrades to get. He needs raid, right? That's the next step. Cause I don't know what he's trying to farm in here, chat. Isn't he full biz? Maybe the pants, but that's like the lowest chance to drop, right? Yeah, just running UBRs all day is not fine. No alt? I would think he would like the alt, but I think he just likes his main character. He wants to just play one character, right? And there's a lot of people like that. I like playing one character too when I was younger. Fell Striker. Oh, dude, they're all so low drop. But here's the payment, okay? If it does drop after he runs 1,000,000 UBRs, his expression is gonna be spectacular. Spectacular. Yeah, Carapace and Fell Striker. Okay. He also wants Chromatic. Okay, dude, these things are like. I mean, I hope it drops. I want him to be happy. I hope.
Two bombs! One more! It messed up!
3 bombs!
Over here! Over here! I'm charging! Let's go, baby! Stop the meters! Focus! Worth it.
Multi-shot!
Coming left! Bursting!
First, baby, first!
Congrats to JB, 60 again. He leveled up fast. He died on his mage in a LBRS with us, if you guys remember. He was going ham and ripped red and died in like a second. And he just didn't. So congrats to him. Round of applause. His hype video before was great. I don't know if I've seen.
Still, as well.
Yeah, I'm only helping Annie because she's a girl, guys. If Annie was a dude, I would not even group up. That's what it is, right?
He's probably memeing, but I would like to say this exists in the online world. I've played all sorts of MMOs. If you're a girl and you're really pretty, guys love to bring you in to show off that they're good at the game or help them get a clear and be nice, basically, right? Share them of what they're good at in their side of the world, basically. Yeah, it happens. Anyways.
Das müsste jetzt definitiv gehen. Komm her.
Is Joker okay, by the way?
Nicht bereit.
Scheiße, da komme ich nicht durch. Nein!
I would have never guessed he was German.
Nein! Oh Mann!
Yo, you got a sick room, man.
Oh, jag springer här nu.
Wait, what did he do? Why is he trolling? He sent his pattern and he's running. Oh!
Did it?
Oh, I got that. It's GG actually.
Spring! Han har resetat, tror jag. Nej, han har resetat. Jag är död. Nej. Jo, jag är död. I'm actually dead alltså. Liv, vad är du? Vänta. Jag ska försöka ta efter på den här då.
Oh my god. He was trying to troll his friends. And he got teleported? I never fought this thing, but I guess that's his mechanic, because it says right there, summon player, so I guess he teleports them back to him. Damn. Rip. Mr. Dromstar, thank you for the prime. Appreciate it, sir.
GG!
Every mob in Diamond teleports you? Okay. There it is.
Oh fuck. Well, I'm dead.
Chat, what are the gamers thinking right now? Tap, target, charge, tap, target, charge. Try to find a little elemental deep in the water here somewhere. I don't know if you could go that far.
I just died.
Show.
Bro! No! I'm literally right next to the fucking water!
There was no mob.
it literally, bro, I literally landed in the fucking water.
Noggin power? He doesn't have
No.
noggin power because he just went into 1,000 needles.
Get onto him, what you doing, bro?
30-ish maybe. Tanar's quest.
You say
start
long.
Like 40, right?
Can't deny I'm not pro. Come on, lad. I might have fucked up here. I might have ended my career as a video gamer.
Imagine you can stick glue
You can't
yourself,
just
huh?
go boost the game. Shit! Bro! No! 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 Ah! Oh my fucking god!
Yes, poison, so... Maybe a tick
Ah!
of 10. Oh gosh.
Mission, abandon fucking mission! Abandon mission! Get the fuck away from me!
Dude, I don't
Oh
think
my
this
god,
has
right, I'm
poison.
shit, I'm shit! Oh, where do I go? Oh, shit! Oh,
Oh my god, get him, take a
My heels.
bandage!
please! No!
Guys, what? I mean, he's saying he's bad, so I don't think we can shave off. But if anyone wants to learn, I honestly feel like he could have just killed this. Am I wrong on that, chat? Instead of just kept running, I think he could have just fought it and won. Anyways, if he didn't feel safe, he could have just feigned it super early. And there was a lot he could have done.
There's a poison. Oh my god, man, I'm fucking done, bro! I didn't know there was a poison on me.
Oh, man.
That's fine,
Or-
man.
yeah.
I think you're a great sport.
At least you have
You
the
were
shoulders
honest.
and you have the braces,
You did
which
your
are
best.
like kind of hard to find people for.
Oh, I
Spotlight
saw
ones.
this. Oh.
Yeah. Oh.
UBS chest piece you'll probably get eventually if you just keep running UBS with like one of the tanks that like UBS. I hate it, like I don't do UBS at all.
You
Sorry.
almost died there once. No one
Yeah.
here. I may have a
Yeah, I didn't even notice.
issue. Yeah, I was like that pre-heal.
So you need UE belts,
Oh, dude, that fail.
boots, which is
Oh my god!
chest piece from
One
UBS.
more
It was in the
tick.
lava. Probably fine.
One more tick, whatever.
Hello there.
Oh my goodness. They must be sweating. It looks like they have it under control though. He has a Void Walker. Oh no.
Hell no, man.
Oh hell no. Oh my god, dude. Why did he jump down? Is he stupid? This was working fine. I guess he didn't have enough mana to do stuff. How does this Voidwalker not get threat? Where's his pet action bar? Okay, right. He has it on. Damn, I didn't want him to die. Damn, that sucks.
Yo!
Voidwalker is trash at that. Yeah, but this whole time the mage was running around. How did he not rip threat, you know?
Oh, man.
Like the mage was just running and slowing. Like he's not attacking it, right? How did it not rip threat for that long? Level 25. That makes a lot of sense. Even so, he got it so low.
Another one.
That sucks. Sucks that threat didn't change.
Health warning.
Oh, the bag add-on, man. I mean, you have a big one. Keybind did.
Health warning.
Oh my god, you have a big one on your back.
Health warning.
Oh my dude. No, he was trying to do slash reload. Look, slash R D reload, he was just panicking. And then he actually slash Y.
Oh my god. This guy's run between two parts. Okay. We're gonna see what's up here. This is gonna be the train
this is Fragrance.
Train dummy.
I saw
Play
him
the
in
fucking game,
the
that was-
only...
Is this a run? I don't think it's a run. I think it's literally I played the game.
Clip too. This is a lot
I
of
think it
mobs.
might be a run, bro. We've already dropped the train dummy. You just need to... I'm done. No, I'm good. Okay. I'm just fearing, bro. It's done. Goes down. I'm in the water. I go water. You might need to grip me up here, bro. I don't know idea. Like, I need you. I need you, my priest. You need to be in my line. Just keep him, boy.
I need a grip up.
Keep
Dude,
me up.
this is the Stone Age. Wow, there is no grip up.
Mana, think. Please don't think. Am I gonna die? Am I gonna fucking die, bro? I'm lining here, bro. Now. I'm gonna do some killer plays. Please, can I stop being so fucking slow?
He's such a god mode player in retail. I think that's why when he knew exactly, he was like, okay, I think we need to dip. But he's got a good heart and he doesn't want to dip, so he continues fighting it out. And he's doing his best to like play around the terrain.
Lining here, bro. Now. I'm gonna do some killer plays.
I haven't seen him play
Please,
retail,
can I
bro.
stop being so fucking slow? The bag, dispel me so I can move.
Do you see my mana?
Oh my god, I gotta train them in 1/5. Dispel. All you, bro. I'm dead. What? Dude, we had one killing mobs. Focus up. I was locked in. I was not moving. Am I greedy? I'm dead as well. Sarah, good luck.
Yeah. That's all you need to say. Am I greedy? I'm bad as well. That's so clear, man.
Hi, Savage.
He's being humble.
Just saw an incredible video of the top 10 notorious pirates through history. We had Blackbeard, a real meanie that won. And we had Redbeard, did some awful stuff that won too. They did forget to add pirate software though, so not sure I can trust the list.
Yeah, I don't know too, man. Thank you for letting me know.
For the shield.
You get the
sap one? Oh yeah, of course. I'm just gonna get 2 good pumps in. But
Sure, I'll pump it here, take that, then reshift the Red Weaver. Oh, care. Care, kicking.
oh shit, bro.
No! Bro, care, I say care, you're 1%. Is this fucking real? Care. Weaver.
Target dummy, gouge, something. You know, to PO. I mean, where's the Nova, the silence?
Oh, care.
He's just here for volley, and then he fakes himself. Because he's panicking. Nova's now.
No!
The Gal should have came in immediately so you could just poly off of that.
Bro,
Kinda
bro,
like a
I care. I
deep
say
poly
care. You
combination.
1%. Is this fucking real? What the fuck happened?
Everything comes to an end. It was a good run.
Damn.
Oh my god, man. Can't believe that happened.
Mage could have ice blocked whatnot too. I don't get it. It's not totally on the road. They're playing a risky game. Too many. Probably farming the pattern, right? Wait, Petri down.
I can't believe you've done this.
I feel like he could un-Petri and save the situation now, no? Yo, Grim, this is your guild member! What are you doing? Talk to the guy, man. Super hot fire? More like super stoned? What the... What?
Oh, hey guys, didn't see you there.
After that, he was invited back. Oh, hell no. Psh, open the fucking portal. We're out. Not risking that behavior. W Rogue. Yeah, they have the rights to do this. No, this rogue, this dirty boy. Unbreathing. Damn, this rogue looks sick though. His mob's fire. Huruba Bobo. Oh no, he's probably help, 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 help.
Target neutralized.
Damn, his friend didn't even look back. That hunter was right there. L friend. Big L.
Target neutralized.
That sucks. That sucks.
Jag är död. Nej. Nej. Please.
Get your ass back here!
Oh my god, he needs to drop comments so he can eat.
That's...
Oh! Nice. Okay, these are the double silencers, so one of you guys should have aggro and go back. Oh, he's trying to make up a mind. Like, should I feign death? Should I post Shion and stay? Should I dip over here? This is going terribly wrong. Man, make up your fucking mind. If you're gonna feign death, and res your pet. Like, hurry up, man.
Did I jump scare you?
Alright, get your pet. Okay, that's... Oh my god. Please don't die. Get your pet back up, man. Okay, he hates his pet. What is happening, dude? He has feigned death. Yeah, pretty sure, sorry. Pedra de Legres. Oh my god. That sucks. run! Oh my god, is he gonna... Oh my, those fucking idiots! There's two layers of jump.
In 6.
But they took the wrong one.
Giga.
We got knocked for some reasons.
Margaret?
Petri.
Where are you?
Oh yeah?
Heal Margaret, heal Margaret.
Oh, it's 16 man to let your 12 man. 12 man.
Did you resist?
That's it. Oh,
Somebody linked me a VOD of it. I was gonna watch it yesterday,
focus
but
up,
I had a
guys.
tournament, so I couldn't.
Keep Clovis up. Keep Clovis up.
I'm pumping.
Where are you?
I got him.
No way. Oh my god, guys, we cleared it. 0 death, 12 man, molten core hardcore.
What's on your
Nice job.
There's 3
That's something. On the floss.
Oh, we roach.
The 3 man.
Yes. It's massive.
They left me
Oh.
is his name. Oh no!
Oh, dude, I AoE taunted, man. I net one.
This looks fun until they die, right?
I'm netted.
It's like
I'm
a
netted.
group of friend 3-manning.
No way, bro.
That's a fucking roast, dude. There's no way.
Health
Oh,
warning.
I'm dead.
That's insane.
Health warning.
Oh. Yeah! You just like kept spinning?
No, I stopped as soon as I pulled
How the fuck
thread.
did you have so much threads?
Modern plague, they said. A white. He wiped my name and Negishi off the face of the earth in one single night. Made an empire worthy of the White Death.
So, let me put this bluntly. There's this soulless psychotic leader with the largest criminal organisation on the planet shoved right inside our fucking arse cheeks.
That motherfucker's definitely a diesel then, isn't he?
If you mention Thomas Tank Engine one more time, I'ma shoot you in the fucking face.
Okay. If he's such a bad ass, how come he hired 2 random operators instead of getting his son back himself?
As if you actually read the briefings, you'd know that he had a wife.
Well, he had a wife.
Yes, she was the most important fucking thing in his life, and she died. Drunk driving accident or some shit. And now he's at the compound. He ain't left since.
An unnamed locomotive might say there's a lesson to be learned.
Listen, and he didn't hire 2 random operators, Lemon. No, he asked for the best. He asked for the 2 responsible for the Bolivia job. He asked for pros who wouldn't fuck up. 3 words, Lemon. We are fucked.
People think that I'm just some young girl. Someone's future wife or future mother. But I'm not in someone else's story. You're all in mine.
The fuck does that have to do with me?
You work for the most feared boss in the city, the White Death. Oh, deny it all you want, but you work for someone who works for someone else, etc., etc., and it all falls under the same person.
You delivered a briefcase 2 days ago to one of the White Death's associates. And I saw my opportunity. Follow the case and find the White Death.
Don't know what you think I can do for you.
Oh, that is my favorite part of the story. You're going to kill him for me.
How the fuck am I going to kill the White Death?
You'll see. Oh, look at that. We are right on schedule. Sit back, relax a little bit, not so tense.
We rescued his fucking soul, huh? We find the fucker to the briefcase, make things right, and be like it never happened.
You still got that vest on, yeah?
No, vest give you a false sense of security. You might not get shot in the neck.
Yeah, it also stops you from getting shot in the chest, but I guess you missed that episode of Thomas, did you?
I really must have, because that sounds dark as shit. Not up, but shut up, bro.
Right, so, slight change of pace.
First his wife, now his son. That's a lot of White Deaths. Sin saber tu amor.
Quiero que seas fuerte, mijo. Seas fuerte.
Con tanto dolor. Una vez más, apaga las luces y canta conmigo. Así me olvido la despedida. Ahora voy sin saber, sin amar por haberte perdido. La sangre corre en mis manos con rabia por haber nacido. El lobo en mí se vengará. Y canta conmigo, así me olvido de la despedida. Para de llevar la piedra, pedazo roto de hombre en la tierra. Pecado maldito, borracho, grito, parece mentira. Me bajo de estrellas, te ruego que puedas un día perdonar. Yo sé que no puedo seguir más así, matarlos es lo que puedo hacer por ti. Y es que en cada esquina cruel grito por la despedida. Mi amor me ha salvado. Y el sabor de estar a tu lado es como el mar fluyendo por dentro y nunca cantará el dolor de ser quien soy. Voy sin saber. ¿No ves, pendejo? Sin tu amor, ¿cómo hacer con tanto dolor? Una vez más, apaga las luces.
Encuéntrame al hijo de puta que hizo esto.
Voy sin saber, sin tu amor, ¿cómo hacer con tanto dolor? Una vez más, apaga las luces. Y canta conmigo, así me olvido de la despedida. Canta conmigo, así me olvido de la despedida.
Qué suerte tienes, cabrón.
You stab me? You ruined my life. I don't even know you.
I came here for revenge. The assassin who killed El Saguaro killed my wife. Pero parece que hoy mató dos pájaros de un tiro.
Can we just take a time out here? Talk this out.
I will never stop coming for you.
What?
Wrong as far as you like. I will find you.
Why?
I will bring your life the way you ruined mine.
Dude, I don't even know you.
Mi corazón.
What the?
Mi corazón.
What the? Wow. Really?
Let this be a lesson in the toxicity of anger. Venezuela, Uruguay, Barcelona. Who are you?
I made Trolley's.
Huh?
Made in Mama Mom glasses.
What the fuck is in my mama?
Comes on after Thomas everything. Oh, okay, it's good.
Just like that.
He should go sleep
There.
now. Yeah, no, that.
What's
Sabber. We gotta make sure he doesn't step a foot off this train. You see the case? Deal with whoever has it.
Alright, how do I do that? Talk to him and I talk to him.
I don't know, why don't you tell him about the story about how Gordon met Percy and how Percy's now bleeding from his fucking eye sockets?
He means kill him.
Damn it.
Excuse me.
You are fucking excused. Arigato.
Konnichiwa.
Joburg.
Sorry, buddy. Kill it. Shit balls. That wasn't a minute. I missed my stop.
Why?
Because God hates me.
No, she doesn't. Do you still have the case?
I stashed it.
Get off at the next stop.
It's so easy when you say it. Does the name El Cigarillo mean anything to you?
El Seguaro, the cartel
Yeah,
boss?
why does that sound so familiar?
He was in the wedding you infiltrated
Hi,
in Mexico.
you're a
tall one. Can I help you? You were the cocktail server.
Groom, I knew I'd recognize that guy. I'm really good with faces.
Wait, what guy?
Sorry. Right back. They stabbed me. I spilled wine on his suit. He's dead now.
You killed the wolf?
It was an accident. I'm really gonna have to process my part in the incident and mund it. Shit. Fuck. No.
Shit, fuck, what?
Remember those two wackos from the Bolivia job killed all those people?
The twins?
Yeah, not so sure they're twins.
Stop it. Everyone knows they're twins.
Oh, one of them is walking towards me right now. I think I saw the other on the platform.
Well, now we know who the owners of the case are.
See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. We have to have a hard discussion of the caliber of people who are surrounding ourselves.
Why are we whispering?
Hello.
The White Death would like to know why you stepped off train.
Some fresh air.
Your orders were to stay on the train.
I didn't realise I was getting a babysitter to come cut my bollocks. I'm a professional. We're making sure the case and his son are perfectly safe. Can I please go do my job now?
If something
Oh,
is
very
not
kind of you. Thank you very much. Fuck me! Jesus Christ.
Very rude, talking on the phone on the train.
This rude enough for you, fucking prick. Shove that fucking hat up your fucking arsehole, you hear me?
Fuck this job.
I knew I'd got an upgrade. Fuck off. I beg your pardon, sorry, I wasn't aware there was a young lady present. Apologise. Yeah, you didn't happen to see someone come by with a silver briefcase, did you? It's a little train sticker by the handle.
Actually, yeah, a man with black framed glasses had it. He went that way.
Thank you, love. That fucking bastard.
Come on.
Come on, black guys, just over.
Hi. There's a gun under this.
Shh, bro. This is the quiet car. Gotta use your small inside voice in here, son.
There's a gun underneath this table. Point it right there. I can't really hear this. There's a gun.
I'm just fucking with you, mate.
It's been a long time since Johannesburg.
Yeah. Who the fuck are you?
Really? You don't remember me?
You look like every white homeless man I've ever seen.
Okay. Well, I have something I believe you're looking for. Really? You don't remember me?
I'm sorry, man. I remember Johannesburg, but I don't remember you, all right?
You shot me.
I
shoot. You shot me twice.
Ow! You also have a shootable face. I know your black frame glasses. The cheeky fucker who took our briefcase.
Yes. Yes, I am. You know, I've done a lot of personal since Joe Berg. I've forgiven. I've moved on. I've learned that with any potential conflict, there's an opportunity for growth, a path to a peaceful outcome.
Interesting.
Who is that?
I have no idea.
How did you know that was there?
Didn't I mention? I've always been lucky.
It was then that I took a You know what? Buddy, I didn't like what I saw. Nada. Until I did. You know? Between us now sits a wall. But it's an illusion. For within every wall awaits a window. Oh wait, it's a door.
Real quick, every day is fucking headache with you, isn't it?
Right. You and your partner.
No, I'm Lemonese tangerine.
Okay, lemon, like the fruit?
Blessings. What's your plan here?
Here's the plan. I give you back your case. You don't kill me. You give your case to an employer. He doesn't kill you. You're alive. I'm alive. Everyone's happy. Win-win.
How do you know whoever hired you will kill you for failing your job? Lose-lose. No happy.
Man, I just want to get off this train and go see a Zen garden or some shit, you know?
I'd like to accept your offer.
Great.
But then you went and killed someone, didn't you?
How did you know?
Wasn't exactly so.
It was an accident. Tragic.
That's
bizarre, even.
Cool story, bro, but I think you had your own plans of getting out of here with that case.
No.
Pinning the body on us, hoping the White Death is so busy cutting off our arms instead of cutting off our fingers. It's like Thomas the Tank Engine always says, simple is better.
Kid show?
Yes, the fucking kid, man. I learned everything about people from Thomas. Everything.
Really?
That's how I can read people like you so well, and you are Diesel.
I am not a diesel.
You're the dieselest diesel, that fucking diesel that I've ever seen in my life, man. Because diesels bluff. They go too far.
Man, I'm trying to get diesels out of my life, you know?
If there was a gun under this table, yeah? I'd be as dead as that kid over there.
Huh?
I ain't got the time or the patience, let alone the interest. Are you following me? Stop! Arsehole!
I'm not a diesel, you're a diesel.
Did the twins ID you?
Did you hear what I said? White death. 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 Snatch and grab my ass. There's someone else doing a job on this train.
The twins, we know that.
Again, not twins. Loonies, but not twins. They're here for the kid, but somebody killed the kid. The guy with the knife.
The wolf.
He said he came here for revenge. This happened running to me because, of course he did. Now, get this. The kid was poisoned in the same way as El Sabaro was at the wedding.
It's El Seguaro, the same killer?
Yeah. I'm like MacGyver. Fuck.
毒蛇が盗まれたということで、ブームスラングヘビは非常に強力な血液毒を持っています。噛まれると、内出血を起こし、体のいろんな穴から出血します。
What are you doing? What's wrong?
Fuck this, man. Fuck Carver.
Had a bit of fog What? 5 seconds to the get tickety boo.
Would you describe me as someone who lives in perpetual anxiety?
No, no.
Ah, fuck nuts.
And if it wasn't clear, I meant yes.
The conductor, the
Not sure that's your biggest concern.
This guy's Chris fucking Angel pops up everywhere. He slows me down 10 times and catches me. I am dead. 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 Hold on. I'll make an easy $200. Is this like a sex thing? Nope.
Oh, I was kidding. Yeah, what's up? What do you need, bro?
Game's up, big boy. Where is the case? Tell me, and I promise I'll only shoot you enough.
Whoa, is this the sex stuff?
What?
I do love an accent.
Inventory is full.
Picture it.
Picture what?
Well, the man watching your son.